Volume 1 Chapter 2. Book 1 Chapter 2, Ancient Beauty. Xiang Shaolong woke up suddenly, his whole body in intense pain. He suddenly realized he's now falling from a great height. Crash! Tiles flew all over and he felt himself crashing through a roof right into a house, and landed on a man. Groans and the sound of bones cracking can be heard. It was followed by a female scream, and in his daze he seemed to see the back of a naked woman running out, then he passed out. Without knowing how many days have passed, in between bouts of consciousness, he seems to feel a woman taking care of him meticulously. Helping to clean his body and change his clothes, treating his wounds, feeding him goat's milk. Finally, on a certain night, he woke up. The scene that appeared before his eyes made him draw in a gasp of cold air. Heavens! Where is this place? He was lying on a soft and thick carpet, an oil lamp hanging on the wall. The dim light shone weakly in this crude house about 10 square meters large, with mud and hay as walls and tiles as woof. On one side of the wall, raincoats and hats made from straw hung on it, and at the corner of the house there's a fire pit with no fire. At its side there were cauldrons, stove, plates, bowls, etc., primitive cooking equipment that can only be seen in museums. There were a few chests of different sizes on the other end, and there was a copper mirror on one of the chests. Xiang Shaolong felt a chill in his heart. That crazy director said he will only be here for 10 seconds, so why is he still in this nightmarish place? Could he really have gone back to Emperor Qin's hometown? Footsteps were heard. Xiang Shaolong stared at the wooden door, his heart beating quickly, praying that this is only part of the experiment, a prank set up by Crazy Ma to trick him into believing that he's really gone back to the past in that accursed furnace. The wooden door was pushed open. A beautiful lady wearing ancient hemp garment who could only possibly appear in movies appeared. She has a red scarf on her head, her long hair parted in the center, swept to the sides, tucked behind her ear and plaited into 2 braids. She carried a bottle, and on her feet she wore straw sandals and walked in. She looked pretty, her figure nice and slim, and when her lively eyes saw Xiang Shaolong staring at her in shock, she was so startled she almost dropped the bottle. She hurriedly put it down, knelt down in front of him, her slender hands touching his forehead. She said some words very quickly in her melodious voice, her face full of joy. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, it's the end. And fainted again. The sunlight irritated his eyes, waking him up. The house was quiet without anyone else. He's in a better shape than the last time. Besides, he's always been optimistic, so he stopped trying to think and tried to get up. He came out from beneath the blanket and realized he is now dressed in a weird-looking ancient clothing that is at least 2 sizes too small. His collar crisscrossed around his front from the back of his neck and dropped straight to the ground. At the bottom he was wearing an apron like leather shorts, and looked absolutely ugly. Xiang Shaolong suppressed the urge to hide beneath the blankets again and looked ahead. He saw that the roof was recently mended and remembered that when he dropped down from the sky, he landed on a man. Is that person dead or alive? If he has hurt someone, why is that pretty ancient young woman treating him so nicely? With all these questions puzzling him, he stood up. He felt a wave of dizziness, and after a moment he found himself leaning in front of the window, his hands grabbing the sill, supporting his body. The sunlight shone on his face, making him feel a little better. What really happened? Has something gone wrong with that accursed experiment? Why isn't he back yet? Will he be forever unable to return? Wouldn't his family and friends be really worried? And there's no way he can have his great revenge in bed with Zhang Suizhi now. Xiang Shaolong is so miserable that he could cry. The weather is so hot, if only he can have a can of soft drink. He looked out and saw the lush green grass, abnormally blue sky and clouds that looked even whiter and cleaner than cotton. Xiang Shaolong's heart lurched, and knew that he has really gone back to the past. Why else would there be such an unpolluted sky? The skin on his limbs has scars from the burn, and luckily his is healthy and his skin is now renewing the cells, so it's not too serious. After wallowing in self-pity for a moment, Xiang Shaolong felt his energy rapidly returning and his curiosity rising. What is the world like outside? Can he really find the tyrannous Emperor Qin as depicted in the movies? He pushed the door open and walked out. It turned out he is in a quiet little valley, a stream flowing down the back of the house out of the valley. On the right of the stream he seemed to hear a girl singing. On the left is a mulberry forest, a place to cultivate silkworms. Once he thought of the ancient beauty, Xiang Shaolong's mood lifted and he walked towards the sound of the singing. The girl was dressed in white, her skirt pulled up and tucked into the waist, revealing the thin chemise under the skirt and a pair of round and slender legs. She was squatting at the side of the stream washing clothes and cutlery, her expression languid and humming an unknown folk song. Xiang Shaolong saw her revealing herself, and she's quite pretty as well, and desire filled him, so he walked over. However, he was still unsteady on his feet and stepped on a loose rock. He exclaimed in alarm and fell into the stream. That beauty was startled and jumped into the water to help him. Xiang Shaolong stood up in the chest-deep stream and the girl happened to reach him and grabbed his hands to place it on her shoulder. Xiang Shaolong was roused and took advantage of the situation to lean onto her fragrant body. The lady spoke to him in shock and concern with a string of words. This time Xiang Shaolong's brains is more alert and after some concentration he understood most of what she said. It sounded like a difficult dialect used around Hebei or Shanxi region. He vaguely figured out that she was reprimanding him for running around before he has fully recovered, and was so full of gratitude that he blurted out, "Thank you, miss." That lady was stunned for a moment. She stared at him and asked, "Where did you come from?" This sentence may be difficult to understand, but Xiang Shaolong finally guessed the meaning and was immediately dumbfounded. What can he say? Tell her that he came from the 21st century in a time machine? The two of them were still standing in the water, totally drenched. It doesn't matter to Xiang Shaolong but that beauty's clothes were thin and after being wet it showed off her curves, and she's no different from being naked. The lady saw Xiang Shaolong's hot eyes staring at her chest. She blushed and immediately forgot her question, and hurriedly helped him to shore. Xiang Shaolong can't help but take the opportunity to lightly knock into her breasts and the lady's face blushed even redder, but she did not object or reprimand him. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic. It seems that the beauties of this era is even more open than those in the 21st century. All those talk about not taking 3 steps beyond the house or having to marry the man once he sees her body were all far-fetched, or it's those hateful Confucianists lecturing about morals during later years. So it seems that, even if he does not return to the 21st century for the time being, life would not be too boring. Xiang Shaolong changed out of his wet clothes and sat opposite to the beauty, eating the rice she cooked, with vegetables, mutton and braised meat marinated with 5 spices. Maybe because he's hungry, but Xiang Shaolong enjoyed the meal. All the food tasted especially delicious, even better than Peking duck or hamburgers. The beauty ate and looked at him with interest at the same time. Xiang Shaolong was thinking to himself that this is such a secluded place, and not a village or even another house could be seen, and yet she seems to be living a fulfilling life. Could it be that the past is really better than the present? The beauty said something softly. Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, "What?" The beauty repeated her words and this time he understood. She was saying that he's very tall, and she has never seen someone so tall. He was secretly laughing that people of this era must all be short, and asked her, "What is your name?" The beauty shook her head to indicate she could not understand his question and encouraged him to repeat 3 more times before she replied, "The people of Mulberry Forest Village all call me Maid Sanyang. Pretty silkworm lady." This time it is Xiang Shaolong's turn to not understand. By the time he clarified it, the two of them were laughing happily. So Xiang Shaolong told her his name as well. The conversation flowed with such tries, failures and continuous work, neither party wanting it to end. When Xiang Shaolong is 80% confident of understanding her dialect, he asked her about what happened the day he fell in through the roof. Maid Sanyang blushed slightly and said, "The man you crushed to death the other day is a bandit from a neighboring village called Jiaodu. He followed me home all the way from the market and was going to rape me. Luckily young master fell down from the sky and crushed him to death. I've buried him in the mulberry forest." She paused for a moment, her face reddened to the ears and she lowered her head and said shyly, "I was married to 2 brothers, but they were forcefully conscripted into the army by bad people and were killed in Changping. The Battle of Changping, isn't it one of the famed battles between Qin and Zhao, where the army of Qin killed all 400,000 of the Zhao's army?" Xiang Shaolong hurriedly asked, "How long ago did this happen?" Maid Sanyang replied, "It happened 9 years ago. The Battle of Changping happened in 260 BC, then isn't it 251 BC now? Crazy director Ma wanted to send him back to 246 BC, which is the year Emperor Qin ascended the throne, and although he's off by 5 years, but considering the facts he's still quite accurate." He asked, "What is this place?" Maid Sanyang replied, "Didn't I tell you, it's Mulberry Village, dot." Xiang Shaolong asked, "Is this part of the kingdom of Zhao?" Maid Sanyang shook her head, "I don't understand what you're talking about. I only know what happens in Mulberry Village. The news of my husband's death were told to me by the people in the market." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "You really married 2 husbands at the same time?" Maid Sanyang replied, "Of course it's true." Xiang Shaolong sighed quietly to himself. Although he has read a few books about the warring states, but he's not familiar with the customs during this period at all, so he put aside this question and continued, "Did you not bear any children for them?" Maid Sanyang replied quietly, "After the 2 fathers of the children left, life was extremely difficult and the children all died of sickness. Later I learned to keep silkworms and life finally settled." Xiang Shaolong felt pity for her, this beauty has suffered much. Maid Sanyang said quietly, "I have been praying to heaven every day, praying to her to bestow me a husband. Just when I was at my saddest, heaven opened her eyes and dropped you for me. I am so ecstatic, from now on you will be Sun Yan's husband." Xiang Shaolong was absolutely dumbfounded. But it's not too bad as well, he need not put in so much effort to explain where he came from. Hi. It seems that he'll have to depend on her to support him. Suddenly he had a flash of inspiration, and thought that in 251 BC, Emperor Qin is still destitute in Handan, the capital of Xiao. If he can find and befriend him, when he becomes the emperor in future, then won't his fortunes rise as well, and can have anything he want, including beauties? Once he thought of this, his heart itched and he asked, "Do you know the way to Handan?" Maid San Yang shook her head at a loss, then her face turned pale and she chewed her lower lips and stammered, "Are you thinking of leaving this place?" Xiang Shaolong climbed over, stuck himself to her fragrant back, his hands reaching forward to hold her little tummy and said gently, "Don't be afraid. No matter where I go, I'll bring you with me." Maid San Yang's body softened at his touch and she exclaimed happily, "Really?" Xiang Shaolong nibbled her ear lobes and replied, "Of course." Maid San Yang's two husbands were all coarse and unrefined men, so she has never encountered such flirtatious teasing. Her slender body shook and she said, "I'm going to the market tomorrow, I'll ask someone then. Someone will surely know where Handan is." Xiang Shaolong put his huge hand into her clothes and kneaded her voluptuous bosom, asking that bandit Jiao, "Did he, what you?" Maid San Yang panted, "He just took off my clothes, and have not." AI. Her lips have been locked. Xiang Shaolong has never seen such a gentle and accommodating beauty, so he hurriedly showed her his best moves. The whole room was heated up and moans and pants joined together to form an orchestra. Maid San Yang, who has been alone for so many years, finally tasted for the first time the joy of being an equal with men in the act of copulation. Xiang Shaolong felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. He woke up and saw that it was Maid San Yang teasing him with a mulberry leaf. The sun has not risen. He hugged Maid San Yang and pressed her down, using his body to put pressure on her sensitive areas, and even pushed her buttocks up with his hand so that she cannot avoid him while he greedily kissed her wet lips. Maid San Yang was totally caught unawares and almost lost her senses from the teasing. She kept crying out, and who knows if she was expressing her joy or objection. Xiang Shaolong flipped her skirt over, revealing her round yet firm thighs, and was about to proceed when Maid San Yang moaned with a flush, "Shaolong. We have to go to the market immediately." Xiang Shaolong came to his senses immediately and stopped his assault. He warned her, "Do you still dare to be mischievous?" Maid San Yang covered her mouth and laughed, "Yes. But not now, if we don't go to the market now we won't even have food for today." Xiang Shaolong was aroused by her heated body and hesitated, "It won't take too much time to do it just once, right?" Maid San Yang suddenly hugged him and said gently, "My good man. Besides eating some food after lunch yesterday, you have been doing it to me until I fell asleep. You're even more capable than my two husbands added together and now you want to continue. Are you trying to kill me? Get up quickly." Xiang Shaolong thought of her hunger and charm last night and felt desire again, but once he thought of looking for Emperor Qin, he can only suppress his lust and climbed out. Maid San Yang took out a set of clothes and said, "I made this for you when you were unconscious, you'll certainly look very good wearing it." With her help, Xiang Shaolong wore it and it fitted him perfectly. It may be made of coarse material and hemp, but Maid San Yang's eyes shone on seeing it and complimented him. "Maid San Yang has never seen any man as handsome as you in the world." And used a cloth to tie his growing hair before going on their way after washing up. Xiang Shaolong carried a whole bag of silk, with a hatchet around his waist, straw shoes on his feet and followed Maid San Yang out of the valley, towards the ancient civilization 2000 years ago. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 3. Book 1 Chapter 3, Showing Off for the First Time. The two of them walked down the hill in the darkness preceding dawn, towards the marketplace beyond the endless hills. Xiang Shaolong has never felt so much love and infatuation towards any women before. He carried her and ran down. To a warrior like him who has gone through special training, this is as easy as breathing. However, Maid San Yang was extremely surprised, but once she thought that he is a gift from heaven, she no longer felt bewildered. Xiang Shaolong asked her effortlessly, "How did you end up marrying that two brothers? Where is your own family?" Maid San Yang screamed in shock just as he jumped. She patted her chest and her pretty face was blushing from the excitement. She replied, "I live in a place that is 3 days' journey towards the sun." One day, the two brothers came with 10 tiger skins, 1 bear skin, 50 marten skins, 5 cows and 100 goats and gave to my father in exchange for me. Our tribe has never seen such extravagant gifts, so I married them. Xiang Shaolong carried her up by her waist and waded the 3-meter-wide river, thinking to himself that if he has the latest AK-47, then he can hunt for tiger skins in exchange for women. He asked her, "How old were you then?" Maid San Yang held onto his neck tightly and whispered in his ear, 14. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "What? That's below the legal age for intercourse. When they reached the main road outside the mountainous area, the sun revealed its first ray of light. This couple, who should have been separated by over 2,000 years, walked closely side by side, chatting happily. Maid San Yang finally found someone, and after spending the most exciting and romantic night in her life, she was ecstatic. She was pulling Xiang Shaolong like a little girl, kicking her little straw sandals, walking cheerfully. The painful journey in the past has now become an endless joy, and she said with a laugh, "In the past I had to walk at least 20 hours to the market, but ever since someone built this road for military transport, it takes only 8 hours to reach the market. A lot of time has been saved." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, so war can actually promote the development of transportation, and indirectly boost the economy and increase efficiency. So it seems that, in this era, there are advantages to wars. Hi! A pity he can't bring anything here. If he has a machine gun, or even a gun, he may become the highest paid soldier in this warring states period. He can't help but laugh once he thought of this. Then he thought of the queen of bars Zhou Xiangmei and Zhang Suizhi, who caused him to end up in this state. And his parents, they always said that he's unfilial. His 2 older brothers and 3 older sisters are all better than him. Now that he's gone, he reckons that they won't be too sad. But he still felt that this is not the case. A pity that he can't give them a call right now to tell them that he's safe. The sound of wheels grating along the ground sounded behind. It turned out to be a mule cart going towards the market, with a dozen or so white sheep on it. On the cart there were an old and a young man dressed as farmers, and when they gave a friendly greeting, they were surprised and scrutinized the tall and well-built Xiang Shaolong. In contrast, they weren't too surprised about Maid San Yang's beauty. After the mule cart was far gone, a few horses ran swiftly past, and the men riding them were dressed like ancient warriors. On their horses there were bows, swords, axes, etc., but they were not from the army. The 2 of them avoided them and stood aside. Maid San Yang spoke in his ear, "These warriors are all for hire. They help merchants transport money, and it's the most profitable business." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "Ha! Finally there's a job suitable for me." Maid San Yang shrieked, "No! I cannot lose a husband like you again." Xiang Shaolong was startled, and after reassuring her, they continued on their way. The nearer they got to the market, the more crowded the roads became. Most of them were pushing wooden carts with a single wheel, carrying various goods like corn, millet, sorghum, rice, wheat, garlic, cows, goats, etc., and all of them were hurrying towards the same destination. Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize how huge he is. The tallest among the people is still shorter than him by half a head, and he looked around complacently, feeling like a crane among chickens. After another hour, they finally arrived at the market. 40-odd kinds of mud houses, straw houses, and stone houses were lined up untidily on 2 sides, forming a wide street. Various kinds of harvests and animals, buyers and sellers filled the mud road that was about half a mile long. A feeling of festivity filled the air. They had just stepped into the market when Maid San Yang cried out quietly in fear, "Look! The group of men on the left is the bandit Jiao Du's brothers. They're staring at us. What should we do?" Xiang Shaolong gathered his wits and walked alertly forward. A group of 10-odd powerful-looking men who were obviously the town bullies were standing or sitting in front of a mud house, but their eyes were fixed onto them in astonishment. Maid San Yang continued, "They surely know about Jiao Du looking for me, and thought that I'd become his woman. So when they saw it's you instead, they were astonished. Oh dear, we better leave immediately." Xiang Shaolong scrutinized the crude metal swords they carried with his professional judgment and gave them a suave smile. He said to Maid San Yang, "My wife, do not panic. Your husband is here, no one will be able to hurt a single hair of yours." He realized that the words he used is getting more and more similar to what these ancient people uses that he can't help but laugh out loud. Maid San Yang was so frightened her face turned pale, and pulled him towards the other end of what you can hardly call a street. The 2 of them melted into the crowd. While others were sizing him up, Xiang Shaolong was taking note of his surroundings without any concern. All these people from the warring states, just from the way they dressed, he can tell that they came from different places. Regardless of men or women, most of them have a flat face, short, rough skin. Very few of them has the same alluring body and pretty face like Maid San Yang. But they all look simple and honorable, giving others a good impression. The only exception was the men and women wearing unique red headpieces. Their hats were not like the hats that he's used to, which covers the top of a person's head. Instead it covers only the hair, which was tied into a bun, 2 red ropes hanging down from the side and tied into a knot under the chin. The men and women of this tribe were not only tall and good-looking, the women were fair and wore extremely sexy short tops and skirts which bared the chest and arms. It really was an eye-opener for him, and quite unbelievable as well, changing his perception that all ancient people must be conservative. A few of those young women were exceptionally outstanding, almost as pretty as Maid San Yang, and almost all of them trade in horses. When Xiang Shaolong made eye contact with the prettiest girl among them, those beauties all made eyes at this fine specimen of a man from another dimension, not at all bothered that his eyes was fixated on their half-naked chest and slender legs. Mate San Yang felt much safer once there among the crowd, and when she saw his lecherous look, she's not offended at all. She said quietly, "They're all from the Bai Yi tribe, expert in rearing horses. All the men and women are very good hunters, no one dares to bully them." Xiang Shaolong felt his heart itching, but he was pulled into a mud house by Mate Sanyang, who took over the silk he was carrying and proceeded to do business with the man inside. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to slip out of the house. Dang! 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 Copper bells sounded in the biggest stone house opposite, and someone shouted, "Quality horse for 30 coppers! Quality horse for 30 coppers!" Xiang Shaolong was curious and walked forward. On the stairs of the large house stood 10 huge men wearing similar clothes as those riders they met on the way here. One of them wore a tall headpiece. His clothes were comparatively more splendid, a difference of heaven and earth with the coarse clothes worn by the farmers. He may have good eyesight, but from a distance of over 10 meters, he can only see that person has a square face and large ears, with a solemn look, and carried with him an air of affluence. There was an immediate commotion in the market as the horse traders all squeezed forward with their horses, and the situation was chaotic. Right at this time, he heard a cold snort next to him. By the time Xiang Shaolong was aware, those brothers of Jiao Du have already surrounded him heavily. He unhurriedly took 2 steps back, and pushed Mate San Yang back into the house just as she was walking out. He asked quietly, "Does one have to go to jail for murder here?" Mate San Yang asked in surprise, "What is jail?" Xiang Shaolong rephrased his question, "Does anyone care if someone gets killed?" Mate San Yang understood a little and replied, "Besides their own tribesmen, no one else will bother." She then added, "You're not going to fight with so many of them, right? They have swords. I can give them the money I've just bartered for." Xiang Shaolong was assured and thought, in this time period, nothing is more useful than strength and martial arts. All the tough training he had in the past will not go to waste at all. One of Jiao Du's brothers shouted, "Mate San Yang! Where is big brother Jiao? And who is this stinking man?" By now those people on the street are starting to realize that something is happening here, and all came forward to watch the show. Even that well-dressed man who was here to buy horses and his men all stopped their trade and walked towards them. Xiang Shaolong, who was used to creating trouble and fighting, was assured, and he laughed loudly, "Your big brother Jiao has been killed, come over if you want revenge." Mate San Yang was so frightened that she shivered and hugged him tightly from behind. The expression on their faces changed at the same time, and with a swish they all pulled out their swords. Xiang Shaolong slowly pushed Mate San Yang away and pulled out the hatchet from his waist. Immediately there were sighs and pitying noises coming from the crowd, saying that he does not know his own capability, actually using a hatchet to block swords. 2 burly men rushed towards him with their swords raised, slashing towards him from the left and right. The crowd screamed, and one of the Bai Yi beauties who were making eyes with Xiang Shaolong covered her eyes, not daring to look further. Xiang Shaolong roared, and his hatchet swung forward fast as lightning. In his nearly 10 years of strict training, there is a saying that anything can be used as a weapon. These 2 men in front may be brave and ruthless, but he does not take them into account at all. He can even easily defeat them empty-handed, much less with a hatchet in his hands now. Clang clang, the long swords were swept away. Xiang Shaolong ran forward like an arrow, his left fist punching a man's face, his leg giving a flying kick towards the other man's groin. The 2 of them immediately cried and fell down, their long swords dropping from their hands. Xiang Shaolong then retreated to where Mate San Yang was, his hatchet held in front of him, with a combat-ready pose, shouting at the shocked crowd, "Come." The rest hesitated, not one of them dared to lead the fight. They have never imagined that there are such swift and vicious attacks. Xiang Shaolong gave a long laugh and leapt out like a ferocious tiger, his hatchet slashing down, and was embroiled in a battle with those 20-odd people. He moved swiftly so that the enemy has no chance to group together, and in no time they all fell to the ground, either felled by his punches or his kicks. The crowd kept cheering for him, obviously they've had enough of those bullies. When Xiang Shaolong became the ultimate winner, he picked up the best sword smung the pile and tied it to his waist. The crowd cried out, and a few people rushed forward, followed by the rest of the crowd. They picked up sticks or hoes or similar weapons and started hitting those bullies on the ground. It seems that in the face of public fury, none of them will be able to survive. Mate San Yang ran over and hugged him tightly, exclaiming, "Heavens! You're really brave. I will never have to fear bullies again." Xiang Shaolong hugged her and walked towards the other end of the street and asked nonchalantly, "Have you found out how to get to Handan?" Mate San Yang replied, "There's some who have heard of this place, but do not know how to get there." Footsteps can be heard behind them, and someone called out, "Brave man, please hold your steps." Xiang Shaolong turned around while still hugging Mate San Yang and saw that man dressed in fine robes who was buying horses walking towards them. Xiang Shaolong, Maid San Yang, and that well-dressed man sat down on the floor in a big room. Xiang Shaolong studied the man and guessed that he's about 40 years old. His features gives an impression of intelligence and his skin smooth. Obviously he has never done any manual labor in his life, and compared to the farmers at the market, it's like the difference between a city man and a poor countryman. That man introduced himself. I am Tao Fong, one of the 12 servants of Master Wu. Brave hero, your accent sounds strange, I wonder where you're from. Xiang Shaolong said, my wife and I are both from Mulberry Village. I wonder if Master Tao has invited me here for some deals. Tao Fong looked perplexed, obviously not understanding his choice of words, so he could only guess part of the meaning. Luckily he's used to trading with various tribes, so he nodded and said, is brave hero interested in earning a large sum of money? Xiang Shaolong looked at Maid San Yang. She gave a sweet smile and nodded, indicating that she has no objections to any decisions he makes. To her, a man's words are orders. Xiang Shaolong felt released from the binds of military rules, and feeling carefree, nodded, would Master Tao please enlighten me? Tao Fong leaned forward and said excitedly, with brave hero's marvelous skills, you can block 100 men with ease. If you agree to become my bodyguard, I can pay you 50 coppers every month. What do you think? Maid San Yang exclaimed, grabbed his arm and uttered, that's enough to sustain us for 1 year. Xiang Shaolong took a whiff at her face and replied, the offer is very attractive, but we're planning to go to Handan. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Tao Fong's lips and he said calmly, hero must not have heard of the great name about Master Wu. He is the finest king of livestock in Handan. After collecting enough horses all over the place, we will send them to Handan. If hero will become my bodyguard, won't it be killing 2 birds with 1 stone? Xiang Shaolong replied joyously, but I'm going to bring her along. Tao Fong looked at Maid San Yang and laughed, don't worry. Besides buying fine horses, we also purchase beauties from various places, so there's no problem at all if hero wants to bring your beauty along. He furrowed his brows as he looked at his clothes and continued, I'll order someone to clean up a place for you and your wife to rest as well as get you some new clothes. We'll return to Handan at the break of dawn tomorrow. What weapons do you use? If it's swords, I'll immediately give you a good sword made by an old blacksmith in Handan. You can throw away the one you picked up earlier. Xiang Shaolong burst out laughing and asked, how long will it take to get to Handan? Tao Fong has obviously taken a liking to him and replied without irritation, on a fast horse, about 10 days. But the way we are going to travel, and having to purchase horses and beauties on the way, will take at least a month. Xiang Shaolong was in a good mood, and once he thought that he'll be able to find Emperor Qin in Handan, he immediately said there's no problem. So this matter was thus settled. Tao Fong ordered someone to bring him to a camp near the market. The person who led the way is Li Shan, also a bodyguard. He was very impressed with his skills, so naturally he was extremely respectful. The camp was heavily guarded, with a guard in front of the 30-odd tents, either to prevent the beauties from escaping, or to prevent thieves. Next to the camp there was a temporary erected horse enclosure, with more than 100 horses kept in there. Li Shan introduced Xiang Shaolong to the head of the bodyguards, Do Liang. The fierce-looking warrior sized him up coldly and said disdainfully, since brother Xiang is so capable, I must exchange pointers with you when I have the chance. After he spoke, he eyed Maid San Yang lecherously, obviously disregarding Xiang Shaolong's presence. Li Shan was a little embarrassed and led the two of them to a tent at the edge of the camp and left after a few words. The two went into the tent. Maid San Yang lowered her head and did not speak, but it was obvious she was troubled. Xiang Shaolong hugged her and said gently, there's no need to be afraid of that Do Liang. Sooner or later I'll find a chance to teach him a lesson. Xiang Shaolong is not afraid of any bullies at all. And he can't help but think of black-faced deity. Maid San Yang said quietly, city folks are all deceitful, I'm afraid I won't be used to that kind of life. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that modern folks are 100 times worse than you ancient people, but he assured her, with me to protect you, what is there to fear? Maid San Yang's eyes reddened, collapsed into his arms and cried piteously, everyone who lives in Mulberry Forest Village are good people, our lives fulfilling, getting better year by year. And now that the bullies Jiao Du and his men are dead, it'll be even more peaceful. Husband. Why don't we return there to stay, happily until we grow old and die, and I'll have children with you, isn't that better? But Xiang Shaolong sighed secretly, he's so used to indulgences in life, how will he ever get used to such a life? He said gently, why don't we do this? I'll borrow 100 coppers from Tao Fong, that'll be enough for your living expenses for 2 years, and I'll forge a path in Handan. Once I am successful, I'll come back for you, won't that benefit both of us? Maid San Yang stammered, won't it mean that I'll have to part from you? Xiang Shaolong replied, at the earliest it'll take a few months, the latest 1 to 2 years, I will definitely return. Don't forget that I am sent by heaven, so I'll definitely not die. Maid San Yang wailed, and just when Xiang Shaolong was at a loss, she came to a decision and tearfully agreed to Xiang Shaolong's suggestion. Once they thought of the impending parting, the two of them engaged in joyous acts in the tent until dinner time, when they left the tent to join Tao Fong for dinner. He brought up the topic of paying his salary in advance, and without a second word, Tao Fong gave him 200 coppers straight away. Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel impressed. But that head of bodyguards Dou Liang was extremely jealous. Tao Fong asked in passing against Xiang Shaolong's origins, but Xiang Shaolong still insisted that he's from Mulberry Forest Village, so Tao Fong did not press the issue. Early that night they returned to the tent and continued in their engagements until the next morning. After an unwilling parting, Might San Yang returned to Mulberry Forest Village alone, while Xiang Shaolong followed Tao Fong towards the unknown capital of Zhao, starting on his journey to look at Emperor Qin. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 4. Book 1 Chapter 4, Surrounded by Danger. They walked for less than 2 hours when it started raining heavily. The 100-odd warriors wore their straw raincoats, escorting 12 horse carriages and almost 200 fine horses, and moved forward with much aplomb. Xiang Shaolong thought about Mate San Yang, thought about her tears as she parted, and felt an indescribable sadness. He almost had the urge to turn back and look for her, but he remembered he had taken 200 coppers from Tao Fong and stopped himself. He is not someone who will go back on his words. He must at least work for a few months as a bodyguard. The rain only stopped at dusk and the entourage stopped and pitched tents. 60-odd young girls came out of the horse carriages, all of them young and beautiful. A few among them were exceptionally pretty, comparable to Mate San Yang. Although they all looked tired, but they were all in high spirits, not like slaves who have just been bought at all. They even helped to cook and talk and laugh with the warriors, which baffled Xiang Shaolong. The girls realized that now there's another handsome man, Xiang Shaolong, so they all made eyes at him. A pity that he has lost the mood to flirt because he missed Mate San Yang and instead he went for a walk outside the camp. The wilderness after the rain was crisply green, the air refreshing. Xiang Shaolong can't help but feel sentimental. No matter how pretty nature is, how alluring the world in front of him is, but surrounding him was undeveloped land, endless forests. It's only the beginning of man's destruction towards nature. But by the 21st century, they have reached the end of this path of no return, and humankind had to suffer the consequences. If he has the power to change all these, would history be rewritten? Shoo! Xiang Shaolong was startled. Amidst the rustling leaves, a Bai girl wearing a sleeveless top and short skirt, which revealed her rounded thighs, jumped out. It turned out to be the prettiest Bai girl he met the other day at the market. She went to him excitedly and looked up to him, saying, "I've been following you for 2 days and nights." She pulled him and said nervously, "Escape quickly." Xiang Shaolong pulled her into his arms instead and holding her tightly by her waist, kissed her lips. The Bai lady reacted fierily, even hugging his strong neck, not at all shy. Xiang Shaolong is believing more and more that women of this era, once they meet a man they like, are more direct than women from the 21st century, and felt his spirits lifting. The Bai girl left his mouth, her pretty face blushed an endearing red and said hurriedly, "My name is Xiao, come back with me to Mount Bai. If you follow those Zhao people to Handan, you'll certainly be killed by Hui Hu and his group of horse thieves." Xiang Shaolong listened to her melodious voice, enjoying her voluptuous body, and his desire was just rising when he was suddenly shocked and asked, "What did you say?" In reality he only understood about 30 to 40% of her words. The Bai girl Xiao slowed down and said each word clearly. "A few days ago, our tribesmen received news, Hui Hu and his 800 horse thieves were preparing to lay an ambush for the Zhao people at Dashi Valley to steal their women and horses. If you go with them, you'll surely be killed. They're a lot more formidable than Jiao Du and his men." Xiang Shaolong finally understood, his two ill-mannered hands continuously caressing her chest and buttocks, and laughed, "Don't worry. I have a way to deal with them." Xiao smiled coquettishly, using her chest to press against him and her arms to rub against him, asked with a smile, "I know you will not abandon your friends to save your own life, I shall not force you. But I've given you such useful information, how are you going to thank me?" Xiang Shaolong smiled bitterly, "Besides copper coins, you can have anything else." Xiao disentangled herself from his arms and turned a circle in front of him, saying with a flirtatious smile, "Everyone says that I'm pretty, do you agree? I still do not know your name." Xiang Shaolong stared at her, all his worries gone, and replied, "I'm Xiang Shaolong." Xiao repeated it a few times, and suddenly loosened her clothes, revealing a fair body that can make any man dizzy. She said with a smile, "Would this be prettier? The men in the tribe all love to look at my body." This is the first time Xiang Shaolong has seen a girl like that. He breathed in deeply and ordered, "Come here." Xiao threw herself into his arms, and as she took off his clothes, she moaned, "It's always men who have begged me, but this time I'm begging you. Come. Lover. I have not gone home for 2 days. If you did not come out, I'd have gone into the camp to look for you. Xiang Shaolong returned to camp all relaxed and looked for Tao Feng. He pulled him to a corner and told him everything that just happened. Tao Feng's expression became very somber and after a while, reached out and placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "You have saved my life this time. The problem now is not those horse thieves, but there's a spy among my people." Xiang Shaolong nodded. Master Tao must have kept the route you're taking to Handan very secret, not many will know about it. So if Hui Hu knows that you will be passing by Dashi Valley, there must be a spy who supplied him with this news. Tao Feng was extremely surprised at his quick wit and complimented him. "I was right about you. Not only are you good looking, but intelligent and brave as well. Good. As long as I am still in power, I will not treat you badly at it." Xiang Shaolong laughed to himself. It'll be more like it if Emperor Qin said these words to him. Tao Feng hesitated for a moment before saying, "The spy must be Dou Liang. There's two reasons why I'm so sure it's him. Firstly, he excused himself from the group for 2 days, so he must have met up with Hui Hu. Secondly, out of the few who knows our route, he's the only one from Wei, and people from Wei cannot be trusted." Xiang Shaolong was perplexed. Since the Weiss cannot be trusted, then why did you employ him? Tao Feng replied, "Shaolong, you have been living in the mountains, naturally you're not familiar with the situation in Central Plains." Xiang Shaolong replied earnestly, "I really want to know." Tao Feng explained, "We have to start the story from the partitioning of Jin into 3 states. That was the beginning of the division of the whole era. It was said that the powerless king of Zhou isolated the states, and after the split, Wei, Han and our Zhao kingdoms were forged and no one paid any heed to Zhou. If the past can be described as a peaceful stream, now it's a torrential river. The change within the last 10 years almost equals the change that has happened over the last 100 years. Those who are incapable will be ousted." And he can't help but sigh as he spoke. Xiang Shaolong cannot imagine that a horse trader like him would be so knowledgeable, and felt the urge to tell him that no matter how they struggle or fight, Emperor Qin would be the one who unite the world in future. But of course he can't say it out loud, and even if he did, no one would believe him. So he tried to get some information. Is Qin the strongest and biggest state now? Tao Feng looked at him in surprise and said slowly, "Ever since Qin used the reformative policies suggested by Gongsun Yang **, from the Wei ruling family, they've indeed become stronger and wealthier. They even destroyed Zhou 5 years ago but also incurred the wrath of everyone else. Therefore after our state's great general Liu Chang, Yan Shi defeated Qin's army badly and 3 years ago Wei invaded and captured Taoju, Qin's most important city in the east, their strength was greatly diminished." He was obviously still concerned about the matter of the spy and was not in the mood for further discussion, so he said, "Shaolong, I want you to kill that spy Dou Liang for me. http://n.wikipedia.org/wiki/sheng_yang." Xiang Shaolong patted his chest and said, "Leave this to me, but if the wrong person was killed, won't the enemy be even happier?" Tao Feng smiled coldly, "You're new here, Dou Liang have not figured out your background. You could test him with words, I'm sure he'll fall into the trap." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that he's smart, and nodded his head in agreement. Tao Feng's attitude to him changed totally and said, "Anyone from Wei can be killed. It's only recently that I found out that he's from Wei, and have decided to stop using him after the completion of this task, but I did not expect him to strike first." He took out an exquisite sheathed dagger and handed it to Xiang Shaolong, saying, "Make it a clean job, after this I'll tell others that I sent him somewhere else on a mission. This dagger is made by a famed blacksmith specializing in making swords in you, and can easily cut a strand of flying hair. I'll give this to you, let it drink its fill of that Wei thief's blood." Xiang Shaolong saw that he spoke of murder like an everyday affair and was secretly startled. However, all the training he received taught him how to kill, so as long as it's the bad guys he's killing, he won't feel too sad about it. Tao Feng was suddenly in the mood to chat again and said, "The Weiss occupied our capital Handan for 2 years, and thankfully the state of Qi helped us force the Weiss to retreat. But a lot of Weiss were still left in Handan, and they became traitors and spies. That is what Dou Liang is, so you must not have any sympathy when you strike." Xiang Shaolong went back to camp. All the other warriors were respectful towards him, and now that the sun is setting, the land started getting darker. From a corner of the camp sounds of girls laughing could be heard. In any case, Xiang Shaolong had to find Dou Liang, so he might as well walk over and take a look, and was immediately stunned. It turns out that the small river was filled with naked girls, all bathing and having fun in the water. My God! Why are ancient women even bolder than the Western ladies in Cannes or Miami Beach? A few warriors were at the side of the river enjoying this marvelous scenery, and one of them was Li Shan. He walked forward with a smile and said, "The quality of this batch of girls is very good. Does Brother Xiang want to ask Master Tao for 2 to have some fun? He seems very impressed with you?" Xiang Shaolong asked in bewilderment, "Where did you find so many pretty women? Don't they feel that it's very sad to be traded like goods?" Li Shan asked curiously, isn't Brother Xiang from the mountains? If women aren't goods, then what are they? If they were sold to some poor village or isolated place, they would have to serve the whole family of 10 odd men alone, isn't that worse? Now they can go to the city, and if they're lucky, they may capture the eyes of someone from a wealthy family. They'll be able to wear jewelry, how much more proud can they be? But Xiang Shaolong may be lecherous, but he's always respected women, so he finds it difficult to accept such an attitude. Therefore he can only stop talking about this subject and instead asked, where is Dou Liang? Li Shan smiled evilly, just because he's the head here, he chose the prettiest girl and went into the tent, what do you think he's going to do? Xiang Shaolong was secretly furious and after finding out where his tent is, walked towards it. Before he reached the tent, he could hear a man panting and a woman moaning. Xiang Shaolong guessed that he will certainly emerge for dinner, so he waited at the side. Indeed, after a while, the girl came out first with her clothes in disarray, followed by Dou Liang. Xiang Shaolong walked towards him and as he walked past, said quietly, come alone with me if you have the guts. Dou Liang laughed sinisterly and followed him out of the camp. They came to a dense forest and Xiang Shaolong turned around, taking the opportunity to hide the dagger behind his back and said respectfully, Brother Dou, I am sent here by Hui Hu to help you. Dou Liang's hand was already on his sword, but once he heard that, he looked at him in extreme shock. Xiang Shaolong was laughing secretly to himself and said, there's been a change in plans, Hui Hu has decided not to strike at Dashi Valley, and told me to inform Brother Dou. Once Dou Liang heard him mention the name Dashi Valley, he was finally hooked and said furiously, what the heck is Hui Hu trying to do? What other better locations can there be other than Dashi Valley? Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to step forward and said, it's at. Dou Liang shouted, stand there and talk. Xiang Shaolong drew out his long sword and threw it aside, saying with a bitter smile, Brother Dou is too overly suspicious. When Dou Liang saw him drawing his sword, he drew his in retaliation as well, but when he saw him throwing it aside, he was relieved and replaced his sword back into the sheath. His expression calmed a little and he said, that old fox Tao Fong is quite formidable, how can I not be careful? Xiang Shaolong suddenly stared at a spot behind him, his expression full of fear. Naturally Dou Liang would turn his head back for a look and when he saw no one, he knows he has fallen for the trap. He felt a coldness on the side of his neck, stabbed by Xiang Shaolong's dagger, fresh blood flowing out from the vein and he died on the spot. Xiang Shaolong walked over to his body and sighed, when it comes to killing, who can be better than me, who is from the special task force and well versed in anatomy? Xiang Shaolong returned to camp and other than the warriors on patrol, everyone else were gathered at the open area in the middle of the camp. There were 20 over tables, the girls taking 10 tables, and there was a campfire banquet. There was a wide array of food, and maybe because of this, the women were willing to become goods. He walked towards Tao Fong, sat next to him and lifted 2 fingers in a sign of victory, to indicate he has taken care of Dou Liang. Naturally Tao Fong did not understand his signal, but looking at his spirited expression, he knows that he has succeeded. He was secretly complimenting him, thinking that this lad has killed a man and yet there's no change in his expression, he's indeed a first-rate assassin and killer. He said, Shaolong, go and take a look at the ladies' table, if there's anyone to your liking, just take a few into the tent for fun, no need to be shy. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself, now why would he be shy? It's just that my body is not made of iron after all, after dealing with that insatiable Bai Wanton, he has no more energy to enjoy another woman, much less a few. He spoke into Tao Fong's ear, is Master Tao interested in making a night journey, so that the enemy spy will suddenly realize tomorrow morning that he's lost our whole camp? That night Tao Fong ordered his men to cover the horses' hooves and the wheels of the carriages with soft cloth. Leaving behind a few empty tents and some straw men, they journeyed in the dark of the night until dawn before they pitched camp and rested hidden away in a small valley. Xiang Shaolong slept soundly in his private tent, now he has become the head of the bodyguards. When he woke up he realized that there's a pretty lady in his tent. The beauty knelt on the floor, her forehead touching the ground and said respectfully, I am Ting Fengshe, and have been ordered by Master Tao to serve Master Xiang on this journey. Xiang Shaolong was secretly commending Tao Fong for his kind thoughts. He might as well enjoy the feeling of being a master, so he said, sit up, that. Ting Fengshe sat up straight, her voluptuous bosom straining to escape from her clothes. Xiang Shaolong took a while to shift his gaze back upwards, and immediately recognized her as the beauty Dou Liang took into his tent yesterday. He remembered her tender moans and immediately felt desire, secretly hating Dou Liang for being able to pick a fine specimen. He sat up with a smile, reached out and pinched her face and said gently, who can bear to sell you? Ting Fengshe lowered her head and said quietly, it's my husband. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, what? How can there be such a man who does not know how to treasure a woman? Ting Fengshe guffawed, covered her little mouth and said, Master Xiang talks so funnily, you're different from the others. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, of course it's different, we're from a different time period. However he asked, is he inept? Ting Fengshe asked in alarm, what is inept? Xiang Shaolong explained patiently, it means a man who is incapable of copulating with a woman. Ting Fengshe finally understood and she shook her head, that's not the problem, but because he already had over 10 wives, and all of them snubbed me and backstabbed me, saying that I was flirting with other men with my eyes. So he sold me. Xiang Shaolong was suddenly enlightened, and felt that beauties truly have a hard life. Because her beauty has incurred the jealousy of the other evil wives. So he asked nonchalantly, so did you flirt with other men? Ting Fengshe gritted her teeth and said, not initially, but I did later. Because I had hoped that a stronger man than him will come and save me. As long as I can get him and his wives out of my sight, I am willing to make any sacrifice. She then chuckled and said, Master Xiang is different from other men. They can't wait to take off their clothes and jump onto me once they see me, only Master Xiang will talk to me like this. I am very grateful. Xiang Shaolong felt a sense of pity, the women of this era really have hard lives, like a rootless duckweed, their fate totally controlled by men. His enthusiasm was dampened, the fire of desire he felt early disappeared totally. He stood up and said, I think there's a clear stream towards the east, I'd like to go there for a cold bath. Ting Fengshe did not really understand what he said, so after he explained again, she hurriedly stood up and said, let me serve Master Xiang with your bath. She then added quietly, that would be my greatest honor. The two of them stood naked in the waist-high stream, with Feng Tingshi helping to scrub him. Xiang Shaolong was so comfortable he almost wanted to sigh. Click to show hide spoilers. Suddenly he heard Tao Feng's voice on the shore, if Shaolong is satisfied with this woman, then let her follow you in future. Ting Fengshe exclaimed, her expression overjoyed. If she can become this man's mistress or maid, she'd be willing even if it means death. Xiang Shaolong obviously knows that this is Tao Feng's way of bribing him, so after thanking him, asked, have the scout returned with any news? Tao Feng's eyes settled on Ting Fengshe's peaks, which was trembling slightly. When he bought this woman, he inspected her body personally so he knows how smooth and supple her skin is, so now he felt something. He swallowed his saliva and said, Shaolong has guessed correctly, there's 3 thieves running after us but they've been killed. We have lost Huihu for the time being but we must not let our guard down. The horse thieves are good at tracking, and added with our slow speed, they will catch up sooner or later. During his life in the army, Xiang Shaolong has long become accustomed to bathing together with his teammates, so he's not uncomfortable at all that Tao Feng is seeing him. However, for Ting Fengshe to be admired by him thus, he felt a little taken advantage of, so he said, we'll leave immediately after the meal and see how far we can travel. Give me 10 odd men, I will hide the tracks of the horses and carriages. Tao Feng is getting more and more confident of him, so he nodded and said, we'll depend on you, enjoy yourself. And left. Ting Fengshe turned towards him and said while hugging him, Master Xiang. I will be yours in future. How can Xiang Shaolong withstand the sight of her alluring body, so he carried her up and kissed her lips hardly and invaded her body. It's the first time Ting Fengshe enjoyed such tenderness from a man, so she used all her might to express her willingness and joy. Familiar moans and groans sounded in Xiang Shaolong's ears again like music from the heavens. Xiang Shaolong showed all his moves gently, and let this beauty who has suffered in the hands of men enjoy a sweetness that she can never imagined. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 5. Book 1 Chapter 5, Display of Invincibility. As far as they can see all around them, the land was a large lush plain of green, peppered with wild forests and winding rivers and streams. Nature is so breathtakingly beautiful. Tao Feng suddenly sighed and said, I'm in conflict when it comes to the Weiss as well. The southwest of Great Jin has a corner separated by the Yellow River, followed by treacherous mountains. It effectively sandwiched the Qin's only entrance in the east. After the separation of the 3 states, this section was taken by the Weiss, and as long as they remain strong, the Qins will be trapped in the west and cannot conquer towards the east. Hi! So do we wish for the state of Wei to be strong or weak? Xiang Shaolong asked, why does Master Tai hate the Weiss so much? Tao Feng's expression turned somber and he said, ever since Marquis Wen of Wei reformed Wei, he kept invading others, not only weakening us, but made the Qin stronger and become a danger to us. The chaotic situation now is all the result of the Wei's actions. Secondary are the aberrant Qis who goes back on their words. When we joined forced with Chu and Han to attack Qin, they came to attack us and gave Qin the opportunity to eliminate the 2 states of Ba and Shu, thus expanding their land. All of them are short-sighted people. Another warrior interrupted, but the most idiotic would be King Chu. The Qins used only 600 miles of land to entice him to break off friendly ties with Qi. In the end they were left isolated and without reinforcements. The Qins defeated them badly at Danyang and they lost 80,000 men, Hanzhong, northwest of Chengdu and Pingshuo, which resulted in a huge setback for their state. Later he was lured by the Qins to go to Wu Pass and was captured by them. In the end he died of an illness in a foreign land. One does not know whether to pity him or laugh at him. Xiang Shaolong got excited upon hearing all these. In the 21st century there's no turmoil like this where the outcome can be determined by war. Only here can he show off his capabilities like a fish to water. By now he is thinking less and less about returning. After the few of them discussed about their strategies at Shantou, they split up to follow up on their respective tasks. Xiang Shaolong led 30-odd men and set traps and dug holes on the surrounding slopes to prevent the enemy from attacking them in the cover of the night. He also confirmed the emergency backup plans with Tao Feng, who nodded with consent as he listened. During these few days, Xiang Shaolong would practice on his swordplay and archery whenever he is free. He had learnt all these in the past, but of course such skills were not as important as practicing their marksmanship at that time, so now he has to work harder in these areas. To a full-time army personnel like him, he is more adept at using weapons than anyone else. However, he humbly sought advice from other warriors and improved on their swordplay, creating for himself a powerful yet unconstrained style of swordplay that is most lethal. Although he felt that it's still not good enough, but he can't find a good teacher in such a short time, so he'll have to make do with it. He only returned to the camp to rest late at night. The beautiful and coquettish Ting Fangshi, who has been nourished by love, had just woken up and was about to change his attire for him when Xiang Shaolong stopped her and said, "I'll sleep in this tonight. I have a feeling the thieves will come tonight." Ting Fangshi was so startled her face turned pale and she stammered, "What should we do then? If I end up in the hands of those horse thieves, I will surely be defiled, and face a fate worse than death." Xiang Shaolong hugged and assured her, "Don't be afraid, with Xiang Shaolong around, I will guarantee your safety. I may stay behind to fight off the enemy, you'll go with Master Tao to Handan first and I'll meet up with you later." Ting Fangshi's expression turned stricken and she sobbed, "I ask that heaven have pity on me and protect Master Xiang. In the past I felt that it doesn't matter which man I follow. But now I know that if I don't have Master Xiang, I would not want to live a single day longer." Xiang Shaolong knows that this enticing beauty has developed feelings for him and suddenly felt desire again. He licked the tears off her face, his other hand reaching into her top and working its way around her bosom. For a moment he remembered Mate San Yang, and secretly thought that it was a good idea not to let her come along, or else she might have been frightened to death now. Ting Fangshi's petite body shivered, her face red and burning, fire coming out of her eyes. Her little mouth gaped open, sighing and moaning, the expression of desire on her face thoroughly enticing. Xiang Shaolong suddenly stopped, and said, "I have to conserve my energy tonight to deal with any situation that might arise. Can you wait for a night?" Ting Fangshi gasped and moaned, she has no choice but to nod her head in agreement. But once he saw her rapidly heaving bosom, he knows that she is now in a heat of desire that cannot be extinguished. For the first time, Xiang Shaolong thought that how idyllic life will be if there's no war. Ting Fangshi blew out the oil lamp and fell into this man's arms, making him out of control. Xiang Shaolong hugged a ball of fire and snuggled into the blankets. He asked gently, "I forgot to ask you, have you ever had an affair with another man behind your husband's back?" Ting Fangshi curled up and nibbling his ear, said softly, "He was very strict with me, but I frequently have to accompany the men he singled out. When he's happy, he'll let his relatives and friends have fun with me. Luckily it's a lot better serving other men than serving him." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed to himself, women in this era has no standing at all, but just the slaves of men. From what she said, a married woman is not that much different from a prostitute. When he thought of the Emperor Qin in the movie, his mother was the favorite concubine of Lu Buwei, who offered her to his father, and no longer felt that such a situation is strange. Under extreme exhaustion, he slept. He suddenly woke up, and heard urgent footsteps coming nearer and nearer. Ting Fangshi was frightened awake. Xiang Shaolong ordered her to stay in the tent and quietly took his sword and left the tent. He met a nervous-looking Li Shan and knew that something's wrong, so he hurriedly followed him to the top of the eastern hill. Tao Feng and all his warriors are all awake, crouching at the top of the hill looking at their surroundings. Under the majestic stars, in the seemingly quiet plains, birds were startled into flight, and there were roars from ferocious tigers. Tao Feng turned pale and exclaimed, "They're coming." Xiang Shaolong is adept at observing his enemy's movements, and guessed that their enemy is still far away and have not grouped up in force. He suggested, "Why don't Master Tao escape with the women first, but leave the horses here? I will lead 50 men to engage the enemy and we will meet in Handan at a later date." Tao Feng knows that the horse thieves outnumber them and they're all vicious and fearless, and felt a chill in his heart. He reached out and grabbing his shoulders, said with gratitude, "I'll leave everything to you. You must keep your life and come to Handan to look for me. I will take good care of Ting Fangshi for you." And he left in a hurry after speaking these words. After a moment, Tao Feng and the women went up the horse carriage and under the protection of the other 60-odd warriors, left by the other passage that has not been laid with traps. Xiang Shaolong and the rest immediately busied themselves, improving their defenses, increasing the depth of the trap holes, putting more ropes to trip the horses and such. 3 hours later, the horse thieves finally came. The horses on the hills neighed as the thieves surrounded the small hill. Murderous horse thieves were all around them, causing a chill down the various warriors' heart, because they are really greatly outnumbered. Xiang Shaolong felt himself getting numb and kept reminding himself to calm down. Suddenly footsteps were heard. 2 teams of 100-odd horse thieves ran up the hill from the east and west. Xiang Shaolong knows that the other party is just testing them, so he instructed everyone to stand by their positions and not make any rash moves. The 2 teams of horse thieves started making their way up, whooping shrilly, and causing anyone who heard them feel a cold shiver. Halfway up the hill, the horse thieves split up and charged quickly forward. The horse thieves at the forefront fell over, either falling into the pike holes or their horses tripped over the ropes, causing the men and horses to roll down the hill and knock into the charging horse thieves behind. Under this chain reaction, more than half of the 2 teams of almost 200 men were either dead or injured. The warriors cheered, their confidence greatly boosted. Xiang Shaolong secretly thanked the good luck, knowing that the enemy lost because they were careless and overconfident. That's why they fell into the trap. He hurriedly ordered everyone to move to the bottom of the slope and hide in the holes without the pikes and prepare their arrows to launch a third attack to the enemy. A few hundred torches lighted up the surrounding area, throwing the whole hill into fiery brightness. A burly man with huge graying beard walked out from among their enemy, sitting proudly on a horse. He pointed and shouted, "Those damn Zhao devils! If I, Hu Hui, allow any one of you to die with an intact body, then I will retire immediately." Xiang Shaolong was secretly berating the other party for being stupid. Once he said that, won't he be forcing his opponents to fight with all their might? Xiang Shaolong felt that his arm is stronger than others, and shot an arrow towards Hui Hu. The light-weighted arrow lost its momentum before it even reached its target and dropped about 10 meters away from Hui Hu. However, this is enough to cause apprehension among the horse thieves. Who has such incredible arm strength? The warriors were secretly cheering, but none dared to make any noise, afraid that the enemy will find out their location. The horn blew and the horse thieves all came down their horses and split into 2 groups to attack from all sides. Horse thieves with shields and spears, who under the light of the torch, made their way carefully up the slope, led the first wave of attack, spoiling the trap that Xiang Shaolong had laid. Behind them were archers, who kept shooting arrows towards the hill, covering the ascent of the men with spears. However, they did not know that Xiang Shaolong is already hiding in the middle of the hill in a hole designed to avoid arrows. By now all the warriors were impressed with Xiang Shaolong's prediction of the enemy's moves and their confidence soared. By Xiang Shaolong's estimation, the enemy still has about 700 men who can fight. Even if they can get rid of the 400-odd men who are making their way up now, their enemy still outnumbers them greatly. Besides, there's no way they can kill all the troops who are advancing now without causing casualties to their own people. He had an idea, and instructed Li Shan, who was by his side, when the fight starts later, bring 10 men to the horse enclosure immediately. When you hear the signal of 3 long and 3 short horns, break the enclosure immediately and let the horses out. Let them charge down from the east, then we'll escape from the west. Li Shan immediately agreed and went to look for his partners. By now the first batch of horse thieves have reached the midsection of the hill, slowly coming closer. The atmosphere was tense. Hui Hu and the remaining of his 300 men sat on their horses at the east side arranging their formation. They rubbed their fists and palms, getting ready to charge up and kill. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong is in such a situation, and his heart beat wildly for a moment. He ordered, "Release the rocks." The barrier of 10-odd piles of tree trunks and rocks, which were hidden behind the bushes and grass, was removed and they rolled down like waves, breaking the enemy's shields and causing them to fall. Xiang Shaolong shouted, "Release the arrows." All the warriors who were hidden in the burrows immediately showed themselves and their arrows fell like rain. The enemy was in chaos and could not retaliate at all. They were struck by arrows and rolled down the hill, suffering another 200-odd casualties. The morale of the warriors were greatly boosted and they cheered. Hui Hu was jumping mad and after retreating the injured men, he immediately regrouped his men for the third attack. Xiang Shaolong observed how the other party was moving and knew that they're putting their main force on the slope at the east. That area is not as steep, and secretly thanking heaven for helping him, he ordered all the warriors to retreat up the hill. There are advantages to having less men, the enemy will not be able to detect their movements so easily. When they have all retreated up the hill, Xiang Shaolong told them to lead their horses and told them his plan. When the warriors heard that they can escape, their morale were boosted and they were all united, with no one making any objection. Until now, none of their men has been injured, so naturally they think of Xiang Shaolong like a deity now. The horn sounded, the horse thieves charged up again from all areas, but most of the remaining 500 horse thieves were coming up from the east. Xiang Shaolong waited until the horse thieves were halfway up the hill before he ordered his man to sound the signal. Horses neighed and hooves drummed, 100-odd wild horses were chased out of the enclosure and the warriors all hurriedly helped to steer the horses so that they ran madly down the eastern slope. They even used their long spears to poke the horses' buttocks so that they will become even wilder. Amidst the flying sand, the wild horses galloped down the slope, directly into the horse thieves who were on their way up. Xiang Shaolong has no time to observe the outcome and leading his 50 warriors, ran towards the western slope, running all the way down the safe path. Only 100-odd horse thieves met them, and because they were unprepared, they were quickly defeated. Xiang Shaolong knows that his plan must be beyond the expectations of the enemy. Who does not know that all the women have been sent away, so he couldn't have imagined that only 51 riders were left to charge out of the siege. The eastern slope may be in chaos, but the horse thieves from the other two sides all came to help, and for a moment, the sounds of killing filled the air. Although Xiang Shaolong had learned to ride in the army, but he's naturally not as adept as the warriors and horse thieves who grew up on horseback. When they reached the foot of the hill, he's already lagging behind the other warriors, who thought that he is so brave as to risk his own life to cover their retreat. By now only about 30 out of the 50 warriors remained, and they hurriedly escaped. With his amazing arm strength, Xiang Shaolong killed a few horse thieves who were pursuing him with his spear. He was about to catch up with his team when he felt a sharp pain on his shoulder, shot by an arrow. Xiang Shaolong roared and urged his horse to run faster. In his haste he did not see where he is going at all, but ONL knows he must move forward quickly. In a short moment, he was all alone, riding forward is the vast plains. The horse suddenly lost its footing and threw him off. He stumbled into the bushes and even the end of the arrow was snapped. The horse finally collapsed and died of exhaustion. Xiang Shaolong felt his body getting weak and his head giddy, with a fiery pain behind his shoulder. His body was stained with fresh blood from the wound. He gritted his teeth and stood up. Taking the dagger Tao Fang gave him, he endured the extreme pain and cut out the flesh surrounding the arrowhead, and after that haphazardly bandaged the wound with his shirt. He was parched, and knew that this is an indication of losing too much blood, so he climbed up with much pain. A ray of light shone from the eastern side of the plains. They have ran the whole night, no wonder the horse could not take it anymore. He looked at the horse in apology and continued on his way. He walked for 20-odd days in the deserted wilderness. Xiang Shaolong experienced the most difficult journey in his whole life. The first few days he depended on wild fruits to stave his hunger. Later, when his wound gradually healed after he applied mashed herbs on it to prevent infection and inflammation, his strength returned and he hunted wild rabbits for food. He was disheveled and dirty with tattered clothes. Following Tao Fang's instructions, looking at the sun during the day and checking out the stars at night, he walked towards the direction of Handan. One day he came to the bottom of a huge mountain and looking at the tall and dangerous-looking cliff, he had no choice but to walk around it. But he walked for more than 10 days and yet he was still walking around the winding mountain area. By the time he left the mountainous area, he was totally exhausted. Even his sword was broken, and just as he was despairing, he found an official road outside the forest. He was overjoyed and bounded towards the road. By this time even his boots were torn. On the way he met 2 groups of traders with a dozen men, but when they saw his bedraggled look, they hurriedly moved away, totally ignoring him. Xiang Shaolong sighed about the heartlessness of men. After walking for 3 more days, he reached another large city in the state of Zhao, Wuhan, which is west of Handan. By this time, the weather will turn cold at night, so cold that he'll be shivering. He wanted to go into the city but was chased out by the Zhao soldiers. He realized that all who enters the city must pay taxes and have their identities checked. The way he looked, like a beggar now, not to mention that he is penniless, there's no way he can enter the city. Never did Xiang Shaolong imagine that he would become a pest that no one wants. Luckily he has been through rigorous military training and was especially resilient. He did not give up but waited for a chance outside the city gates. He decided that after gaining into the city, he have to get clothes, food, and a horse even if he has to steal or swindle. And after he finds out the route to Handan, he'll go there immediately to look for Tao Fang so that he can end this painful existence. That night he ate wild fruits to appease his hunger, huddled up in the forest next to the road, tolerating the bitingly cold night. When the sun shone on him as the day broke, he finally fell asleep. Without knowing how long he slept, he was suddenly jarred awake by the sound of carriage wheels. He opened his eyes for a look, and it turned out to be a group who was carting sheep. He was ecstatic, and when no one was noticing, he hid himself in the last sheep cart amongst the sheep and stole into the city. This city of the state of Zhao during the Warring States period has a lot of elderly with tall and large buildings. The place was crowded, but it seems that there are more females to makes. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that this must be the after effect of Changping, where the Qin generals killed 400,000 Zhao soldiers. He was wondering if they have gigolos here. If there is, with his ability, he'll be able to make the ladies happy. He can then earn enough for traveling expenses, a good horse and fresh clothes to Handan. Once he thought about this, he himself felt that it's hilarious, and jumped off the cart. Once the people on the street saw him, they all gave him despising looks. Xiang Shaolong touched the beard on his face and almost wanted to cry. Before he came into the city, he had a purpose, which is to figure out how to come into the city. But now that he's really in the city, he is at a loss instead. He felt ashamed of himself and turned into a deserted lane, but was discovered by a group of children who were playing in the courtyard. They ran after him and made fun of him as if he's a monster, and were so mischievous they even threw stones at him. When he turned around to scare them, the dozen or so children immediately scattered. One little girl could not run away in time and fell down. When Xiang Shaolong wanted to help her up, the little girl was so panicked that she wailed loudly. Immediately a few adults holding knives, spears, rods etc. ran towards him with cries of murder. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 6. Book 1 Chapter 6 Leader of the Amidst School. Xiang Shaolong did not want to fight them, so he can only run away. He later ended up at a dilapidated and isolated temple, walked in there and sat cross-legged, hidden in a corner. What should he do? Why don't he go back to Mulberry Forest Village and look for Mate Sanyang and live the rest of his life there? Once he thought of this, he really felt that heroes are short-lived. Suddenly, there was someone else in the temple. Xiang Shaolong looked over in surprise. It turns out to be a middle-aged man wearing linen clothes, his feet bare. No wonder he did not hear any footsteps. That man was tall and well-built, almost as tall as him, his features plain, his expression calm. However, his eyes were alert, and besides the cloth he bun his hair with, he wore no other accessories, looking a little like a monk on a pilgrimage. The two of them eyed each other. The man suddenly came towards Xiang Shaolong, squat down and asked, "Where did brother come from?" Xiang Shaolong did not know what the other party has on his mind, so he said, "I was on my way to Handan to visit my relatives but lost my way and ended up here. If sir can tell me how to get to Handan, I'll be very grateful." By now his accent and speech is about 70 to 80% similarity to how the people at that time talked. The man smiled and said, "I'm not a sir, it's just that I saw that you're strongly built and good looking, but although you ended up in such a state, you still have pride in your eyes, that's why I asked out of curiosity. Tell me, what are you good at?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing, but he has to find out the route to Handan, so he swallowed his anger and replied, "I don't know anything, but I have brute strength. I'm not afraid of hard work or fighting." That man smiled, "Do you know how to use a sword?" Of course. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. The man said calmly, "Come with me." He pushed open the back door of the temple and walked in. In any case, Xiang Shaolong has no place to stay now, so he followed him in. Behind the door there's a world of its own. It's an abandoned courtyard with high walls surrounding the four sides with a dried-up pond in the middle. On the other end is a small stone house. That man walked out of the house with two wooden swords and threw one of them to Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was shocked when he caught hold of the sword. It's actually a few times heavier than his previous sword, the wood was black, and he wondered what kind of tree is it made from. That man saw his look of surprise and said, "This is a heavy sword made from a 1,000-year-old pomegranate tree." "Fine. Show me some attacks." Xiang Shaolong waved the sword a little, shook his head and said, "No. I'm afraid I'll hurt you." A look of appreciation shot through the man's eyes and he smiled, "If your sword can touch my clothes, I'll give you a detailed map to Handan as well as traveling expenses and clothes immediately." Xiang Shaolong was shocked when he heard that and quietly thought that this person is even more conceited than him. He laughed and said, "In that case I'll oblige." He went forward and was 5 steps away from the person when he made a fake move. He leaned towards the left, then moved to the right, his sword sweeping over, force meeting force, using the strength in his arms to shake his opponent's wooden sword away. Who would have expected that that person did not move at all, but just moved his wrist? Although he struck later, his sword reached his opponent first and slashed diagonally at his sword, then the tip of the sword slid forwarded as if it's going to stab Xiang Shaolong's face. Xiang Shaolong was startled and took a step back. His opponent's wondrous swordplay made it difficult for him to use his strength. He felt piqued and with a roar, leapt forward like a ferocious tiger. Continuously for 7 moves, he danced madly with his sword like leaves falling on a strong, windy night, suddenly attacking the top or bottom, sweeping and chopping, attacking towards him. The corner of the man's lips seemed to curve up in a smile and yet he did not move, but no matter how he slashed, his opponent would just be able to block off his sword. His following sword moves were able to force him back, and there's no need for him to fight with him on strength. Although he only defended and did not attack, there's no way he can get close. Pack, the sound kept ringing in his ears. When he was striking for the 72th time, Xiang Shaolong was finally exhausted. He stepped back and panted, looking at this gentleman in front of him incredulously. That man exclaimed in surprise, "So you really do not know the art of swordplay, but only depended on your strength and nimbleness. But if an average swordsman was to meet you, he'll surely have difficulty fighting you." Xiang Shaolong gave him back the sword dejectedly, and admitted his loss. "I admit I can't be compared to you. Hi! To think that I actually harbored the wish to roam the world. It turns out that a real swordsman can be so formidable. Farewell. I'll return to the mountains now and just live out the rest of my life." When he finished his words, he really felt completely discouraged and thought about the era he is so familiar with. If they're dueling on marksmanship, he'll definitely be able to win this swordsman. That man laughed. "From the way brother moves and talks, you're poor but yet you're not, and your bearing is excellent. Obviously you're an upright and extraordinary person. Come. Have a bath and change into some clean clothes. I'll cook and we can have a good chat." After eating 2 bowls of rice, Xiang Shaolong's spirit was restored. The man saw that after he has shaved, combed his hair and changed into linen clothes, Xiang Shaolong seemed to have changed into another person, and his eyes revealed a look of admiration. He said smoothly, "Just now brother said you wanted to make a name for yourself. I wonder what kind of name are you looking for?" Xiang Shaolong was stunned for a moment, and replied with a little embarrassment, "I'm actually not too sure, but just taking things as they come. Now that I have clothes, I'm thinking of changing this dagger for some money, and it'll be best if I can buy a horse to bring me to Handan." That man furrowed his brow and said, "A man in society all alone, how can he not have goals or aspirations? Only those who create opportunities are true heroes." Xiang Shaolong was irked and asked, "What aspirations do you have then?" That man smiled condescendingly and replied, "Very simple, which is to eliminate the greatest bane to the world, and to accomplish the greatest benefit to the world." Xiang Shaolong guffawed, "These sentences are so vague. What can be considered the greatest benefit and the greatest bane to the world?" The man was not offended and said calmly, "The greatest bane of the world is like the strong preying on the weak, big states conquering small states, the intelligent suppressing the foolish. And the root to all these problems is because there's not enough love between people. If we can all love one another, hand over our possessions, then we can all share the wealth. There'll no longer be fights over jealousy, and accomplish the greatest benefit to the world." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "So you're a believer of Moism star. http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/Amidst." That man was baffled. "What Moism?" Xiang Shaolong asked excitedly, "Is your grand teacher Mo Zhai? His teachings are very famous, on the same standing as the Confucianism, Taoism and legalism, and it'll be passed on forever." That person was totally perplexed, but since he knows the name Mo Zhai, obviously he wasn't talking nonsense, so he nodded and said, "Mo Zhai is indeed our first Juzi. Are you really from the villages?" Xiang Shaolong asked, "What is Juzi, that I do not know?" That man thought for a while and explained, "Juzi is the leader of the Maoist unit. When we first started, we hoped to stop fights with fights, but we will only defend and not attack. A pity that the unit now has evolved greatly, and is split into 3 units, named after the place they are in, which is Chi-Mo, Chu-Mo, and Zhao-Mo. I am the previous Juzi, Meng Sheng's disciple, and the purpose of my journey is to unify the 3 units again and fight for our dreams." Xiang Shaolong asked solemnly, "Why are you telling me such a big secret?" That man sighed and said, "Because I have the Juzi token, so I thought it'll be an easy task to reunite the groups. But I did not expect that when I found the leader of Zhao-Mo and Handan, he'd actually send his men to kill me. Therefore I escaped to this place and felt that a single person will be weak and helpless, so I must gather all my men before I can have a chance of unifying the 3Mo. So how can I lightly let off someone with character and skills like yours?" Xiang Shaolong kept shaking his hands and said, "No way, I will not spill my blood over such illusionary and hopeless dream that will never come true. Hi. Trust me. The idealism of Moism will never be fulfilled. Once wealth is equally distributed, you'll get a lot of useless people instead. There'll only be improvement if there's competition." That man's body shook when he heard this, and closed his eyes, deep in thought. Xiang Shaolong begged quietly, "Why don't you tell me how to get to Handan? As for giving me clothes and food, I, Xiang Shaolong, will never forget your kindness." That man opened his eyes, a gleam shooting out of it, and said with a smile, "Nothing in this world is free. Learn swordplay from me. The day you can defeat the wooden sword in my hand, will be when I'll accompany you to Handan. If you're a man, then agree to my request. Or else even if you can reach Handan, but once you meet a real swordsman, you'll still end up dead." Xiang Shaolong thought that it sounded reasonable, and asked with hesitation, "You won't force me to join your unit, right?" That man laughed, "Not only will I not force you to join, I can forget about accepting you as my disciple. We're just friends exchanging pointers on equal standing. My name is Yuan Zong, you can call me Brother Yuan if you like. Therefore Xiang Shaolong lived in this temple, waking up before the cock crows to practice swordplay with Yuan Zong, and discussed with him ways to attack and defend. Even Yuan Zong was impressed with the speed of his improvement and praised him. A month later, he was able to attack and defend in his duels with Yuan Zong. Yuan Zong will leave the temple every day, leaving Xiang Shaolong, who was now obsessed with swordplay, to practice on his own. At dusk, Yuan Zong would return with food. 3 months passed hurriedly like that. This day, Yuan Zong returned only at night, his expression somber. He called him into the house and thought for a moment with furrowed brows before he said, "They chased their way here." Xiang Shaolong has now forged a deep friendship with him, and asked with concern, "Who is here?" Yuan Zong sighed, "It's Jiamo's Yinping. I was able to escape only after I injured 18 of his men. What he wants is the Juzi token I have, because with it, he can conveniently become Juzi." He paused, then shook his head and said with a bitter smile, "What an irony, even within our own unit we are unable to love everyone, and yet we talk about our ideals." Xiang Shaolong does not know how to console him. Yuan Zong took out a square brass, with a single word MO on it. It looked like a big square seal. He gave this to Xiang Shaolong and said, "Take this token and run towards Handan immediately. I've drawn a map for you, and over the past few months I've earned enough for your traveling expenses. Leave quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 1 Chapter 7. Book 1 Chapter 7, Rising Reputation. Xiang Shaolong was extremely touched and he said determinedly, "No. We'll leave together." Yuan Zong smiled slightly and said, "Does Shaolong knows why I wanted to teach you Moism's unparalleled swordplay?" But Xiang Shaolong shook his head at a loss. Yuan Zong explained, "I have traveled the various states and observed the people, and in the end I changed my thinking. If we want the world to be at peace, the only way is to eliminate the separation of the states, and let one ruler govern everyone. Only this and a person capable enough to unify the world can fulfill the idealism of Moism and accomplish the greatest benefit to the world. And this person is you, that's why I taught you all I know." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed to himself. He knows that indeed there will be one person who will unify the world, and that is Emperor Qin. While he, Xiang Shaolong, is just someone who ingratiates powerful people, hoping to find the young Emperor Qin and fight with him so that he can enjoy fame and riches. He secretly felt guilty once he thought of this. Yuan Zong saw him lowering his head and not talking, and thought that he has been deeply moved. He patted his shoulder and said, "If you're really grateful to me, then do as I say. All the men Yinping brought are expert swordsmen, and even if there's only 100 odd of them, the two of us will not be able to handle them. I have tools for climbing the walls. I'll lure them away and you'll take the opportunity to escape. A man must not be hindered by small details if he wants to do something great. If you continue to be wishy-washy, both of us will lose our lives in vain. If the Juzi token ends up in the hands of evil, I will not die in peace." Xiang Shaolong reached out and took the Juzi token, and it felt icy to the touch. Obviously it's not made from ordinary brass. No wonder Yinping could not make a fake one. He sighed and said, "I really do not know what to say." Yuan Zong laughed, "There's no need to be so pessimistic. It's not so easy for them to kill me. We may still have a chance to meet in future. There's a pair of shoes in the temple. Since you're not part of our clan, you need not walk barefooted. It'll be terrible if you step onto dog poop or something similar." Xiang Shaolong can't help but burst out laughing, his tears rolling down his cheeks uncontrollably. Suddenly a frightening thought crept into his mind. If the despotic Emperor Qin, Ing Zhang, was killed, how would history be changed? That night Xiang Shaolong scaled past the city walls feeling grief and indignation as he left Wuhan, knowing that he will never see Yuan Zong again. This intelligent man with superb sword skill and lofty aspirations, after witnessing the disintegration of his own sect and how the Mahists became power-hungry people, his motivation for saving the world died. He decided to sacrifice himself, hoping that his death can stir up Xiang Shaolong's blood so that he can use another method to fulfill his wish of accomplishing the greatest benefit to the world. But how can Xiang Shaolong change China's history on his own? He's not Emperor Qin. But can he influence Ing Zhang, like how Yuan Zong influenced him? Will the change be a bane or bonus to China? The sun set and the moon rose, the stars changed. Without knowing how many days has passed, he finally reached the heavily guarded walls of the outskirts of Handan. During this journey, he was totally immersed in the swordplay that Yuan Zong taught him, which originated from one of the best master of the time, Mo Zhai. He also included modern society's most horrible assault tactics from somatic psychology and mechanics into the swordplay. With such a task at hand, he forgot about time. Sometimes he'll stay more than a dozen days in the wilderness, staving his hunger by hunting wild beasts with the bow and arrows he made. His physique became even stronger under such harsh conditions. He had wanted to steal into Handan, but once he saw the tight security, he has no choice but to walk obediently to the pass and told the guards the great name of Tao Fang's boss, King of Livestock, Master Wu. The guard stood immediately at attention and went to look for an officer to see him. After the young officer eyed him for a moment, he asked, "What is your name?" Xiang Shaolong replied truthfully, "I'm Xiang Shaolong." The expressions on the officer as well as the 10-odd Zhao soldiers surrounding them changed. The officer barked, "Bold miscreant, how dare you impersonate a hero? He has already perished heroically half a year ago while saving his comrades in the battle with the horse thieves. I have a friend who saw with his own eyes that he blocked the pursuing men on his own." Xiang Shaolong was shocked. He did not expect that he'd become so famous. He let the Zhao soldiers apprehend him without a struggle, and said with a laugh, "What is the name of your friend?" The officer said a name, and Xiang Shaolong hurriedly gave a description of that person's looks and build. By now someone took out from his clothes the dagger Tao Fang gave him. The officer no longer has any doubts once he saw it, and his attitude changed immediately. After asking what happened that day, and at the same time sent a man to report this matter to Tao Fang, who was in Handan immediately, he personally escorted him to the capital of Zhao. That officer is called Ning Xin, and as he rode next to him, he said, "Master Wu is one of the most respected men in Handan. If not for him going around buying war horses, and donating to the country's coffer time to time, I'm afraid our state of Zhao would have been destroyed long ago. Now the Yans have come to attack us. Luckily our two great generals Lianpa and Lu Cheng eliminated all of them and attacked Yan instead." How fantastic. Xiang Shaolong very much wanted to ask why, since there are more females to males in Zhao, they still wanted to go all over the place to look for beauties. However, he's afraid the other party will feel embarrassed and controlled himself from asking the question. Amidst the talk and laughter, Handan appeared ahead. Compared to Wuhan, Handan is at least 3 to 4 times bigger. The river protecting the city is wide and deep, with tall and thick city walls, and it has the power to withhold 10,000 men with just one man. There were 2 camps of Zhao soldiers outside the city, extending to a fair distance, with a sea of banners, the scene enough to strike fear in anyone. Outside the tower, it was filled with sentries, with their swords drawn and the atmosphere tense. Before they went into the city, a group of riders rushed out, and the person leading them is Tao Fang, whom he has not seen for a long time. The remaining were all his comrades who went through life and death with him, with Li Shan being one of them. When they met, naturally there was surprise all around, and Tao Fang and the warriors went into the city with him happily. Xiang Shaolong can't help but ask, "Is Ting Fangsher well?" Tao Fang's expression turned somber, and he said apologetically, "I'm sorry. I thought that Shaolong has died at the hands of those thieves, and after waiting for 3 months, I followed the master's order and gave her to someone to become a courtesan dancer." He continued with a smile, "But don't you worry, I'll specially choose another 2 beauties who are prettier than her to serve you." Xiang Shaolong felt as if he was punched in the chest, and he turned pale. It was only a moment later that he was able to ask, "Who was she given to?" Tao Fang was secretly startled. He did not imagine that such a handsome and flirtatious man like him would actually have feelings for a bought woman. He sighed, "Sorry, I can't tell you, Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong said furiously, "Don't say further. If it has not been proven that I'm dead, you should not have given her away." Tao Fang hid his feelings well. There was no trace of unhappiness at all and said, "Shaolong, go and have a rest and a bath first. I'll help you think of a way. The master will come and see you personally tomorrow. This is the greatest honor the warriors in our household can have, so don't miss the opportunity." Xiang Shaolong's excitement was totally extinguished, and just roamed around the streets like a walking corpse, not interested in the grand buildings surrounding him at all. His mood was at the lowest point. Without his protection, will this pitiful woman land from the hands of one devil to another? Is she being defiled right now by some other men? Just as he was feeling despondent, Tao Fang gave him a push, telling him to stand to the side with them. Xiang Shaolong was slightly awakened, and looking up the street, he saw the pedestrians and horse carriages all moving to one side, letting a grand-looking horse carriage protected by 20-odd riders move past. Tao Fang said into his ears, "This is the carriage of King Xiaocheng's sister, Lady Ya. She is a famous beauty in Handan, and married to Zhao Gua, but a pity he died in the Battle of Changping." The carriage slowed down, and suddenly stopped in front of them. Just as everyone was still startled, a soldier rode over and invited Tao Fang over. Tao Fang was surprised and hurriedly came down from his horse and walked over to the lowered carriage curtain. After talking with Lady Ye, the horse carriage moved away. Tao Fang bowed as he sent them off before returning to his men. He smiled mysteriously at Xiang Shaolong, but did not reveal the contents of their conversation. Xiang Shaolong reached the guest house and stayed in a solitary house. Tao Fang especially sent 4 pretty maids to help him bath and change. That night, he set up a feast with 21 tables at the great hall in the main building of the guest house, and besides the warriors who fought with him that day, there were Master Wu's other capable assistants as well. There were dances and performances to entertain the guests, and the atmosphere was celebratory. But Xiang Shaolong thought of Ting Fengshi and mate Sanyang, whom he has not met for a long time, and remembered the friends and family from his own era whom he may never meet again, and can only drown his sorrow in drinks. He was absolutely drunk and totally concussed even before the feast ended. In his daze, he seems to feel that Ting Fengshi has returned to him, and together they soared among the clouds. When he woke up, he was lying on the carpet in the bedroom, the sunlight shining in from the window. Sleeping next to him was a naked beauty, but she's not one of the 4 pretty maids. There's not a flaw at all on her exquisite face, with distinctive outlines, and unbelievably sweet. She's definitely younger than 18, her black lustrous hair spread onto the blanket, in contrast to her fair skin and ruby lips, and her snow-white arms really tugs at one's heart. The beauty looked like a flower sleeping in spring. There seems to be tears on her pretty face, but she's also filled with the peace and satisfaction after a violent thunderstorm, emanating a soul-capturing brilliance. Xiang Shaolong secretly exclaimed, "Oh my god, what has he done to this young girl who was even prettier than Ting Fengshi and mate Sanyang?" He can't help but quietly lift the blanket higher. The gleaming hair of youth, a body perfectly proportionate, the beautiful scenery of breathing peaks appeared before his eyes. It seems that there were some remnants of a red stain beneath the tender and smooth long legs with the beautifully rounded buttock. Xiang Shaolong was shocked and put the blanket back. The tears on her face must be related to this. He was drunk and muddle-headed last night, and has not touched a woman for almost half a year, and actually mistook her for Ting Fengshi and was reckless with her. How can an inexperienced and tender young girl take it? No wonder she cried from the pain. He felt very apologetic, but it's too late now. Xiang Shaolong stood up and walked to the window and looked out. He saw 2 of the pretty maids watering the plants in the garden, and when they saw Xiang Shaolong, they curtsied shyly, yet they can't help stealing glances at his magnificent body. One of the maids said, "Master is awake, I'll bring you a wash basin and help you dress up immediately." Behind him he heard the soft moan of the beauty who was shocked awake. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly told the 2 maids, "Hold on, that." The pretty maid was understanding, and she covered her smiling mouth and said, "If master would like me to serve you, please call me any time." "Ha! My name is Chunying, her name is Xiaoying, the other 2 are Chouying and Dongying. It's so easy to remember, I guess master won't forget." Xiang Shaolong was concerned with the beauty behind him, so he smiled and said, "Once I see the 2 of you, I won't forget for the rest of my life." And he turned around. The beauty whose chastity was just taken by him sat up, the blanket sliding down to her waist, revealing her firm upper body. She lowered her head shyly, not daring to look at his face, and in a sweet and melodious voice said, "Sure pays her respects to master." Xiang Shaolong felt sorry for her and sat next to her. He held her petite chin with his hand and lifted her pretty face. Her large and lively eyes immediately lowered once they came into contact with his gaze, her heart beating like a running deer. The way she looked, shy yet happy, the allure of a young girl, is indeed dazzling to the eyes and takes one's senses away. Without hesitation, Xiang Shaolong is sure that she is the most attractive woman he has ever encountered, and was secretly thinking that Tao Feng is really formidable to give such a pretty girl to him so that he will work for him. He asked gently, "Is it still painful?" Sure shook her head, then she nodded her head shyly, her blushing cheeks immediately spread, until her ears and neck were burning as well. Click to show hide spoilers. Sure looked at him invitingly and said breathlessly, "No." Sure wants to serve master. Xiang Shaolong asked with concern, "Can you stand up?" Shure's slender hand pressed down on his broad shoulder, thinking of using him as support to kneel up first, but her dainty brows rose and she sat back down again, her cheeks burning. Xiang Shaolong is used to being flirtatious, and on seeing such alluring movements from her, can't help but reach out and fondle her chests before laying her back on the carpet and covering her with the blanket. Just as he was about to leave, Shure suddenly pulled his hand. Xiang Shaolong looked at her in surprise. Shure asked shyly, "Does master still want Shure now?" Xiang Shaolong reached out and caressed her face, saying with a smile, "I only want you to take a good rest now. Tonight I'll let you become the happiest and luckiest woman in the world." And he suddenly remembered Ting Fengshi and felt a tightness in his chest. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 8. Book 1 Chapter 8, Master Red Crown. While he was enjoying the earthly pleasures, Xiang Shaolong's mind was in a turmoil. When he arrived here, everything felt surreal, like a dream. The era he sees before him has got nothing to do with him at all, so he went all out to enjoy himself without feeling any pressure from the society or the people, because he may suddenly be captured by Crazy Ma's machine and be sent back to the 21st century. He's like a child who does not need to take up any responsibility at all. But after suffering from injuries in his wanderings, this dreamy world suddenly turned into real flesh and blood. The martyrdom of Yuan Zong, the sufferings of Ting Fangshi, various setbacks, all threw in deeper and deeper into this world mentally and spiritually. Although he enjoys beauties and riches now, but he lost his most treasured freedom and independence. In this warring states period, nothing is more valuable than a talent. One legalist Li Ku and one strategist Wu Qi is enough to make the state of Wei a strong state immediately. Xiang Yang is even more formidable. He single-handedly made the state of Qin the biggest threat to all the states in the east. And the Xiang Shaolong now, because he stopped an army of almost 1,000 ferocious horse thieves with 50 men, has also become a talent. The various states only has two attitudes towards talent, either to keep for their own use, or to kill without mercy to prevent them from being a powerful opponent in future. Right now Master Wu is trying to bribe Xiang Shaolong, using riches and beauties to make him sink deeper in. Therefore if he were to reveal even a little about his intention to look for Emperor Qin in Zhang, he can be sure that he'll lose his life immediately. To try and escape from such heavily guarded city walls is akin to a fool's dream. If Zhang's father did not have the help of Lu Buwei, a wealthy trader similar to Master Wu, he can forget about escaping back to the capital of Qin, Xianyang. Even if he can find Emperor Qin, there's no way he can get him out of the city. Will he have to work for the Zhaos indefinitely? If Master Wu asked him to kill people from other states, what should he do? Xiang Shaolong sighed and walked towards the hall to see Tao Feng. Tao Feng was hugging a pretty maid in his arms, his hands roaming over her. He released her when he saw him, and warmly invited him to take a seat and to join in the scrumptious breakfast. Tao Feng smiled slyly. Shaolong, you don't know how much the master likes you. Sure is a famed beauty from a noble family in the state of Yan, who was given to master by the ruler of Yan. It's obvious that he thinks of you highly since he is willing to give her to you. Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, aren't we at war with the state of Yan? Tao Feng was obviously very impressed by his choice of word we, and said frankly, if we're not at war, why would the ruler of Yan be willing to present such a beautiful virgin? It's precisely because he's not doing well in the war, so he's trying to bribe our master with such a huge gift, hoping that our master will help put in some good words for him in front of our king. Hey! Now master has given the Yan beauty to you, so it's obvious that he will not help speak up for the Yans. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself that this is such a complicated situation, and changed the subject to ask about Ting Fangshi. Tao Feng smiled mysteriously. I've spoken to master about this, he'll certainly give you an answer, so don't worry. As long as you have more accomplishments, the king would even give you his princess, much less a dancer. Xiang Shaolong thought that things are not going well, but he had no choice at all. This feeling of being controlled by others is extremely frustrating. Tao Feng added, now I'll take you to the Wu's mansion to meet master, don't accept any invitations from your beloved brothers tonight. There's someone who wants to meet you, but I cannot reveal to you now who that person is. Xiang Shaolong's heart lurched, and he remembered that Lady Yahu was hiding behind the curtains of the horse carriage. The Wu's mansion was the grandest building north of the city, it might even be more appropriate to call it a castle. Tall and thick walls surrounded with a moat going around, and the only entrance is a large drawbridge. There are no residential areas outside the walls, only gardens. The grandeur of the place exceeds even that of nobility. During the journey there, it was the first time Xiang Shaolong really took notice of the people, the things in the city and the buildings. If not for the obvious fact that there are more women to men, it's not easily detected that this prosperous city has just experienced war, and was even conquered by the Weiss for 2 years. According to Feng Tao, excluding the soldiers, there are about 100,000 families, each family has between a dozen to a few hundred people. Therefore this huge city has an estimated population of over 1 million people. Inside the city there were farms, paddy fields and warehouses, so if they are being besieged, those in the city can still be self-sufficient for a long time. Xiang Shaolong followed Tao Feng and went into a side door past the drawbridge into the Wu's mansion huge property. After they went in the main gate, there was enormous training field large enough for a few thousand people, and an imposing huge mansion was facing the gate at the other end. Houses lined both sides of the mansion, and it seems that one day is not enough to tour the whole place. There were a few hundred people on the training ground separated into groups practicing swordplay, horse riding, archery, and some were even wearing newly made armor and letting others hit them with various weapons to test the sturdiness. But the most exciting place seems to be the archery field, with almost 100 warriors watching from the side, giving out thunderous cheers once in a while. Tao Feng's expression suddenly looked awkward. Xiang Shaolong unconsciously walked nearer, and saw that the archer is a heroic-looking young man wearing a red crown, a yellow warrior's robe with a dragon sewn on it and black leather warrior's boots. He's almost the same height as Xiang Shaolong, maybe an inch or half-inch shorter, extremely well-built, muscular and full of charisma. His eyes were shining, his forehead high and wide, his eyes and nose straight, his lips pursed into a line, with an indescribable air of arrogance and confidence. Such a handsome and suave man is truly rarely seen. Sitting on his horse, he placed his arrow on an especially large bough. The hand that pulled the string of the bow was holding another 2 arrows as well. The string of the bow clanged thrice in quick succession. The 3 arrows went one after the other, shooting out like a meteor. The first arrow struck the bullseye of the target about 200 steps away, and the 2 other arrows shot right into the first arrow successively. The audience was totally enthralled and cheered. Xiang Shaolong was dumbstruck at the sight. He would not have believed such out-of-the-world archery skill if he had not seen it with his own eyes. Tao Feng whispered into his ear, "This Master Red Crown Lian Jin is recruited by my nemesis Wu Hei. Regardless of swordplay, horse riding or archery, he's the best in the mansion. This time I lost more than 100 horses and Wu Hei is already spreading tails in front of Master. Luckily I now have Shaolong, so I managed to save a bit of face, but Wu Hei and Lian Jin will not let us off." When he finished his words, his expression looked pained. Xiang Shaolong sucked in a breath of cool air. His swordplay may be comparable to this Lian Jin now, but as for riding and archery he is far behind. He was just about to reply when he saw a white cloud floating out from amongst the audience. A lady with incomparable beauty dressed in white, with figure slightly better than Shuer's, ran excitedly towards Lian Jin and spoke to him intimately. Lian Jin immediately handed the large bow in his hand to someone and spoke to her politely. "His grace is indeed enough to enchant any beauty." Xiang Shaolong's breathing stopped, and he sighed appreciatively, "This must be our state's most beautiful lady." Tao Feng sighed, "This is our master's most beloved granddaughter, Miss Wu Tingfeng. She's a little interested in Lian Jin, but Master seems to have the intention of marrying her into the royal family and Lian Jin is worried about that now. Come. Master is waiting for us." The 2 of them left the crowd and walked towards the great mansion. Someone shouted from behind, "Master Tao, please slow down." The 2 of them turned around in surprise. That Lian Jin came towards them from the crowd, following behind him is the rare beauty Wu Tingfeng. Xiang Shaolong can't help but look at Wu Tingfeng. His eyes made contact with her lively and mischievous eyes, and he felt his heart beating wildly. Heavens! She looked even prettier than a flower, unparalleled in her beauty when seen up close. When seen from afar earlier he only noticed her chest, waist and legs etc., and already he felt that she's a little better than Shuer, but she looks even more outstanding when seen close up. The unhidden freshness seems to gush towards him, taking one's breath away. Even though Xiang Shaolong had always prided himself on being a flirt, but now on seeing her he began to feel unworthy. Like a cotton rose emerging from the clear pond, like nature's carving. Her natural beauty seems to be made from the tools of the gods, her shoulder carved with a knife, her waist bounded by silk, her neck long and tender, her skin smooth and white, her bright eyes looking around prettily, her dimples sunken in a slight smile, her hair that floated like the clouds, with a jade green hairpin in it, wearing a warrior's clothes with pearls decorating it, her feet wearing tiny calfskin boots, looking exactly like a fairy who came from heaven. Wu Tingfeng saw him staring at her and showed her unhappiness. Xiang Shaolong was startled from his daze and immediately looked at Lian Jin. Lian Jin was sizing him up coldly, his expression none too polite. Tao Feng is a wily old fox indeed, and hurriedly introduced the 2 of them. Wu Tingfeng said coldly, "Oh. So your Xiang Shaolong, grandfather is very impressed with you." Lian Jin moved a little closer to Wu Tingfeng, to show his familiarity with this beauty, and said with a smile, "I am also very impressed with Brother Xiang. Why don't we find a good day and exchange some pointers, and let me see the divine sword that can block an army of 800 horse thieves." Xiang Shaolong can tell that although his words sounded polite, but it was full of sarcasm, hinting that Tao Feng had been exaggerating about this matter and he was secretly upset. He was thinking that if he can have a freestyle boxing match with this conceited man, he'll surely beat him up until his head is swollen like a pig. But if the competition is on other things, then he'd better avoid it if possible, so he can only smile humbly and replied, "Brother Lian's archery skills is unparalleled, I cannot be compared to you. I'm not qualified enough to exchange pointers with Brother Lian, but would hope that Brother Lian can give some advice when you're free." When Wu Tingfeng thought that they were going to have a duel, she was quite excited, but once she heard his reply, she was disappointed and chided him, "Coward." Before turning around and leaving. Lian Jin is obviously very satisfied with Wu Tingfeng's reaction, and he looked heavenward and laughed, "Brother Xiang really disappoints me, in that case I shall not make things difficult for Brother Xiang." He turned around and ran after Wu Tingfeng. Xiang Shaolong was feeling calm instead, and with a nonchalant laugh, continued walking with Tao Feng towards the huge mansion. Tao Feng nodded his head, "It's good to tolerate for the time being. Shaolong may be highly skilled, but I'm afraid you're still not his match." He continued with a low voice, "That lad has been going around Handan looking for people to duel with him, and everyone is scared of him after a few fights. I really hope someone can take him down a peg or 2. Xiang Shaolong knows that he's trying to instigate him, so he smiled and said, "If Master Tao can make it such that there's no restrictions in my duel with him, I am 70% confident that I can teach him a good lesson." Tao Feng exclaimed happily, "That's easy, let me find a suitable location for Shaolong to show off your ability." How I wish I can see that Wu Hei's expression immediately. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 9. Book 1 Chapter 9, Never-Ending Hatred. Xiang Shaolong finally saw Master Wu at the side hall, this person who was not of the nobility, but has the powers of a nobility, controlling the economy of the state of Zhao, the extremely wealthy man who earned his fortunes from keeping livestock. Xiang Shaolong has never seen a man more grand than him. Just the crown on his head was encrusted with 2 rows of 12 glittering purple jewels of similar size. This rich merchant is large and fat, like a mountain of flesh lying horizontally on the seat, in the arms of a beauty who was cleaning his ears. Another 4 females were carefully filing his fingernails and toenails. Such an ostentatious display, even the emperor may pale in comparison. The yellow silk robe he wore was twined with dazzling pearls with an air of luxury, the belt around his waist was stunningly bright, with gold and silver pieces reflecting off one another. He was on a raised platform, about 3 floors high, and below the platform there were 18 warriors standing in 2 rows. Any coward who witnesses such a display would have been scared out of his wits. When Xiang Shaolong and Tao Fang knelt down to pay their respects, Master Wu sat up and dismissed his maids. His thin and long eyes opened, looking at Xiang Shaolong piercingly, and after sizing him for a moment, said with a cold snort, "Xiang Shaolong, why didn't you accept Lian Jin's challenge? Is it because you don't live up to your reputation at all, but only relied on your commanding looks?" Xiang Shaolong was shocked. Tao Fang was about to speak up. Master Wu gave a loud shout and raised his hand to signal Tao Fang to shut up. His face was already swollen with flesh, and now his features are all scrunched up even more tightly together in the middle of his face, and he said with displeasure, "Lian Jin may be a valuable talent, but he's still from the state of Wei, and not from our state. That's why I specially ordered him to challenge you so that we Zhaos can show off our prowess. Now that you backed down from the challenge, what else do you have to say?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing him, but he said without arrogance or servility, what Shaolong learned was for killing, and not for such games such as exchanging pointers. Master Wu laughed icily. What's the difference between the two? By now Xiang Shaolong has figured out the character of this rich merchant of livestock, and said haughtily, the way to kill, is to use all methods, to be ruthless, to kill the enemy at all costs. But exchanging pointers in a duel is just to see whose swordplay is more beautifully executed, it's more a game than a battle, so naturally it's another matter altogether. Master Wu's expression warmed slightly, but he was still not satisfied, and said each word clearly, "I can't possibly ask you to kill a few of my men just like that, so how do I know if you're really that capable?" Xiang Shaolong's eyes gleamed, and stared back at him without fear. He said with a slight smile, "Since Master has such expectations of me, I will have a duel with Lian Jin, but there must not be any rules on my methods of winning him." Master Wu stared at him for a while before bursting out into laughter and said, "Very interesting, child. His Majesty has always wished that a Zhao would be able to humiliate Lian Jin and help our state of Zhao regain some face. Fine. Then let me arrange a feast. If you can defeat Lian Jin in front of His Majesty, I'll give Fang tincture back to you, but..." Xiang Shaolong knelt down happily, secretly thinking that if he doesn't beat Lian Jin up like how he thrashed black-faced deity, he'll write his name Xiang Shaolong backwards. Master Wu and Tao Fang looked at each other, extremely baffled at his joy and confidence. Could it be that he really thinks that he can defeat the unparalleled Lian Jin? They have just returned to the guest house and Xiang Shaolong was about to slip away to find Shure when he bumped into Li Shan and 2 warriors who was quite close to him at the main door, and they dragged him out to celebrate his return. The 4 of them roamed the streets happily, flirting with the beauties they saw, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Li Shan said with a laugh, "Han Dan's beauties are famous for being easy to woo. With Brother Xiang's capabilities, you only have to hook your fingers and I guarantee all the beauties will queue up for Brother Xiang to choose from." The warrior called Han Dong added, "But Brother Xiang need not find women on the streets today, we've especially found some sweet ladies to accompany you." Another warrior Jabei put his arms around his shoulder and said, "Don't ever think that we're finding some used goods as obligations. We've specially prepared for Brother Xiang the noble daughter of a high-ranking officer, who is outstandingly beautiful. She can only blame her father for antagonizing the emperor, so she was demoted to become a prostitute for officials. I guarantee that Brother Xiang will be satisfied." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows when he heard that, and began to understand why Yuan Zong wanted to change this world. AI. But how can he have the capability to fulfill his dream? What he can do is to give these ill-fated women who has become prostitutes a little more gentleness and love, and by the time he thought of that, he was already pushed into a grand mansion by the other 3. A skinny man of about 40 wearing a splendid outfit welcomed them. "Welcome Master Xiang, sirs, please come to the guest room on the 2nd floor." The 4 of them sat down on the rug in the room, and after the maid sent in wine and dishes, a procuress by the name of Hong Yangzi came in. Although she's middle-aged, but she took great care in dolling up, and her figure is still well maintained. Coupled with her intoxicating style, she's still able to stir some blood. On seeing such a handsome man like Xiang Shaolong, she was especially warm in her welcome and said with a coquettish smile, "The lady will be here immediately to accompany Master Xiang. Would Master Li and the rest want to try someone fresh?" Li Shan and the rest agreed with a laugh, and Hong Yangzi went out of the room with her plush hips swaying. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought that it's no wonder that prostitution is the oldest occupation in the world, and it's always the same method and atmosphere. But why is it that in the past, when he was in the bars going after the beer ladies, he never felt his conscience pricking, but now he kept feeling this is not quite appropriate? The sounds of jewelry clinking can be heard from the corridor outside, followed by the whiff of a fragrance, and three pretty young ladies wearing a thin gauzes walked in with a smile. They sat in the arms of Li Shan and the rest, but were making eyes at Xiang Shaolong. Obviously they were more interested in him. By now Hong Yangzi has brought in a tall, slim and fair lady, who looked extremely pretty and bright, with a graceful air about her. Indeed, she looked extremely pure. Li Shan and the rest stared, looking greedily at the magnificent scenery beneath her thin veil of clothes. Hong Yangzi laughed. "I did not lie to you, right? Good daughter, have you ever seen a better-looking and loving man than Master Xiang?" The beauty lowered her eyes sadly, refusing to lift her head up at all. Xiang Shaolong couldn't bear to see this and was about to say something when Hong Yangzi pushed her into her arms, sitting on his lap. The thighs touching his, a wave of intoxication spread over him, and the well-proportioned body covered by a thin veil, seemingly revealing the luscious bosom, made Xiang Shaolong's eyes blurry. He can't help but hug her tiny waist and took a sniff of her face. Su Nu lowered her head and did not speak. Hong Yangzi made eyes at Xiang Shaolong, walked behind him and leaned over, pressing her bosom tightly into his back, going between the two of them, and said softly, "Master Xiang is the lady's first customer. If not for the fact that Master Li used the name of Master Wu, I wouldn't have let this good girl accompany Master Xiang before her training is done. Because of this, if Su Nu has offended you in any way, Master Xiang, please forgive her." And she left with a smile. Xiang Shaolong looked at the lady's slender fingers, listening to how Li Shan and the rest were teasing her, and he felt a rush of anger in his chest. He whispered gently into the Su Nu's ears, "Don't worry. I won't be disrespectful towards you like them. We'll just chat and drink, all right?" Su Nu was stunned for a moment, and finally lifted her head up to look at this strange man who was being so intimate with her. Xiang Shaolong smiled at her. Su Nu blushed and immediately lowered her head, but she's no longer so afraid. She can't help but steal another glance at him, and her heart started beating wildly, thinking to herself that this man is really good looking. And it's rare that his gaze looked so upright and honorable. Oh heavens! Why did she have to meet a man like that only at a place like this? Xiang Shaolong felt his desire rising as well, but once he thought of his promise, he hurriedly suppressed his fire. Su Nu gritted her teeth, raised her head and looked at him shyly and said, "I thank Master for your kind intentions. Master need not feel pity that I have been reduced to such a situation, besides there's no use in pity as well. Anyone here can tease me at will." Xiang Shaolong felt a sadness in his heart and sighed. Su Nu was perplexed and she hugged his neck, asking, "Master seems to be troubled." Xiang Shaolong looked at Li Shan and the rest, and saw that those three men's hands and mouth were already roaming around the ladies in their arms, totally engrossed in doing various unspeakable things. He said with a bitter smile, "I only wish to leave now, and have no wish to witness further the sad things that happened in this world." Su Nu was surprised and exclaimed, "Master's thinking is really different from the others. All the men that came here has never thought of our sadness and pain." She continued quietly, "I'm not lying to Master, but now I really hope that Master will be impolite to me, just like that three friends of yours." This time it was Xiang Shaolong's turn to be surprised. "Why would you think that?" Su Nu said shyly, "Maybe I'm affected by them, and my desires have been flamed, or maybe I have fallen in love with Master. I'm not sure myself." The girl Li Shan was hugging stood up at this point in time and said breathlessly, "The night is short, why don't we go up to our own rooms for more fun? Brother Xiang must not forget Master Tao's appointment tonight." Just as they were about to step out of the room, Hong Yangzi came in looking miserable and said, "Sirs, I am in a difficult position." Li Shan was extremely surprised, and pulled the official courtesan to sit on the rug and asked in bafflement, "Hong Yangzi is in charge of the official courtesans in Handan, who would dare to make things difficult for you? Just tell us, and we will settle it for you." Hong Yangzi looked at Li Shan with a little disdain, and turned towards Xiang Shaolong and said, "I don't know who leaked the news. Prince Xiaoyuan just came with a dozen or so of his men to the official's brothel and demanded that I hand Su Nu to him." The expression on Li Shan and the rest changed. Obviously this Prince Xiaoyuan is someone so powerful that even they cannot afford to offend him. Su Nu went off, her pretty face turned pale, her body shook, like a little lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Hong Yangzi sighed and said, "No one in Handan now can afford to offend Prince Xiaojun. We can only blame Su Nu's beauty for being so famous. Su Nu, come with me." Su Nu screamed, "No!" and hugged Xiang Shaolong in a death grip as she stood up crying, making others pity her even more so. Li Shan and Han Dong exchanged looks helplessly and explained to Xiang Shaolong, Prince Xiaoyuan is the son of Prince Pingyuan, who passed away last year and the family's power has been passed to him. Even our master has to be careful of him and his majesty has been protecting him on account on Prince Pingyuan. If we were to clash with him, we may not be able to win the swordsman under him, and even if we did, master will not forgive us. Brother Xiang, we did not expect such a killjoy would happen as well. Xiang Shaolong hugged Su Nu's burning and helpless body, hot blood rushing through him, and said with a cold snort, a man has to be responsible for his own actions. You will leave immediately, and you won't know what happened. The expression on the three changed. Hong Yangzi quite liked Xiang Shaolong, so on hearing that she sighed, Master Xiang is indeed a hero, but is it worth it to end your future in life thus? Prince Xiaoyuan only wants Su Nu's virginity, won't it be the same if Master Xiang comes a little later to look for Su Nu? Li Shan and the rest tried to dissuade him as well. Su Nu suddenly gave a hard kiss on Xiang Shaolong's lips, a look of resolution on her face, and whispered in his ear, don't worry. Su Nu is going. She stood up, her expression wooden, and told Hong Yangzi, I will follow you. After taking a loving look at Xiang Shaolong, she walked slowly away. Hong Yangzi sighed and ran after her. Xiang Shaolong punched the pillar, the wood shattered, anger rising up inside him. This is an era where power is reason. On when riding on others can one have control over their own fate and protect the woman one loves. Looking at it from another angle, he's only another kind of prostitute, selling his wits and skills. The rest may have patriotic ideals and are willing to lay down their lives, but he, Xiang Shaolong, will never follow orders from anyone blindly. Because half a year ago he is not even related to this era at all. What Yuan Zong said was correct, only when all the states are unified, will there be a chance for everything to be changed and an ideal system will appear. And the most important task now is to establish his position in the Wu family, there's no other way besides this. By now, their mood totally spoiled, the four of them left hurriedly. Xiang Shaolong had just stepped into the garden at the guest house when he felt the strange atmosphere. Two warriors were standing guard outside the main door, and he seemed to hear Shuer's cries from inside the house. Xiang Shaolong was still fuming, and he's not someone kind or religious, but forced by circumstances to bear with that bully Prince Xiaoyuan. Now that someone is trying to climb over his head, he dashed into the door like a mad tiger. The two warriors snickered and extended their hands to stop him. Xiang Shaolong roared madly and forced his way between the two men, elbows and knees striking, and the two of them fell down screaming immediately. The scene that appeared before him was even more terrible. Shuer was naked from the waist and being hugged by a finely dressed gentleman on the rug, her bosom insultingly handled. However, she dared not struggle but just cried piteously. Lian Jin and another 10-odd warriors were sitting at the side, looking at this violent scene with smiles. By now that well-dressed youth was just removing his hands from Shuer's skirt and was about to take it off. When the warriors saw Xiang Shaolong dashing in, they all jumped up and drew their swords, while Lian Jin was calm and composed, the corner of his mouth curled up in disdain, looking at him icily. Because the wooden sword was too heavy, Xiang Shaolong did not carry it with him all the time, but for a man like him who has undergone the most scientific and rigorous training, would he be afraid of these men? Before his opponents are steady on their feet, he'd already dashed into the crowd of warriors and cornered one of them, throwing a heavy punch at the person's chest and snatched his long sword from him. He turned around with the sword, executing the Mozi swordplay that originated from the master Mo Zhai, slashing hard at the sword of the warrior who came attacking towards his right. Clang! That person roared, and before his sword reached the ground, he was already kicked in the groin and knelt down in a painful shout. A look of surprise flashed through Lian Jin's eyes and he stood up, standing in front of that young master. Shuer saw that Xiang Shaolong has come to save her and without knowing where she found her strength from, pushed that young master away and ran crying towards Xiang Shaolong. But Lian Jin extended his feet to trip her and she immediately fell to the ground. Lian Jin stepped on her naked back, and she was unable to move at all. Xiang Shaolong was almost bursting with anger on seeing this, and with a sweep of his sword, blocked the 5 swords that was attacking him, and with a change of his swordplay, another 2 men fell immediately. By now he's only about 10-odd steps away from Lian Jin and that young master, but between them there are 12 fierce warriors. On seeing that Shuer is about to fall into the hands of that young master again, Xiang Shaolong picked up a pile of swords and threw them beneath the feet of the warriors who were running towards him. Those warriors have never fought in such a way before, the swords struck their waists and legs and they fell to the ground. When Xiang Shaolong jumped up, he is already face to face with Lian Jin, staring into each other's eyes. Lian Jin kicked Shuer aside, his hand moved and he drew his long sword from the scabbard. The sword gleamed and made its way towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong did not expect his opponent's swordplay to be so exquisite. He executed the essence of the Mozi swordplay clumsily and lashed out with his sword. A crisp clang was heard and Lian Jin's sword was parried off. He retracted then attacked again, as fast as a meteor. Xiang Shaolong wanted to block that attack, but two warriors were coming up from behind him, so he had no choice but to step back and block the two opponents first. Lian Jin smiled icily but did not give chase. Stop! A loud shout came from the door and Tao Fang dashed in with 10 odd warriors towards Xiang Shaolong, forcing Lian Jin's men to retreat to one side, resulting in a face-off between the two groups. The half-naked Shure got up and threw herself into Xiang Shaolong's arms, crying. Tao Fang saw the young master behind Lian Jin and his expression changed immediately. Old servant here does not know that Grand Young Master is here. Would Grand Young Master please forgive me? Xiang Shaolong hugged Shure and realization dawned. No wonder Lian Jin had the guts to create trouble here, so he has the backing of Master Wu's grandson. That Grand Young Master came next to Lian Jin and ignoring Tao Fang, pointed to Xiang Shaolong with a murderous look in his eye and asked, "Who do you think you are? What's the big deal about me having some fun with your woman?" Lian Jin smiled icily and said, "It should be his honor." Tao Fang smiled condescendingly and said, "It's just a case of misunderstanding. Shaolong did not know it is Grand Young Master who has come." That Grand Young Master stared at Shaolong angrily. Xiang Shaolong stared back so unwaveringly that even a bully like Grand Young Master felt a shiver in his heart. Lian Jin shouted, "What audacity! How dare you be so rude to Master Tingwei? Kneel down now." Tao Fang advised from the side, "Hurry up and apologize to Grand Young Master." Xiang Shaolong looked heavenward and laughed for a long time before saying, "Master is the only one whom I will obey. If Grand Young Master is not happy about that, then tell someone to kill me." He lowered his head and said to Shure, "You'll go back to the room first." Shure lifted up her tear-stained face, and after taking a loving look at him, ran into the house. The atmosphere became extremely tense. Lian Jin hurriedly went to Wu Tingwei and whispered something into his ears. Xiang Shaolong knows that Lian Jin has received news that he will be dueling with him in front of Emperor Xiaocheng, so he has no wish to fight with him first now. Indeed, Wu Tingwei nodded his head and stared at him angrily, saying, "I'll see how many more good days you low-down slave will have ahead of you," and left with his men in fury. Lian Jin deliberately brushed past his shoulder and said with a smile before leaving, "You blocked well with your sword, but lack experience. It'll be rare if you can block 10 attacks of mine." Xiang Shaolong calmed down and was secretly dreading being reprimanded by Tao Fang, but after Tao Fang waved his men away, he sat closely next to him and sighed, "Now my fate is intertwined with yours. If you lose to Lian Jin, I won't have the face to stay on in the Wu family as well." Xiang Shaolong felt extremely guilty and apologized. Tao Fang looked at him for a moment before he suddenly smiled, "You're really someone who treasures relationships, but this has got nothing to do with you. Among the 12 servants, Master trusts Wu Hei and me the most, and we've always been on opposing ends. This time Wu Hei went around spreading rumors that because I lost 100-odd horses, I made up a story about you single-handedly fighting 800 horse thieves. Now the master is giving me no choice but to let you fight a duel with Lian Jin. Shaolong, you must help me vent my anger." He continued with a smile, "Just now you felled almost 10 of Grand Young Master's warriors in front of Lian Jin. Now that may not be a bad thing, because one news of this gets to Master's ears, he'll look at you differently. If you can win Lian Jin, then the world will belong to you and me." Li Shan hurriedly walked over and said with shock, "Before Su Nu went to see Prince Xiaoyuan, she made an excuse to change and freshen up but hanged herself instead. Prince Xiaoyuan is extremely furious and said that he's going to look for Brother Xiang to vent his anger." Xiang Shaolong felt as if the earth is shattered, and is so livid that his limbs turned cold, his eyes and mouth opened in shock, but his tears rolled uncontrollably down the corner of his eyes. For the first time in his life, he felt a strong, burning desire for revenge. Xiang Shaolong made mad love with Shure on the rug in the room. Only her alluring body can offer him a form of escape in this cruel era where power is everything. Only at this moment did he understand why mate San Yang would rather suffer the parting and pine for him than to come to Handan. No matter how difficult it is, he will use the most brutal method to kill Prince Xiaoyuan at all costs to avenge Su Nu. The two of them held each other and lay down, their limbs entangling, enjoying the warm atmosphere in the aftermath of their coupling. Shure suddenly exclaimed, "Xiang Lang asterisk. Shure is really afraid that we won't have such happy times very soon. Asterisk Lang, similar to the term husband." Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "Don't worry. Tao Fang will explain to Master Wu that if his grandson and Lian Jin keep harassing me, I will definitely lose at the imperial duel due to agitation. Therefore before the duel, you'll be safe." Shure was a little assured, and said resolutely, "If anything bad were to happen to Xiang Lang, Shure will definitely follow you in death." Xiang Shaolong kissed her tiny lips and said gently, "Don't worry. I definitely will not lose." A knock on the door was heard, and Chun Ying's voice filtered in, "Master Xiang, Master Tao has ordered us to help you bath and change." Shure sat up and said happily, "Let Shure serve you wholeheartedly this morning. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 1 Chapter 10. Book 1 Chapter 10, Spending the Night Together. Tao Feng spoke to Xiang Shaolong quietly through the carriage window. I know that Shaolong has long guessed that it's Lady Ye who wants to see you. Ever since her husband Zhao died in the Battle of Changping, that wanton has been hunting handsome men every day to become her intimate guests. If she's satisfied after trying them out, she'll keep them as her lover, and Lian Jin is one of them. Xiang Shaolong asked quietly, does her brother Emperor Xiaocheng know about this? Tao Feng replied, the whole city is full of spies, how could His Majesty not know? It's just that in the past His Majesty was tricked by Fan Zhu from the state of Qin, and replaced Lian Put with Zhao, refusing to listen to the advice of the then Prime Minister Lin Shangru. He sent Zhao, who can only talk but doesn't know how to strategize a war, to fight the Qin soldiers at Changping, and caused the 400,000 brave soldiers to be almost totally annihilated. Zhao died in the battlefield, and only about 240 survivors returned. His Majesty felt guilt towards his sister, so he condones her actions. Therefore Lady Ye holds a certain amount of influence over His Majesty, so don't you offend her. He signaled the footmen to start the journey. *Lianpa http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/lian_pa. Xiang Shaolong felt that the entire situation was hilarious. When he reached Wuhan initially, he had thought of becoming a gigolo to earn money for traveling expenses. Who would have expected that now he would have no choice but to really become a gigolo, and his customer is that Lady Ye. He has suffered enough setbacks and anguish, and has no mood to enjoy the changing scenery outside the window because his heart is in turmoil. His thinking in the past was quite naive, thinking that with his military training he will be able to excel in this era. But he did not expect such complications, and like the same across all eras, brute strength is not enough to accomplish anything. If he wants to control his own fate, he'll have to use extreme measures, and step on everyone else so that he will not have to be led around by the nose. The most important thing right now is to defeat Lian Jin. But in the earlier fight with him, this person's swordplay is truly at his peak. Even if he were to include wrestling in the duel, he might still not be able to win. Besides, what Lian Jin said was correct, he has only learnt the Mozi swordplay for a few months, and is not that experienced yet, so how can he win him? When they dueled earlier, Lian Jin was exceptionally calm and composed, just like what Yuan Zong said a true swordsman should achieve. But he on the other hand was rash and impulsive. If he can't change this, he will certainly lose, so what should he do? Suddenly he had an idea, and thought of that extreme beauty Wu Tingfang. If he can win her heart, what kind of a blow will it be for Lian Jin, who thinks the world of himself? When it comes to wooing ladies, it has always been his forte, so there's no way that hateful babe Wu Tingfang will be able to reject him. The problem is that in ancient times there's no such thing as phoning to arrange a date, so how can he get to her himself? By now the carriage has gone past a huge mansion, with guards standing at the door. He saw people wearing clothes that doesn't seem to be usual outfit for the Zhaos walking in and out, so he asked the footman who was driving the carriage. The footman replied, that's the house in Handan which belongs to people from other states. Xiang Shaolong was secretly overjoyed, and thought that maybe the Qin Emperor Zhang is staying in there, and he can't help but feel uplifted. The horse carriage turned right into another main road made from cobblestones, and proceeded towards a huge mansion. Xiang Shaolong collected his composure and told himself, Xiang Shaolong, this is the time for you to change. You cannot be so trusting towards others anymore or let feelings rule your head. Fine. Then let me try something, and conquer this Lady Ye first to give Lian Jin his first heavy setback. After changing into a set of fitting warrior's clothes with a cloak, matched with a long sword at his waist and his hair combed neatly into a crown, Xiang Shaolong followed two lovely maids and stepped into Lady Ye's grand mansion. The pretty maid invited him to sit on the rug and gave him scented tea before leaving him sitting alone in the spacious hall. Xiang Shaolong was bored and started to observe his surroundings. The hall was exquisitely decorated, with a silk painting on palace people on the wall, the colors vibrant. There was a large rug in the middle of the hall woven with pictures of clouds, the color clean and simple, very pleasing to the eyes. The few cupboards against the wall were full of playthings. If he can just take any one of them back to the 21st century and put it up for auction, he'll be rich for the rest of his life. Right at this time, he had a feeling of being watched. Xiang Shaolong glanced nonchalantly at a large folding screen on his left which was made up of 8 paintings, and seemed to see from the gap in between the reflection from an eye. He was secretly laughing, and knew that this must be Lady Ye who has come to inspect the goods. If he appears to be uneasy or do anything embarrassing while waiting impatiently, this wanton Lady Ye who loves toying with men will surely despise him. Once he thought about this, he became mischievous and stood up, sweeping his cape aside to reveal his manly body that can intoxicate any female. He stretched and walked to a large window and looked out so that Lady Ye can just see his chiseled left profile. He stood straight like a mountain, one hand behind him, the other hand resting on his sword, a look of deep thought in his expression, very immersed in his acting. He did not bring his wooden sword, because that's his secret weapon and he did not wish to reveal it to anyone before his duel with Lian Jin. The garden outside the window looked especially pretty and calming under the rays of the setting sun. A gentle breeze blew, uplifting his spirits. For a moment he forgot that Lady A is peeping at him, and remembered his own era. In that era, the rule of strong eating the weak has not changed, but there are still laws and regulations between different countries. But in this warring states period, the ruler's order is law, the words of the state is maxim, so it seems that Emperor Qin did not do anything appalling at all. If he did not unify China, they will be eaten by other countries sooner or later. It is Emperor Qin who built the Great Wall that helped China maintain its unity for a long time. Footsteps were heard. The pretty maid came to invite him in to see Lady Ya, and to remove his sword. Xiang Shaolong knows that he has passed the first round, so he removed his sword and followed the pretty maid in. He had just stepped into the door and immediately he saw a pretty lady lying down on a long couch at the other end, looking totally relaxed with a hand supporting her chin. A pair of alluring yet dreamy-looking eyes was sizing him up coldly, her fair legs peeping out from her skirt, creating a picturesque scene of a beauty lazing that is enough to make any man fall head over heels. The small hall was not lighted, the setting sun shone in from two large windows with floral carving from the west. The pretty maid went out, leaving Xiang Shaolong standing in front of the door. He really has no idea what the material that Lady Ya, who was still lying in the chaise, was made of. Maybe it's made with silk mixed with something else, as it was radiating. Her earrings were made from pretty jade, a golden hairpin gleaming in her hair, pearls decorating her clothes, her skirt light and sheer, her body emanating a heavy fragrance. The shape of her face is extremely pretty, her brows well drawn, her smooth skin fair with a tinge of red, extremely alluring. The most intoxicating part is her idle yet alluring pose, her mature and enchanting ways. Compared to Wu Tingfang, she is another kind of beauty who certainly did not fare any worse. She cannot be any older than 25, right in the prime of a woman's life. Xiang Shaolong's interest is already piqued, but in order to conquer this beauty, he deliberately pretended to be unaffected and proud, and walked boldly forward, stopping 5 paces in front of her, bowed and said, "Xiang Shaolong pays his respects to Lady Ya." After he finished speaking, he stared boldly at her alluring body but did not reveal any lecherous look at all, and looked as if he's just admiring a plaything on one of the shelves at the outer hall. Lady Ya laughed coquettishly, emitting a clear, crisp voice that sounds even nicer than bells and said gently, "Xiang Shaolong, take a seat." Xiang Shaolong smiled slightly and sat down suavely. He looked deeply into her pretty eyes, but did not speak. "Madam," Ya said unhappily, "I've never seen someone who look at me with such disrespect and audacity. Don't you know my status?" Xiang Shaolong smiled lazily, and replied with indescribable confidence, "How would I not know Lady's status, but it still does not change the fact that I am a man and you are a woman. I'm admiring Lady the way a man will look at a woman, and this shows that Lady's allure is enough to make me forget about your higher status." Lady Ya was stunned, and sat up straight. Xiang Shaolong's gaze dropped to her pert bosom, this time he is not pretending. Lady Ya exclaimed angrily, "How rude! What are you looking at?" Xiang Shaolong knows that it's time to stop, so he said with a serious and respectful expression, "Since Lady does not like me revealing my true feelings, then feel free to punish me." Lady Ya was a little helpless as she replied, "Forget it. Do you know why I summoned you?" Xiang Shaolong very much wanted to say of course he's here to sleep with her, but of course he dared not reveal this, so he said calmly, "Of course I do. Lady wants to see if Xiang Shaolong is the thing that Lady has been looking for all this time." Lady Ya's pretty eyes lighted up, and after exchanging a long look with him, said, humph and laughed, "I've never seen a man more conceited than you." Xiang Shaolong stood up with a smile and bowed, "Since you are so displeased with me, then I shall take my leave," and turned around to leave. Lady Ya did not expect him to do this and exclaimed angrily, "Stop there, or don't you want your life anymore?" Xiang Shaolong turned around and said with a charming smile, "Lady, please don't be upset. Actually, how can I bear to leave? I just wanted to see if Lady will ask me to stay and spend the night." Lady Ya was in a flurry after being attacked by his brilliant eyes, overpowering charisma and strong words, making her look even more alluring. The last ray of the sun finally disappeared from the west under the plains outside the city of Handan. The small hall became dark, throwing this couple into a mysterious environment. Xiang Shaolong walked to a small table at Lady Ya's side and knelt on the rug, reached out his hand, took the kindle from the table and lighted the exquisite lamp made from jade. Under the light, Lady Ya's eyes became 2 round and bright rare black precious stones. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself, this is the first time since he arrived that he tasted such a romantic ancient atmosphere. He must have the beautiful body beneath that fine silk tonight no matter what, and totally conquer both her body and her mind. This is the dream of every man who has ever seen her, and he is no exception. He moved towards her as he knelt, grabbed her shoulders and said gently, "Do you want me to treat you as a lady or a woman? Would Lady please tell me?" Lady Ya realized that there's no way she can play coy any further, so her body softened and she fell into his arms and said with a soft sigh, "Why must Xiang Shaolong force me thus? Xiang Shaolong lifted up her delicate chin, tilting her head up and kissed her gently a dozen times on her lips before giving her a hard kiss. He used all his kissing skills learned from porn movies and comics as well as his most tried and tested effective skills to flirt with this beauty. He took the opportunity to move his hand down, sweeping past her bosom and soft waist, his palm pressing down on her taut and fiery tummy. Lady Is writhed her body, her whole body lightly trembling, her breathing getting more and more rapid, her tongue's reaction getting more and more intense. Obviously she is starting to get aroused. Xiang Shaolong left her fragrant shoulder, looking at her heavy-lidded eyes lovingly and asked emotionally, "Is Lady happy?" Lady revealed a look of loss and said quietly, "Am I happy?" "No. I never dared to think of this question." Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed. Beautiful women always have hard lives, and the responsibility of course falls on the men. But beauty is as short-lived as a dream, so there's not a lot of beauties who can be happy when their beauty is slowly fading. Ancient beauties are thus short-lived, never allowing others to see them growing old. Therefore Lady wants to hunt handsome men for pleasure while she's still in her prime. But modern research papers have pointed out that such mindless sex will not make one happy. So Xiang Shaolong came straight to the point and asked her this question. Lady immediately revealed her true feelings unconsciously, because he has touched a sore spot. Xiang Shaolong wanted to remove her belt. Lady smiled coquettishly, and grabbing his hands, suddenly pulled him up and said happily like a little girl, "But I know I'll be very happy tonight. Here. Come to my room, I've prepared food and wine and we can chat and drink at the same time, alright?" Lady placed the wine cup at Xiang Shaolong's lips, a flirty smile on her pretty face and said, "This is the first cup of wine, Shaolong, shall we each drink half of it?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing that no matter how noble is her birth or how high is her status, she is still a woman who needs the love and care of a man. So with this point, he will be able to make himself irresistible to her. The only way to conquer her is to treat her like an ordinary woman, and the most important thing is to make her feel that it's better to be a woman than a lady. He's very confident that he can accomplish this. The only question is how important Lianjin is to her, because he is also a very attractive man. Lady can be considered to be another battlefield for him and Lianjin. He drank half a cup of wine from Lady's hands, and suddenly kissed her on the mouth, slowly passing the fine wine into her tiny mouth. Lady gurgled, but she has no strength to push him away, so she can only drink his half cup of wine obediently. Her pretty face blushed, and even her enchanting dimples were reddened. Xiang Shaolong left her tiny mouth, gently taking over the cup from her fingers, and before she had the chance to protest, poured it into her tiny mouth that was panting quickly. He said gently, "This half cup is mine, so don't you drink it into your pretty belly." Lady rolled her eyes at him coquettishly, her fragrant lips already locked with his, the wine in her mouth sucked dry by him. The two of them separated. Either Lady is a bad drinker, or she is too heated by desire, but she moaned and collapsed into his arms. Xiang Shaolong has no wish to conquer this noble beauty so soon, so he tilted her face up and scattered hot kisses on her hair, face, ears, and neck. Click to show hide spoilers. The night passed like that. She is no longer a lady of noble birth, but a shameless woman in heated desire enjoying her lover's ministrations. Every second is filled with fiery desire. The joy between a man and a woman drove into Lady wave by wave, making her delirious. She cried out the name of this lovely yet hateful man madly, touching and hugging this perfect male body, feeling his explosive strength and his seemingly endless intense attacks, reaching the fiery peak where soul meets desire time and again. In the past when she was with other men, she'd always chase them away immediately after the act and sleep alone, even Lianjin was no exception. But tonight she has no wish to leave this man's embrace even for a moment. But only for tonight. Everything will be different tomorrow, no man will be able to make her surrender. She only wants to capture men, but does not wish to be captured, because that would be too torturous. She fell into a deep sleep in her daze, and when she woke up it's already late in the morning. Xiang Shaolong is already gone, only leaving behind on the blanket a yellow chrysanthemum freshly plucked from the garden. Lady clutched tightly at the stem, a sweet and satisfied alluring smile appeared on her pretty face. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 11. Book 1 Chapter 11, The Affections of a Beauty. When Xiang Shaolong returned to the guesthouse, Tao Fang is already waiting for him. After Chunying and the rest of the maids carried in their breakfast, they left. Tao Fang sniggered and asked, "Is that flirtatious horse exciting?" Xiang Shaolong replied from the bottom of his heart, "Extremely exciting." Tao Fang stopped smiling and said seriously, "Master brought up the issue of your duel with Lianjin to His Majesty. His Majesty was very happy and chose the duel to be at dusk the day after tomorrow. I think it's best that you do not tangle with women for these few days, conserve your energy. You must win this duel. Xiang Shaolong replied with some embarrassment, "Don't worry. I'm the kind of person that, with more women I have, the more energetic I am. If there are no women, I'm more lethargic instead." When he saw that he looked doubtful, he added, "Don't forget that on the night we dealt with the horse thieves, Ting Fengshe was sleeping with me." Of course Tao Feng does not know that he did not copulate with Ting Fengshe that night, and after looking at him with admiration, said, "Now you've become the center of attraction in Handan, and on the same par as master, even Guozong, who made his fortune from ironworks, was asking about you." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "What? There's actually someone else who is equally wealthy as our master?" Tao Feng replied, "There is only one such person in the state of Zhao. If we were to measure the number of master's livestock using valleys, then the weapons that Guozong made from iron can be measured using ships. Not only did he supply weapons for the whole of Zhao, but also to all the other friendly states, earning a large sum of money." He lowered his voice and continued, "Because of this, His Majesty is more fond of Guozong than our master, because master's father is a half-Jin, that's why he has such a strange name." Xiang Shaolong's heart lurched, as if he has a hazy idea, but is unable to describe it clearly. Tao Feng added on, "I received confidential news last night, that rascal Wu Tingwei is very displeased with you, and very much wanted to have your yin nobility, sure. That's why he has decided to disregard master's orders and will kill you before your duel with Lian Jin. It seems like I will have to bring you along to pay a call to young master, so that rascal will not dare to make any rash moves." Xiang Shaolong was still thinking about the matter regarding Master Wu having Qin blood in him. No wonder he wanted so much for Zhao to win Lian Jin, but maybe that's not what he truly felt, but did this to show the Zhao Emperor that he is totally on their side. That's why he refused to speak up for the Yans, and instead gave a beauty like Shure to him because of this thinking of his. In the Warring States period there is nothing more important than bloodline, so from this it can be seen what a difficult task it would be to unite the people from so many different countries. When he heard what Tao Feng said, he asked, "Will Lian Jin be helping that rascal deal with me?" Tao Feng is really open with him now, and did not try to hide anything, saying even if you put a sword to Lian Jin's neck now, he would not dare to start the fight first. That scoundrel went around picking fights because he wanted to get His Majesty's attention. However, His Majesty has always ignored him, and even told the people around him that he's not happy that our master have found a foreigner to make our own swordsman look bad. Not that he's got this chance, he would not want to spoil it. Xiang Shaolong thought that this King Zhao is so narrow-minded, how can he ever accomplish anything great? He said with a laugh, "Without Lian Jin, I'm not afraid of that rascal, he can't possibly find a few hundred people to attack me, right?" Tao Feng was extremely impressed with his humor and chortled, "Of course not, and besides, he has to do this secretly. But it's still better to pay a call to eldest young master. Among master's 17 sons, eldest young master is the most capable and is in charge of all business with other states. And he has a beautiful daughter Wu Tingfang who may have the opportunity of becoming the empress, but His Majesty is still hesitating about accepting young Grand Missy because of master having Qin blood in him. The nobility in the royal family are all objecting to this." Xiang Shaolong is getting all confused from all these things that look very simple on the surface, is actually extremely complicated, so he nodded his head and replied, "All right. I'll pay a call to eldest young master once I have the chance." Tao Feng replied, "What chance or no chance, I'll take you to see eldest young master immediately. We need to gain the upper hand and not let Wu Tingwei strike first." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows and said, "At least let me change my clothes first." Tao Feng laughed, "Hurry up. I'll wait here for you." Xiang Shaolong slipped back into his room hurriedly. Shure and the 4 maids were rushing to make his warrior clothes so that he can wear it to see the king of Zhao. Xiang Shaolong's mood turned for the better, and his hands started roaming over the 5 ladies and enjoying their careful ministrations at the same time, making his 1 mistress and 4 maids all blush to their ears before he left with Tao Feng on horses to the Wu residence. They came to the bustling martial arts practice field, went around the large mansion where they say Master Wu the other day, walked past a garden to another grand courtyard. The 2 of them were invited to wait in the large hall. After a while, a warrior walked out and invited Tao Feng in, leaving Xiang Shaolong alone, who wondered why that eldest young master did not see them both. At this point in time that warrior walked out again and told Xiang Shaolong, "Would Master Xiang please follow me?" Xiang Shaolong followed him and went into another side hall first before abruptly turning left into a garden. Xiang Shaolong was suspicious, and that warrior's steps quickened suddenly. Right at this time, there was a flash of sword, and 2 long swords shot out from the bushes on either side, aiming straight at his left and right side. Luckily he has an intuition long ago, and without advancing or retreating, just stood on the spot and drew out his sword. Clang clang, not only did he force his enemy to retreat, but he also injured one of them. 30-odd warriors came out from the bushes and behind the tress, and one of them is Wu Tingwei, and he was heavily surrounded. Xiang Shaolong stood there holding his sword, obviously not afraid at all. Wu Tingwei hid behind the warriors and called out arrogantly, "Dog slave, let's see where you can escape this time." Xiang Shaolong smiled suavely and replied, "This time? I don't think I was the one who escaped the last time, right?" Wu Tingwei had thought that he would beg for mercy, and did not expect him to be so merciless with his words. He was furious and roared, "Kill him for me!" But Xiang Shaolong is such an experienced fighter, and he understands the logic of striking the enemy first, especially since he is outnumbered now. Wu Tingwei has just opened his mouth, but he has already turned into the crowd of warriors with his sword, slashing and kicking, like a tiger in a herd of sheep, seriously injuring a handful of them, thus interfering with their movements. The warriors have never fought in such a way that is totally without rules but seeks only efficiency. Besides, they are afraid of this action that will clearly defy their master's orders, and on seeing his bravery, most of them just stood there for show. Xiang Shaolong was furious with Wu Tingwei for molesting Shure yesterday, so he was totally ruthless in his attacks, executing the Mozi swordplay to perfection. His movements were mysterious, ever-changing, broad movements, yet his techniques were exquisite, suddenly attacking and retreating, with a flying kick once in a while. In short time, his opponents were all staggering in chaos. Under the orders of Wu Tingwei, the warriors had no choice but to charge, and they fell one by one, either stuck by the sword or a kick. None of the attacks are fatal, but just enough to make them lose the ability to fight back. In the blink of an eye, only the 10 warriors standing in front of Wu Tingwei protecting him were left. Xiang Shaolong gave a cold snort, his pair of cold and aggressive eyes staring icily at Wu Tingwei, his sword pointing forward, walking strongly and steadily step by step towards Wu Tingwei and that 10 warriors. Wu Tingwei did not expect him to be so brave and sharp, felling 10 odd men, and yet he's not even panting. He felt a shiver, and while ordering his men to attack, he retreated towards the back instead. Xiang Shaolong will certainly not let him off, so he dashed forward, his sword slashing. One of the warriors raised his sword to block him, there was a clang, and that warrior actually fell and rolled to the ground with the impact. Obviously the strength of his arm is extremely frightening. All the warriors were startled, afraid that he will injure Wu Tingwei, and they all converged with their swords ready to attack. But this time Xiang Shaolong did not press on his attack, instead he executed a series of movements to defend himself. 2 of the warriors thought that he is now exhausted and were about to take the opportunity to attack, but they suddenly realized that their opponent's defense was so tight that they have no way of attacking. Even more alarming is that his defense secretly allows him to attack at will as well, holding them at bay, giving them a feeling that they can no longer retreat. That is the essence of the Mozi swordplay, hiding in attack while defending. When Xiang Shaolong was fighting with the last Juzi of Moism, Yuan Zong, he was unable to execute any offensive moves at all. The 2 men now is far worse than he was in the past, so naturally their attacks are negligible. The 2 of them panicked and were about to retreat when there was a flash of sword and the 2 warriors fell back bleeding. Xiang Shaolong took this opportunity when everyone else was in a frenzy to dash past his enemy's protective barrier and go straight towards Wu Tingwei. Wu Tingwei hardened himself to stand still and defend with his sword. But who would have expected Xiang Shaolong to rapidly retreat again, right into the midst of the advancing warriors? After felling 4 warriors, he leapt towards the retreating Wu Tingwei. Clang! A series of 7 sword attacks, Wu Tingwei was forced into the woods by him and the remaining warriors collapsed on the ground. Dang! Wu Tingwei's sword flew out of his hands, his back knocked onto a large tree. His face paled and he yelled, "What a bold slave, how dare you be rude!" Xiang Shaolong's eyes shot out an icy cold stare and said frostily, "If you have the guts, call me slave again." The tip of his sword pointed at this conceited young man's throat. Xiang Shaolong is not at all concerned that others may come here, because this is something dishonorable, so Wu Tingwei must have made arrangements to send the nearby servants away. Wu Tingwei was frightened by his forcefulness that even his body started shaking and asked hoarsely, "Do you dare to hurt me?" But he still do not have the guts to take the risk of calling him slave. Xiang Shaolong's face was expressionless and asked quietly, "Where is Master Tao?" Wu Tingwei was almost crying when he said, "I only sent some people to hold him back." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself that he wouldn't dare to go overboard anyway, so he smiled and asked, "Grand young master, you don't believe that I'll hurt you? All the more I want to blind you in one eye, let's see if you'll believe me." Wu Tingwei saw that his smile was cold and heartless, and is even more chilling than if he was fierce and furious. He finally broke down and exclaimed, "No." Xiang Shaolong's long sword continued towards its goal. At the same time Wu Tingwei was screaming, a dainty gasp was heard from behind Xiang Shaolong. Wu Tingwei thought that his eye will be lost, his whole body weakened, and at the same moment that he peed in fright, the long sword slanted a little, brushed past his face and pierced into the tree trunk, the difference of only a few millimeters. Bang! Xiang Shaolong's right leg kicked his thigh. Wu Tingwei flew to one side, Xiang Shaolong turned around with his sword and blocked the sword of the beauty Wu Tingfeng. Xiang Shaolong looked at her coldly and asked quietly, "So is grand young Missy involved as well?" Wu Tingfang was so furious that her face reddened, and she gritted her teeth and uttered, "I'm going to kill you." Her sword came attacking like the Changjiang River, her swordplay far better than her elder brother's, just that she lacks the strength and experience. Xiang Shaolong had an idea, and he retreated as he fought, and in short time he lured her deep into the isolated woods. Wu Tingfang saw that she could not defeat him even with her ferocious attacks, and the more upset and impatient she was, the more distracted she became. She was panting, and after slashing 2 more times, her sword flew out of her hands with a dang. Xiang Shaolong returned his sword to his scabbard, took a step forward and hugged her. He carried her up and pressed her to a tree, looking at her sweet and dainty face with his head tilted to one side. Wu Tingfang was totally exhausted, so she only made a show of trying to struggle before collapsing in his arms, asking in fear and anger, "What do you want?" Xiang Shaolong replied gently, "Compensation, of course." Wu Tingfang was startled and tried to struggle again with her remaining strength, but Xiao Shaolong took the opportunity to use his chest and legs to rub against her sensitive, prohibited spots, and her struggle soon became a strong reaction to his movements. Since she was born, this is the first time she has been teased so rudely by a man this way. Lian Jin has hugged her before as well, but she pushed him away immediately. This is the first time something like this has happened. She was angry, but her body started feeling waves of strange pleasure. She did not take part in Wu Tingwei's plan at all, but she saw the whole process when she went after him after finding out that there's something amiss. She saw Xiang Shaolong's heroism, frighteningly accurate strategies and swordsmanship that is comparable to Lian Jin's. And there's something that even Lian Jin cannot compare: this person seems to have endless stamina. When he is cold he makes one shiver, when he is gentle and smiling he looks suave, and even now when she is being molested by him, she finds it difficult to really hate him. When the pleasure in her body became stronger, she moaned, and her lips were locked with his. Wu Tingfang was shocked and embarrassed, his tongue attacked through her locked teeth. She moaned and was lost in her first kiss with a man, the thought of Lian Jin disappearing far from her mind immediately. Sounds of people walking could be heard from outside the woods. Xiang Shaolong left her lips, nibbled on her earlobes and said, "To be able to kiss grand young Missy's sweet lips, even death would be worth it." He let her go and walked out with large strides. Wu Tingfang's body weakened and she slid down the truck, collapsing on the ground, all her hatred disappearing without a trace. Her body still felt that shameless excitement and pleasure. When Xiang Shaolong walked back to the path outside the woods where he was attacked, a large burly man with a gold belt and huge eyes were reprimanding the kneeling warriors and Wu Tingwei. Tao Feng stood at the side with his head lowered, and when he saw him coming, signaled him with his eyes. Xiang Shaolong made way for a seriously injured warrior who was being carried away before he walked towards the burly man, knelt down and paid his respects. He was careful when he struck with his sword, only making the other party lose the ability to fight, but his first few blows were a bit harder since he was trying to scare them. That burly man turned his head around and asked coldly, "Where is Tingfang?" "What?" Before Xiang Shaolong could reply, Wu Tingfang's voice could be heard from behind, "Tingfang is here. His swordsmanship is really good, I was unable to hurt him." The burly man's expression cleared a little, and he turned to Wu Tingwei and his men first and bellowed, "All of you scram." Wu Tingwei dare not even take a look at Xiang Shaolong, and scuttled off with his warriors like a defeated cock. The man turned towards Xiang Shaolong and said, "Get up." Xiang Shaolong stood up respectfully, and realized that Wu Tingfang was standing next to him, and glancing at him. Tao Feng was totally perplexed and kept looking at the two of them. That man looked at his daughter for a moment before turning towards Xiang Shaolong and said, "Excellent. Injuring 30-odd men and yet none of the attacks are fatal. This is the first time I've seen such swordsmanship. Wu Yuan will bet on you winning the duel with Lian Jin, but..." Xiang Shaolong was quietly laughing that no one in this era will understand human anatomy better than him as he uttered self-effacing words. Wu Yuan sized him up again and said with a smile, "There are very few Zhaos who are as tall and large as you, but for Qins it's not a very rare trait." Xiang Shaolong had a strange intuition, and felt that this Wu Yuan seems to take pride that he has Qin blood in him. Maybe he has this thinking because he has traveled much, thus more open-minded and knows how great the Qins are. Wu Yuan seemed quite impressed with him and said, "I'm going to inspect the large farm 20 miles north of here, Shaolong come with me then." Wu Tingfang called out, "Father, I want to go too." Everyone was surprised and looked at her. Wu Tingfang lowered her pretty face, her fingers twiddling with the corner of her clothes, looking exceptionally adorable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 1 Chapter 12. Book 1 Chapter 12, Love at the Maple Tree Valley. Xiang Shaolong and 150 warriors accompanied the Wu father and daughter and left via the north gate, galloping into the large plains. Wu Tingfang was in high spirits and rode way ahead. Wu Yuan was concerned that something would happen to his daughter and was about to order his warriors to give chase when Xiang Shaolong saw this as an opportunity. It seems that Wu Tingfang is deliberately creating a chance for him, and immediately volunteered himself and went after her. The two horses ran wildly for more than 10 miles one behind the other, and came to a valley before Wu Tingfang slowed down. By now the two horses were puffing from the run. Xiang Shaolong went next to her and turned his head around. Wu Yingyuan and the rest were long gone. Wu Tingfang laughed daintily, "No need to look. This is a shortcut that only I know. They won't be coming here." Xiang Shaolong need no further instructions, and just turned around, picked her up and hugged her. Ignoring her weak pretests, he started kissing her neck, and finished up with a hard and hot kiss on her soft little mouth. Wu Tingfang's reaction was passionate. Obviously it's the first time she experienced this and can't get enough of it. By the time they got tired from kissing, they have already left the valley. Wu Tingfang laid her head on her shoulder, looked at him and said shyly, "You're really bold. No other man has dared to be as rude to me as you." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be serious as he replied, No. I'm just a coward." Wu Tingfang knows that he still remembers the other day she called him a coward. She laughed and said, "Tingfang knew right away that you're not a person who easily obey anyone. Grandfather is the same." Xiang Shaolong shockingly said, "Even what you think is right or wrong, don't tell it to anyone else. If it gets to master's ear my life will be in danger." Wu Tingfang laughs and sits straight up, steering the horse to stop and says, "Look there. Crossing the valley ahead and over a small hill you'll be able to see the gate to the pasture. In the valley there's a small beautiful river, running through the pasture. Why don't we go there and have fun while father isn't here yet?" Xiang Shaolong already calculated that in this era if he can capture a girl's heart she will be braver than any girl in the 21st century. He's happy inside because he defeated Lian Jin, laughs and says anyone who doesn't want to have fun with you is stupid and crazy. He steered the horse into the valley after he said, "It's beginning of fall season, the whole valley is filled with leaves, beautiful like heaven on earth, a small river's current running from a rock and created a small pond." Wu Tingfang is still childish, she happily jumps down from the horse and runs to the riverbank. Xiang Shaolong runs after her, hugged her belly, his hands takes her belt off. Wu Tingfang shocked, catches his hands and asks, "What are you doing?" Xiang Shaolong laughs and says, "The water is clear like this, don't you want to swim?" Wu Tingfang lowers her head and says, "I can't. If my hair gets wet father will definitely find out about us and would not forgive us." Xiang Shaolong says, "We can just swim in shallow water only. I guarantee your hair won't get wet." Wu Tingfang flushed, releases her hand and whispers, "All right. Don't let my hair get wet, you think I don't know what you want to do?" Xiang Shaolong is happy, thinking to himself, a beauty like this, even if he dies he won't let go. His hands begin their actions in taking her clothes off. Xiang Shaolong laughed, "I remember now there's no dry cloth to wipe my body, and it's inappropriate. Why not I seek compensation from you now, listen to how refreshing the waterfall sounds." Wu Tingfang was about to listen closely when Xiang Shaolong kissed her hard, his hands willfully and rudely roaming her naked body. How can she remember to listen to the sound of the waterfall? The intoxicating feeling earlier has not fully receded and it began crashing towards her again. Amidst her urgent moaning, her limbs unconsciously wrapped tightly around this man who has captured her heart. Xiang Shaolong may be a flirtatious man, but he's not lecherous. It's just that he knows that a girl like Wu Tingfang who has just experienced romance is especially fickle and pliable. If he did not strike while the iron is hot and claim her for himself first, maybe when she sees the handsome Lian Jin, she will turn onto his embrace again. But if he takes her for the first time, he will become the first man in her life, and even Lian Jin will find it difficult to rock their intimate relationship when that happens. And with Lian Jin's intelligence, it's not difficult to realize that this beauty has already given him her most precious chastity, and this is the blow that he wants to give Lian Jin. No matter how nonchalant Lian Jin is, this matter involves a man's pride and attraction, so that fellow will surely be unable to take it. And is have to achieve his goal of attacking Lian Jin. If the Wu family were to find out about this matter, it's no big deal as well. As long as he can defeat Lian Jin, the king of Zhao will certainly look at him differently and the Wu family would not dare to do anything to him. Maybe even Lady Ye will protect him as well. Once he thought about this, he knows that he is beginning to become more ruthless in order to reach his goals. But in this era where the strong is the leader, he has no other choice. So with this mentality in mind, he used the gentlest and pleasing method to make this beautiful young lady lose her chastity to him. He followed up the act with tenderness and honeyed words to let her enjoy the sweetest pleasure a woman can get from a man. When the two of them reached the big pasture that was miles wide, Wu Yuan's men just started to show up from afar. The person in charge of the pasture welcomed them warmly, especially when he saw the proud grand young missy leaning against him daintily. He fawned even more towards Xiang Shaolong. The big pasture is a huge piece of land surrounded by mountains and water on three sides, and the only flat piece of ground is in the east where a large river flowed horizontally across. The hanging bridge is the only way in and out, and with high walls on each side, making it look a country of its own. There were 10 over camps of Zhao soldiers outside the pasture. Obviously the uncountable number of horses, cows and goats in the pasture is the lifeline of Handan. The two of them were looking around when Wu Yingyuan came over with his men. He lightly chided Wu Tingfang for a moment before turning to Xiang Shaolong and said, "Come. Let me bring Shaolong around." Xiang Shaolong was flattered, and after changing his horse, he galloped into the pasture. Wu Tingfang was of course following him. Wu Yingyuan recounted the joys and pains of running a pasture, showing that he is extremely experienced and insightful. The three of them came to a little hill full of sheep in the end. Wu Tingfang's inner child came out and she jumped off the horse to play with the sheep. The two stood side by side on their horses, viewing the beautiful scenery of the majestic mountains. Wu Yingyuan seems to remark offhandedly, "Fanger seems to like Shaolong, but..." Xiang Shaolong is unsure of his hidden meaning, and was awkwardly silent. Wu Yingyuan smiled slightly and said, "That's good too. I've never liked Lian Jin. This person is unfathomable and is in cahoots with Wu Hei. It's just that father trusts them, so there's nothing I can do to them." Xiang Shaolong had a thought. Tao Feng must be Wu Yingyuan's man, that's why he trusted him as well and revealed his true feelings. He probed, "I heard Master Tao said, Master has the intention of marrying grand young Missy into the imperial family." Wu Yingyuan gave a cold snort and said, "My numerous arguments with father is precisely because of this. Father is getting on in age, and cannot see clearly the situation now." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "Young master." Wu Yingyuan looked at him, his eyes glaring, and asked coldly, "Shaolong, tell me honestly, where did you come from, what blood flows in your body?" Xiang Shaolong knows that if he has to make up a story, he cannot hesitate and immediately replied, "Since young master thinks so highly of Shaolong, I dare not hide anything from you. Actually I am the offspring of a Qin man, who has wandered into the mountain regions, and a local woman. I did not even tell Master Tao about this. Because Wu Yingyuan already had such a thinking in his mind, he was not suspicious at all. He thought for a moment and asked, "If I were to give Fanger to you, would you promise to love her well for the rest of your life?" Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic, but immediately asked dejectedly, "But why would Master agree to it?" Wu Yingyuan replied impatiently, "Forget about him first." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly made his promise. The corners of Wu Yingyuan's mouth curved up into a slight smile and he said joyfully, "I admire you not wholly because of your outstanding swordsmanship, or your outstanding reflexes and intelligence when dealing with the horse thieves. The most important matter is that you risked your own life and stayed behind to fight the thieves so that your comrades can leave safely. Such loyalty to your master and friends is what reassures me into giving Fanger to you. This is a secret agreement for now, and besides Tao Feng, you must not let a fourth person know about this, and that includes Fanger." Xiang Shaolong felt that he seems to have some plans in his mind, and needs his wits and swordsmanship, so he lowered his voice and asked, "If there's anything young master needs Shaolong to do, just let me know." A look of surprise flashed past Wu Yingyuan's eyes, and he complimented him, "Tao Feng was right about you, with your keen observation, you will certainly be someone famous in future." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Father is really getting old, and does not know that the situation is rapidly changing." He added, "Ever since the three states declared independence, the first to attack among the three states Zhao, Wei, and Han is Marquis Wei. The Qin in the west, Qi in the east, Han and Chu in the south, Zhao in the north, none of them were spared from his attacks. Even Handan, the sturdy large city, was captured by him for 2 years. If not for the state of Qi's help, the Weiss would not have retreated. That 3 months when Xiang Shaolong was with Yuan Zong, they often talked about the affairs of the world, and is not as ignorant as when he first arrived." He added, "But later on the Wei soldiers lost in the battle of Mailing under Wu Qi and Sun Bin. Later Qin, Qi, and Zhao continuously attacked Wei, making them lose able generals and soldiers and a huge piece of land, so now they're not as powerful as before." Wu Yingyuan was very impressed with his knowledge and nodded his head. "There's not many in Handan who has your insight. Shaolong, tell me, who do you think is the strongest?" Xiang Shaolong replied without a thought, "Of course it's Qin, the world will ultimately be conquered by Qin." He secretly laughed to himself, not only is there no one in Handan who has his insight, but no one in the entire warring states will be as confident of this as he is. Wu Yingyuan was startled, "Although I thinking highly of Qin, but I'm not as sure as you are." "Why would you have this thinking?" Xiang Shaolong was almost speechless. Luckily an idea flashed past and he replied, "The key point is whether the various states in the east can join forces to repel Qin, and looking at the war between Yan and Zhao now, we know the outcome of that." Wu Yingyuan replied, "What you meant is Lian Hong and He Zong. The former means the weak joining forces to attack one strong force. The latter means one strong force attacking all weak forces. These are the two extreme policies during the warring states period. Qin is in the west, the other 6 strong states, Qi, Wei, Zhao, Han, Chu and Yan are at the south. Any state that joins forces with Qin will be a unification between the south and west, and thus named Lian Hang. If the 6 states were to join forces, it'll be unification of the North and South, and they're referred to as his own. The situation now is getting more and more obvious. The 6 states are gradually losing the ability to fight against Qin on their own. Although there were small victories, it's not enough to change the whole situation. But if they were to join forces, their strength will far surpass Qin. Therefore, what Qin fears most is the unification of the 6 states. As the saying goes, the only fear is the unification of the world against oneself. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head like an expert and said, "At the moment, which state in the southeast is willing to maintain status quo? All the rulers wants to take this opportunity to expand their land and fight for gains so that they can become ruler of the world, so it's impossible for them to unite." Wu Yingyuan looked at him in shock and said, "Luckily you are not my enemy, but my future son-in-law." Of course Xiang Shaolong understood his underlying meaning, which is to say that if that is not the case, he'll certainly get rid of him. He was about to speak when Wu Tingfang returned and said with a dainty smile, "Father has never enjoyed a conversation as much as this. Shaolong is really capable." Wu Yingyuan looked heavenward and laughed for a long time before saying, "Father has to take a look at the account books. Fanger will accompany Shaolong around." And he left on his horse. Xiang Shaolong jumped down from his horse. Wu Tingfang smiled coquettishly at him and rolled her eyes. "It seems that father likes you a lot? When will Shaolong ask him for my hand? Then Fanger will be able to be with you every day, so don't you find me irritating then?" After Xiang Shaolong swore to heaven that he will not change his heart, he walked slowly while holding the 2 majestic horses saying, "After I win Lianjin and have fame and status, I'll marry you immediately. My only fear is if I will pass your grandfather's barrier." Wu Tingfang's eyes reddened and said, "If grandfather does not agree, Fanger will die in front of him." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "You mustn't do that. I could always elope with you and they won't be able to find us." Wu Tingfang tugged at his sleeve happily and said with joy, "A man must keep to his words. You must not regret in future because you can't bear to give up fame and riches or because you found a new love. I've even given myself to you. You must treasure me for the rest of your life." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly said some assuring words. This beauty's happiness is totally in his control now, so how can he not make her happy? He did not expect that he would be able to have wives and concubines, but in order to support them, especially a rich young lady like Wu Tingfang who is used to luxury and being served, is not going to be easy. When he thought about how penniless he was while in Wuhan, he still feels a little fear. Wu Tingfang suddenly said, "You have to be careful of Lian Jin, he's really formidable. And I think that even though he dare not kill you, but he will at least try to maim you before he gives up." Xiang Shaolong laughed and said, "Don't worry. If I cannot defeat even him, then I'm not competent enough to marry a pretty girl like you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 1 Chapter 13. Book 1 Chapter 13, Comparison of Love. When Xiang Shaolong returned to Handan, it's already dusk. After saying sweet farewells to Wu Tingfang, he hurriedly rode back to the guest house. The biggest benefit he got from this trip is the beauty Wu Tingfang and establishing friendship and understanding with her father. Also, under Wu Yingyuan's instructions, he is more familiar with the behavior of horses and the techniques of riding. For someone like him who was in the elite force undergoing strict training, what he has learnt in a day is equivalent to what an average person will learn in a year. When he reached the guest house, he was shocked to see Zhao soldiers standing guard at the entrance. Luckily he bumped into Li Shan and found out that after the king of Zhao heard about the matters regarding Prince Xiaoyuan and Wu Tingwei, he warned everyone not to touch Xiang Shaolong and even transferred his guards to protect him. On one hand he was surprised at how well informed the king of Zhao was, but he has this feeling that this duel is not as simple as it seems. He was still deep in thought when Li Shan told him, "Lady ordered you to go to her residence immediately after you come back. The horse carriage is waiting for you." Xiang Shaolong was secretly lamenting. He's not Superman. These few days he has been making love day and night with the 3 beauties Sure, Lady and Wu Tingfang, and each time he did his best. He had just been involved with Wu Tingfang, so how should he satisfy Lady now? He is so tortured that he almost groaned. He hurriedly went back and changed his clothes, consoled Sure who could not bear to let him leave, went up the horse carriage and fell asleep, ignoring everything else. When he woke up he realized it's deep into the night and he's already in the lady's residence. Lady slept curled up next to him, like a tame little cat. Xiang Shaolong felt a warmness surrounding his heart and after calling her twice, realized that she's still having sweet dreams. He gently kissed her face, eyes, nose, mouth before carefully covering her with the blanket and stood up to walk to the window. He stretched lazily and felt refreshed and recharged, thinking to himself that if he has to handle a few women now, his stamina would be able to take it. No matter what, after he wins Lian Jin, he must go and look for Ring Zhang. It'll be good even if he can take a look at him. If he did not see this great man who created China single-handedly, he'll not die in peace. But there's one thing that he can't figure out. Handan is such a heavily guarded city, How is an important person like him who has the criteria to ascend the Qin throne going to slip out? If he doesn't return to Xiangyang, how can he ascend the throne then? The Handan city in movies is just an unguarded city, but it's totally different in real life. How will Ing Zhang return to become Emperor Qin? In the past, Ing Zhang's father Iran had the help of the wealthy Lu Buwei before he could escape successfully. Since the Zhaos had this as an example, they would not let the same thing happen again. Even if Lu Buwei is not coming, and the Zhaos have forgotten about what he has done, it'll still be difficult to use the same ploy again. Besides, it's not something that can be accomplished in a few days. From the time Lu Buwei met Iran until the time Iran returned to Qin, it took more than 10 years. If not for the Battle of Changping where 4 million Zhaos were killed by the Qins, Iran and Lu Buwei would not have taken the risk to return to Qin for fear of revenge. And they had no choice but to leave behind Zhao Ji and her son Ing Zhang. How old is Ing Zhang this year? Does he look as tall and large as the Qins? He really wants to know, if only there is someone he can ask. Xiaolong. Xiaolong was just thinking that he'll be executed if someone finds out about this, so he was really startled when he heard his name. He turned around. The extremely beautiful and flimsily dressed Lady Ya was looking at him with a coquettishly smile. Xiang Shaolong replied, "I thought you were asleep, you really startled me." Lady Ya moved over and hugged him tightly from behind, her slender arms twining around his neck, and said, "If I don't pretend to be asleep, how I can test if you're really gentle? I thought you were lying to me, but when I saw that you were really startled by me, I realized you really did not know that I was feigning sleep." Xiang Shaolong was secretly feeling guilty. He was deep in thought about betraying the state of Zhao, but he accidentally hit the right note instead, which is really lucky. Smelling her intoxicating fragrance, feeling the touch of her skin, Xiang Shaolong's hands can't help but start caressing and kneading her back, and of course he will not let her perky bottom off as well. Lady Ya closed her eyes and enjoyed his loving touches, and mumbled dreamily, "You don't know how heavy you are, for soldiers had so much trouble carrying you in, I'm afraid you'll crush me to death one of these days." Xiang Shaolong had a lusty thought and replied with a laugh, "But last night Lady was complaining that my movements were not strong enough." Lady Ya rolled her eyes at him and left his embrace. She held up his hand and said, "Actually, once I saw you, I wanted to make love with you immediately, but I don't know why now I feel like having a heart-to-heart talk with you instead. Come. You should be hungry by now, shall we go to the little pavilion in the back garden and enjoy the moon and a feast?" This is the first time Xiang Shaolong heard her talking to him in such an agreeable manner, and saw that she is not only looking for carnal satisfaction from him and knows that this wanton has started to develop feelings for him. He has a sense of accomplishment from conquering this difficult woman. Just as he was about to speak, his stomach started rumbling. Lady Ya was amused and after laughing coquettishly, cast a flirtatious look at him and led him out of the room. The clear moon hung high up in the sky, illuminating the whole garden and the little two-story pavilion. Lady Ya sighed quietly and said, "When I woke up this morning, I actually made up my mind not to look for you again, or maybe not to look for you so soon. But in less than an instant I ordered my men to bring you here, but later I thought it was inappropriate. So I changed to getting my servants to fetch you in a horse carriage. Who would have expected you to have gone out of the city with Wu Yuan and his daughter so early in the morning, making me wait a whole day restlessly for you? I didn't want to see anyone else, even when my brother asked for me, I feigned illness not to go." Listening to this ultimate beauty revealing her true feelings, Xiang Shaolong only felt sweetness in his heart. Ever since the time machine brought him back to this warring states period 2,000 years ago, things have been crashing in him wave by wave, not giving him the chance to think properly all that has happened. He can only struggle to survive. Now he is suddenly clear-minded. Heavens! He's really in the ancient world, coming into contact with those people of a different era, talking, even fighting and making love. His only regret is he was unable to ask that crazy Ma a few more questions, regarding what this is all about. Hasn't all these already happened? Why is it now he still has a past, present and future, just like his old reality? If he were to change what has already happened, what repercussions will it have on the future? Or are there countless past, and what he is facing now is only one of them? Everything is as surreal as a dream. The most realistic time will only appear when he is embroiled with beauties. Just like Lady Ya before his eyes. What are you thinking? Xiang Shaolong was jolted from his thoughts, and smiled bitterly. He may never be able to reveal his inner thoughts. He removed his cape, walked towards her and draped it over her. He moved to face her, hugging her tightly and at the same time grabbed her slender hands, asking gently, "Why are you so honest with me? Aren't you afraid I'll see through your weakness and control you?" Lady Ya smiled, "Of course I'm not. Control me all you want. I've been troubled the whole day, and thought about it the whole day, and realized that I really have never been happy. Hi. I've been numb about the matters between men and women long ago. If you grew up in the palace or a duke's household, you will understand my meaning. Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise. You were born into the royal family, you should not want of anything, and able to get everything you want. Why is it that when you talk about the palace, it seems like you're talking about the scariest place on earth? Lydia snuggled deeper into his arms, as if she is trying to get security and warmth from him, and said sadly, it seems that during the Zhou dynasty in the past, the royal family and duke's family were restricted by traditions and ceremonial etiquettes, and it's a rule to choose a wife from the other royal and duke's families. Everything has to be done according to the law, no one dares to override it. But today, the palace has become the most ugly and promiscuous place. I saw with my own eyes the countless evil licentious acts my father, brothers and elders engaged in. For example, they kept a few boys and wanted them to wear makeup. It's truly disgusting. My imperial uncle likes to draw on the walls of the hall embarrassing pictures of men and women coupling, and even invited lots of his officials to drink and make merry with the palace maids, and I really do not want to say further. Xiang Shaolong vaguely guessed that something incestuous may have been involved, and he did not want to think about it either. He nodded his head and said, it's better left unsaid, forget about it then. Lydia's eyes reddened, and said piteously, Shaolong. Only you can help me forget the frightening past. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic, and took the opportunity to say, but first you can no longer be with other men. Lydia was stunned, you know about it. Xiang Shaolong sighed secretly to himself, the whole city knows about it, how can I not know? He nodded his head. Lydia looked at his face for a long while, turned around and lightly pushed him away. Xiang Shaolong was perplexed and lowered his head to scrutinize her expression. Lydia's alert and jet black eyes stared at him, her countenance turning icy, and said flatly, are you looking down on me in your heart? But Xiang Shaolong felt a headache coming on. This woman is really unpredictable, but he knows at this time he cannot back down. He replied coldly, if you continue to live the lift of having countless face heads, I will really look down on you. Lydia is totally helpless when she sees his chauvinistic attitude, and she softened and called out, Shaolong. Hug me. Xiang Shaolong shook his head and said, if you do not promise me, I cannot obey you. Lydia was in a frenzy as she replied, but you cannot accompany me the whole day, and sometimes you will go out to war. Don't you know that loneliness can kill? And she sighed sadly, I have everything, and don't care for anything. Only obtaining different men can give me the feeling of novelty and excitement for the time. All right. If you promise to stay by my side the whole day, I will chase all the other men away. Xiang Shaolong smiled, if there's no suffering from pining, how can there be joy from reunion? Going too far will not accomplish anything. You will only value something if you get it after much suffering. If Lady does not learn this rule for happiness, you can forget about being happy in your life, it's no use even if I try to help you. Lydia thought for a moment, a look of admiration flashed past her pretty eyes, and said quietly, your thinking is very unique, very refreshing, making me think about things I've never thought of before. I'm exactly going too far and not accomplishing anything, that's why I don't have the feeling of happiness. She continued with a coquettish laugh, this is the first time I feel that it's interesting to have a conversation with a man. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, of course it's interesting. Such a oft-talked about topic in the 21st century, of course it'll be a breakthrough in thinking for people like you. Suddenly, he knows for sure that he will be able to snatch Lydia from Lian Jin's hands as well, because Lian Jin lacks the knowledge of 2,000 years. My God! That is such a long distance away. Lydia rolled her eyes at him and asked, your smile is very hateful, are you laughing at me? And she changed back to a naive and lovable young girl. Is she a little girl who has never grown up or matured because she has always been pampered? Xiang Shaolong had an idea, and pointed at the moon and told her the story of the cowherd and weaving girl. He ended with a sigh, the meeting of the golden wind and jade dew surpasses everything else on earth. Star. Asterisk poem by Qin Guan from Song Dynasty, Immortals on a Magpie Bridge. Lydia was engrossed in the story, and looked up at the empty space beside the clear moon, imagining the magpie bridge there inside. Shaolong thought of these two sentences, the intonation is good, and the image brought up intoxicating. Xiang Shaolong forced himself to say, of course I thought of it, have you heard anyone else saying it? Lydia laughed, you don't have to be so uptight. Tell me, why do you want me to listen to such a sad and helpless story? Xiang Shaolong came to her side and leaned into her, and said nonchalantly, I only want you to guess, when the cowherd and weaving girl meets once a year, what would they do? Lydia chuckled and said with a flirtatious smile, of course they'll do what we were doing last night. Xiang Shaolong was aroused by her flirtatious moves and said a little roughly, answer me quickly if you want Xiang Shaolong or other men like Lian Jin. You can only choose one, once you promise me I will carry you into the pavilion immediately. Lydia stared at him with concentration for a moment, and replied with a smile, if you can make another 2 poem verses, something as moving as the earlier verse, I will promise to become only your woman. But Xiang Shaolong was secretly elated, and thought he will use the god of poem Li Bai's famous words to excite her, and said offhandedly, "Have you never seen them grieving in the mirror over their white hair, silky black at dawn, snowy white at dusk?" These two verses, to a woman, is really a sore point. Lady Ya's body shivered, and she lowered her head and recited it twice, limitless love flowing out from her bright eyes, and she said gently, "Xiang Shaolong, you've won, carry me inside." The two of them had just entered the pavilion and was about to go into the bedroom when a pretty maid hurried up to report, "Lady, Master Lian is here." Xiang Shaolong was shaken and put Lady Ya down, staring at her icily. Naturally, he meant to say that since Lian Jin is allowed to come into your residence at will, therefore he can go into your room any time to look for you. Lady Ya first instructed the pretty maid, "Go and stop him, tell him I don't wish to see him tonight." After the maid left, she looked at Xiang Shaolong in reproach, "Didn't I make myself clear already?" Before Xiang Shaolong could reply, Lian Jin's voice can be heard from downstairs calling out, "Since Lian Jin is already here, why won't lady let me hear even a few words of your melodious voice?" Xiang Shaolong was secretly complimenting Lian Jin for really having a way with women. Indeed, Lady Ya's expression showed she is at a loss. Obviously Lian Jin has stirred some beautiful memories. Lian Jin added, "The night is clear with the moon bright, the scenery is breathtaking. Won't lady be lonely sleeping all alone?" Lady Ya was shocked awake. She secretly stole a glacé at Xiang Shaolong and saw his unhappy expression. She suddenly felt dislike for Lian Jin and said coquettishly, "Now you've heard my voice, leave quickly." Xiang Shaolong saw that she did not make things clear with Lian Jin, and knew that she still harbors some feelings for him. He felt discontented and snorted unhappily. Lian Jin immediately called out furiously, "Who is up there?" The guards started shouting, followed by the sounds of weapons clashing and groans of pain. Suddenly footsteps were heard coming up the pavilion and Lian Jin walked up, with guards running after him. Lady Ya commanded the guards, "It's nothing of your business here, go down." Lian Jin stared at Xiang Shaolong, his usual calm lost, his eyes seems to be shooting flames, and he said each word slowly, "It's you again, Xiang Shaolong." Lady Ya was about to reprimand Lian Jin when Xiang Shaolong led her towards the door and said, "Lady, please go into the room." Lady Ya has no intention of leaving these two rivals here alone, but she knows that if she does not listen to Xiang Shaolong's instructions, it would mean letting Lian Jin win. She will then forever lose this proud man, so she bit her lips and went into the room obediently. Lian Jin saw this beauty who has never really surrendered actually surrendering to Xiang Shaolong's lascivious power. He was so furious that he almost coughed out blood, and was unable to speak for a moment. Xiang Shaolong's ferocious eyes shot icily at him and said with a stern voice, "Was it you who instigated Grand Young Master yesterday to touch my Yen woman?" Lian Jin is an extremely deep person, and after his anger subsided, his calm returned. He smiled nonchalantly, "Not only the Yen woman, even that Su Nu of yours, I was the one who informed Prince Xiaoyuan to snatch her away." Xiang Shaolong looked heavenward and laughed sadly, and when he looked at Lian Jin again, he was expressionless. He said quietly, "Fine. If I, Xiang Shaolong, allow you to live beyond the day after tomorrow, then I will change my surname to that of yours, Scum." Naturally Lian Jin does not understand what scum is, but he knows it's nothing good. He laughed and replied, "This is exactly what I want to say to you." He then called out into the room, "When Lian Jin comes again the night after, lady will not reject my request to be your bedroom guest." He laughed loudly and went downstairs. Xiang Shaolong really felt like running after him immediately and have a duel to the death. But if he kills him, he may be executed for going against the imperial edict, so he had no choice but to swallow his displeasure. The person responsible for Su Nu's horrendous death, now he knows clearly who is it. But he will not let that Prince Xiaoyuan off as well. Is your anger appeased? Xiang Shaolong turned around and after looking at Lady Ya who was leaning against the door for a moment, he walked over and carried her up and into the room. Right now he feels no gentleness or sweetness at all. What he has now is a thunderstorm of hatred. He needs to appease the pain in his heart, and his candidate is Lady Ya. Lady Ya hugged him tightly and cried out, "Shaolong, you're so good. You took me up to heaven, no man has ever treated me so wildly and strongly like you, it's really exhilarating." Xiang Shaolong, whose anger is finally appeased, was dumbstruck. He treated her in such a beastly manner, yet she praised him from the bottom of her heart. It seems that she is really a little masochistic. Lady Ya asked, "Why aren't you talking?" "I will listen to you in future, all right?" Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "That's more like it." Lady Ya wriggled a little in protest, and after a while fell into a deep sleep. However, because Xiang Shaolong took a nap earlier, and he was feeling upset about causing the death of Su Nu, he spent the whole night with his eyes wide open, thinking. He was only able to fall asleep due to weariness just before dawn. By the time he woke up the sun was already high in the sky and secretly exclaimed to himself. If he lets himself go on like this, he won't have the energy to fight with Lian Jin tomorrow. He hurriedly got up and made up his mind not to touch women from now until his duel. he walked out to the hall. And was immediately stunned. The lady who was usually dressed in finery has changed into a simple set of clothes worn by an average woman, with a thin layer of makeup on her face. She's not even wearing her earrings, and exudes a different kind of intoxicating beauty. She was standing on the stairs, obviously just on her way up. When she saw Xiang Shaolong, she smiled broadly at him and came up to hug him, saying, "Let common girl serve master in your routine." Xiang Shaolong laughed and asked, "You'd like to become a common girl very much?" Lady immediately nodded her head. "I want you to accompany me today to go shopping and eating." Xiang Shaolong is now in a dilemma. He had promised Wu Tingfang last night to visit her, and Tao Fang will certainly have things to discuss with him. He also wants to find some time to accompany the lonely Shure. Hi! If only he knows how to split himself up. He really felt like hardening his heart and reject Lady Ya. But he saw that she's all excited in her expression, so looking forward to the day, he can't bring himself to say anything. After a short conversation, the two of them strolled out into the streets. Unknowingly, as they talked and laughed, they came to the huge mansion he passed by the other day while on his way to Lady Ya's residence, which belonged to someone from another state. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to ask, "Who lives in there? Why is it so heavily guarded?" Lady Ya replied, "Most of them are the hostages sent to us as peace offering by the states that we defeated." Xiang Shaolong asked, "Are there anyone who has any special background?" Lady Ya replied, "All of them are royalty, but the most important person would be Yi Zhang. He's the only son of Zi Chu from the state of Qin." "Hi! But it's better not mentioning this person." Xiang Shaolong asked curiously, "Do you know him?" Lady Ya blushed, and replied a little unwillingly, "Not only do I know him, but very well too." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brow and asked, "Don't tell me he's one of your chamber guests as well, isn't he just a child?" According to the depiction in the movie, Emperor Qin was only 13 when he ascended the throne, so won't he be only 8 or 9 now? Lady Ya won't even let children off? Lady Ya replied, "Where did you hear that from? He's at the most 2 to 3 years younger than you." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, could it be that the history books have recorded it wrongly? Lady Ya grabbed his arm and shook it, saying, "Just take it as my fault, will you please stop digging out my past affairs?" Xiang Shaolong dared not continue his questions for fear of arousing her suspicions, secretly thinking that he'll have more chances in future. Maybe he will be able to get to know this extraordinary famed man through her. He suggested, "Why don't we return to the guest house first, see if there's anything important requiring me?" As long as she can be with him, Lady Ya has no objections and happily replied, "All right. Let me see how pretty is the yen beauty you have hidden." Xiang Shaolong was startled, "You know about Shure as well?" Lady Ya was so happy, like a carefree little girl. She puffed up her chest and said smugly, "Knowing oneself and the enemy will win all battles, this is taught in the art of Sun Zi. I also know that silly lass Wu Tingfang have fallen for you. Lian Jin has really lost badly to you in the battlefield of love." Xiang Shaolong felt numb and his heart chilled on hearing it. He knows that the Wu residence is filled with King Zhao's spies, because he does not trust the Wu family who has Qin blood flowing in them. This is no small matter, he must find a chance to tell Wu Yingyuan, or else he may face the possibility that the whole family will be executed. He was nervous as he walked with the beauty, strolling in the busy Handan streets, stepping on the ancient pathways. Is this a dream created by Crazy Ma's machine? Xiang Shaolong suddenly felt at a loss. But he knows that no matter how frightening is the future, he has already fallen deeply in love with this ancient era and the beauty next to him. End of Book 1. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 1. Book 2 Chap 1, Marquis Xiaomu. Xiang Shaolong and Lady Ya, who was dressed as a commoner, walked towards the guest house, talking and laughing along the way happily. Lady Ya replied, "I've heard much about the ghost houses for warriors, but everyone advised me not to go, saying that the people in those places are complicated. The Wu guest house and Gui guest house are the most superior, warriors without some status are not even qualified to stay in there." Xiang Shaolong's interest was a little stirred and he said, "So the guest house I am staying in is so superior? I don't even know that, I'm not even sure how many warriors are staying there and who they are." Lady Ya asked, "Don't tell me you don't even know that Lian Jin is staying there." Xiang Shaolong was stunned, "Really? No wonder he brought Wu Tingwei there the other day. He went back in a fury last night, would he do something to Shure?" Once he thought of that, he wished that he could sprout wings and fly back to the guest house. Lady Ya was about to speak when the expression on her face suddenly turned awkward. Xiang Shaolong followed the direction of her gaze and saw that among the passers-by at the opposite street, there's a group of 10 odd warriors surrounding aggressive-looking burly man with a scarred who stood tall and straight, wearing brocade robes. He had just turned his head around and was staring at them. Lady Ya lowered her head and told him quietly, Go quickly. She walked quickly forward with Xiaolong running along behind her, full of questions. From the corner of his eyes, he saw two of the warriors leaving the group and dashing across the busy streets filled with traveling horse carriages. They ran after them and one of them called out loudly, "Lady, please hold." Lady stopped and sighed helplessly. Xiang Shaolong can only stop together with her. The two went up to them and gave an unfriendly stare to Xiang Shaolong first before bowing respectfully towards Lady and said, "The Marquis invites Lady over for a meeting." Xiang Shaolong thought that Lady would certainly refuse, but instead she sighed and said, "Go back first, and tell Marquis I will go and see him after leaving some instructions." The two of them looked at Xiang Shaolong rudely before walking back to the street opposite. Lady looked at him in fright before lowering her head and said, "Shaolong, I'm sorry. I can't accompany you today, can I look for you a little later?" Xiang Shaolong felt fury rising him for no reason and asked, "Who is that Marquis? Why is it that he can take you away from me with just one word?" Lady pleaded, "Please don't ask, I'm going." And left. Xiang Shaolong looked as Lady walked towards the scar-faced burly man dressed in finery among the group. He put his arms around her tiny waist and hugged her, and Xiang Shaolong felt as if someone has given him a punch to his chest. He's getting more and more confused about the relationships among these people. With Lady's status, why does she seem afraid of this Marquis, and allowed him to hug and embrace her in front of him, obviously making him lose face in the process? He stood there stunned for a moment, with difficulty breathing, feeling extremely humiliated but with nowhere to vent his frustration. It's really bad to get involved with a lut, you'd never know how many other men she has. He didn't even want to know anything about this Marquis, and don't even want to see Lady ever again. Sounds of hooves beat were heard. Xiang Shaolong was jolted from his thought and looking up, saw Li Shan and a few warriors rushing towards him in a frenzy, calling, "Brother Xiang! We just went to Lady's place to look for you and were told you just left with Lady. Xiang Shaolong had a bad feeling and asked, "What is the matter?" Li Shan cried out sadly, "Shu'er has been raped and killed." These words sounds like lightning striking from heaven, and he retreated several steps in shock, knocking into a wall behind him, the blood totally gone from his face. He flipped the blanket open, Shu'er's naked and wounded lifeless body laid coldly on the ground, the fresh blood flowing out from her eyes already coagulated into a dark black. The thing that killed her was the red road twined around her neck, and it had cut deep into the neck. Her lower body was in a mess. Shu'er is dead. Murdered in the most humiliating and cruel way. Xiang Shaolong felt his body turn icy, unable to accept this reality in front of him at all. Subu's death happened away from him, he did not see with his own eyes. Besides, coming to this era 2,000 years ago, everything seems surreal, and even death seems like a joke. He may have been sad but he was not overwrought, so when he was busy with other matters, he could easily put aside the matter of Sunu's suicide, or even forget about it. But Shu'er is another matter altogether. His heart is bleeding. The voice of Tao Fong, who was standing next to him, seems to be coming from someplace far away, saying, "When Chunying went into the room this morning, Shu'er is already like this." Hi. I really don't know what to say either, the murderer must be someone in this guest house. Xiang Shaolong has no wish to ask anything at all. The only people who would dare to touch Shu'er would be Wu Tingwei and Lian Jin. He doesn't believe that Wu Tingwei will have the guts, so the murderer must be Lian Jin. He knows that there's nothing he can do to him, at least he dare not touch him before the duel. So he will try to deal blows to him unscrupulously. And no one would speak up for a gift from Yen, including Tao Fong and Wu Yingyuan. He has never felt like killing a person so much. Tao Fong added, "Why don't you move in and stay with me? My wife and daughters all want to meet you very much." Xiang Shaolong calmly covered Shu'er totally with the blanket, shook his head and said, "No. I am going to sleep here, but from this moment on I won't need anyone to serve me, and don't let anyone come here. Let me help Shu'er prepare for her last rites. I want to be alone with my thoughts." Tao Fong said worriedly, "Shaolong, don't torture yourself, tomorrow night is the crucial night where you will have your duel with Lian Jin, now the whole city is waiting to find out the outcome." Xiang Shaolong became as calm and cold as ice and said calmly, "Don't worry. No one places more importance to the appointment tomorrow night as much as I do, but..." After going through so many cruel setbacks, he finally kept his blithe behavior aside and turned back into the killing machine that his era has trained him to be, a cold warrior who will use any methods in order to complete a mission. Xiang Shaolong stayed in the room where Shu'er was murdered for the whole afternoon. He did not wail, nor did he weep. Only the weak will feel sadness. In this warring states period, in this period that most people will do anything, even evil, if it can benefit themselves, only the strong will survive. When he took a look at Shu'er's body again, he deeply felt the cold heartlessness of reality, felt that this is a lawless society where the strong will rule. If he wants revenge, he'll have to become the strongest. When Tao Fong and the rest left the courtyard, he picked up the wooden sword and concentrated hard on practicing his swordplay, studying the intricacies of the Mozi swordplay. After his heart melded with his soul, he repeatedly practiced the most intricate 10 moves in the swordplay. Mozi swordplay places more importance in defense rather than offense, but each defensive move also hides an opportunity to attack. If he can improve on the attacks, then the swordplay that only defends will be able to turn into something that can attack and defend at the same time. Once he thought of this, he felt an overwhelming joy. He waved the sword and for a moment the movements were unpredictable, powerful, and unconstrained. He was getting into the swordplay and he jumped out into the hall, using the wider area to practice and at the same time incorporating his knowledge of anatomy and mechanics into the swordplay. The sword swished, one moment it's unpredictable and formless, another moment it's powerful and free. Every attack is an evolution from the defensive moves in the Mozi swordplay. He roared and struck continuously over 100 times, none of the moves using any form of defense. He retracted his sword, moving the wooden sword to between his brows, staring straight at the sword. A petite person ran into the hall, crying out in alarm, "Shaolong!" Xiang Shaolong put his wooden sword down and Wu Tingfang has already thrown herself into his arms, crying piteously, "Shaolong, Shaolong!" On one hand Xiang Shaolong pointed the sword to the floor, and with the other hand held the beauty in his arms. Once again he thought of Shuer's horrible death and felt as if all his innards are twisted together. He said sadly, "You know about Shuer?" Wu Tingfang nodded her head, sobbing uncontrollably, feeling sad for him. He lifted her pear-shaped but tear-stained face and looked at him through her tears, saying, "Master Tao came to look for father, asking about brother's whereabouts. I was still upset with you then for not coming to look for me, but once I heard about Shuer I ignored father's opposition and came here immediately." "Shaolong. Brother has been locked up by father since yesterday morning, he definitely is not involved in this." Xiang Shaolong nodded his head, "Don't worry. I already know who the murderer is." Wu Tingfang lowered her head and asked quietly, "Are you suspecting Lian Jin?" "He may be a proud person, but he is actually, hi. It can't be him, right?" Xiang Shaolong sighed, "He is pursuing you, naturally he will pretend to be a gentleman in front of you. Tell me, who lured your brother to look for Shuer?" Wu Tingfang was at a loss for words, but she still looks as if she cannot believe Lian Jin would do something so cruel. A dry cough sounded from outside the door and the two of them hurriedly separated. Tao Fong walked in and made an eye at Xiang Shaolong, indicating that he has something to tell him. Xiang Shaolong told Wu Tingfang, "Why don't Miss go back first, I'll come and see you immediately after I've settled some matters." Wu Tingfang said impatiently, "No. At the most I will wait for you at his side." Tao Fong looked at her in surprise, he did not expect such a spoiled and pampered miss would actually be so clingy and obedient towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong said helplessly, "All right then. You can sit here for a while, I'll go with Master Tao to the garden and have our talk and ask him to do something for me." Wu Tingfang saw that he did not allow her to listen to his conversation with Tao Fong and was initially unhappy, until she heard the last sentence, and she agreed happily. The two of them went to the garden and Tao Fong's expression was somber. He was quiet for a moment before saying, "Does Shaolong know who is the person who really wields power in Handan?" Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, "Isn't it His Majesty?" But Tao Fong surveyed the quiet garden, and after making there's no one around besides the warriors near the entrance, he put his hand on his shoulder and said quietly, "On the surface it seems that he has the greatest power, but there is one person who can influence and control him. This person is the real ruler of Zhao." Xiang Shaolong furrowed his brows, "Who can influence His Majesty?" Tao Fong smiled bitterly, "It's his man?" Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "What?" Tao Fong sighed, "It's a known fact that Our Majesty likes men. According to the news from the palace, every time Our Majesty sees this person, he will change into female clothing. Do you understand my meaning?" Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, "Who is this person?" And secretly thought, no wonder Wu Yingyuan has no wish of marrying Wu Tingfang into the palace, and the king of Zhao is willing to give up a great beauty like Wu Tingfang. Tao Fong lowered his voice, "It's the Marquis of Julu, Zhao Mu. This person is the best strategist and swordsman in the state of Zhao. He also has a lot of highly skilled exponents under him, and he often has strange and mysterious guests from all over the world. He is the most powerful person after our ruler Zhao Shang." Xiang Shaolong remembered the marquis who forcefully summoned Lady Ye, without a doubt he must be Zhao Mu. No wonder Lady Ye is so afraid of him, and asked, "Is Lady Ye his woman?" Tao Fong was stunned and asked, "How did you know?" Xiang Shaolong hurriedly told him what happened that morning. Tao Fong's expression looked even worse and after asking more questions, he said, "To the Marquis of Julu, Zhao Ye is only one of his interesting toys. He possesses countless beautiful women and men, and in the past he bet on the fact that once Prince Pingyuan passes away, he will have no more worries. Now, besides my master, Guozhong, and a few senior generals, the rest all paid him no heed." The rest of the royalty is angry with him but dare not speak out. Xiang Shaolong felt this is all a headache, but at least he is now clearer on the power balance in the state of Zhao. Tao Feng added generously, before the Battle of Changping, our state may be isolated further away, our people and land are less comparatively, but our army is unparalleled in the world. We have well-versed strategists like Lin Shangru who kept thwarting the evil plans of the Qins, military men like Zhao Shi, Lian Pe, Li Mu and Prince Pingyuan Zhao Sheng is both well-versed in literature and martial arts. With him as the premier, there's nothing the Qins can do to us. But after King Hui and these generation of famous officials and generals passed away, our King Xiaocheng does not even use his head. Instead he listened to the words of Zhao Guo, the son of Zhao Shi, and resulting in the terrible battle at Changping, making us turn into a weak country from a strong one. What a pity it. Xiang Shaolong remembered that the person responsible for this battle of Changping, Zhao Guo, is the husband of Lady Ye, so he took the chance to ask, why did His Majesty use Zhao Guo to replace Lian Pe? Tao Feng shook his head and said sadly, it's all because he's eloquent. This person is born good-looking, and good at analyzing, adept in the art of military studies. When he debates, even his father Zhao Shi, who has defeated the huge Qin army with a lot less men, cannot win him. But Zhao Shi thinks that he's not good enough to be a general. That's why when His Majesty wanted to appoint him as a general, even Madame Zhao Shi objected. It's just that His Majesty was persuaded by his pretty words and grand plans and insisted on his decision. Xiang Shaolong was baffled. Why would Zhao Shi think so badly of his son? Tao Feng sighed, because Zhao Shi can see that his precious son thinks too highly of his own intelligence and refuses to listen to others. He only knows how to theorize and is obstinate. No one can win him in a debate, but he cannot win anyone in a fight. He continued with anger, the Battle of Changping, he was at a most advantageous position, and the previous commander Lian Pe did the groundwork for him as well, cutting the resources of the Qin soldiers who are far from home and tiring them out. Who would have expected that once he arrived, he ordered the whole army to leave the city and rashly went into the enemy's territory. In the end, not only did the Qins counterattack and force them back into the city and cut off their line of supply. In slightly over a month, their rations were used up and the city taken over. The Qins attacked and went on a murderous spree that is the most cruel in history. There's no way His Majesty can defend himself on his decision. If he had not changed Lian Pe with Zhao Guo, this would not have happened. He then lowered his voice and continued, eldest young master Yingyuan is disillusioned with His Majesty because of this matter. Does Shaolong understand now? Xiang Shaolong knows that Tao Feng has received instructions from Wu Yingyuan, and totally trusts him now. He asked, why did Master Tao suddenly mention the Marquis of Zhu, Zhao Mu? Tao Feng said seriously, because he came with Lian Jin last night to the guest house, and only left at dawn. And to use red ropes to kill beauties, happens to be one of his many hobbies, he has done it quite a few times. Xiang Shaolong was startled, what? Tao Feng replied, don't be agitated, and you must not act rashly, or else you will be killed. Although he usually does not bother about Zhao Ye's affairs, but for the first time Zhao Ye kept you overnight for 2 nights, so his jealousy is certainly aroused. After the instigation and plan offered by that evil thief Lian Jin, who knows how to use others to do the killing best, this happened. That's why Lian Jin has his support in the duel tomorrow, and will certainly try his best to kill you. But if you kill Lian Jin, he will maneuver His Majesty into punishing you. I've discussed this situation with eldest young master, and decided to let you know the situation. Once again Xiang Shaolong wishes that he has a heavy machine gun in his hands, a pity that he only has a wooden sword. There are some things that even the Master Wu cannot help, much less Wu Yingyuan or Tao Feng. Tao Feng advised him, you better not leave the house so often for these few days. If you can defeat Lian Jin and gain the trust of His Majesty, Zhao Mu may change his attitude towards you. By then eldest young master will have another grand plan, but everything can only be revealed after the duel. The corners of Xiang Shaolong's mouth revealed a slightly cruel smile and said, I know what to do. Tao Feng felt a shiver down his heart and reminded him, when you see Zhao Mu, you must pretend that nothing happened. This person is narrow-minded and if you offend him, he will certainly take revenge. Xiang Shaolong smiled bitterly in his heart, what kind of a world is this? By the time he returned to the room, Wu Tingfang is already pouting from the weight. Xiang Shaolong is still pained over the death of Shure and has no mood to be intimate with her. After having a short heart-to-heart talk with her, he asked, if there comes a day I have to leave the state of Zhao, will Fanger be willing to let go of everything else and come far away with me? Wu Tingfang was stunned, but what about father and mother? Xiang Shaolong replied, let's not think about them first, I'm only asking for your thoughts. Obviously Wu Tingfang is not used to having her own ideas, and replied after some hesitation, of course I will follow you, but father and mother must not be affected. Xiang Shaolong replied understandingly, of course, I won't care only about myself and not care about your parents and family. Wu Tingfang shifted over happily and threw herself into his arms, pouted her cute little mouth and asked, Shaolong, will you kiss me? It's the first time she's experienced this, naturally she's not sick of it yet. There's no way Xiang Shaolong could reject her, and besides this is not a painful task, so he hugged and kissed her. In a short while Wu Tingfang was writhing, her face burning, and proactively massaged his shoulder blades. Xiang Shaolong remembered that he has to preserve his strength and was secretly startled. He left her sweet mouth, and coercing and pacifying her, managed to force her to go home. Tao Fong and a large group of warriors are already waiting for her at the main door with horses, and when he saw Xiang Shaolong escorting her out, he heaved a sigh of relief. After what happened to Shu'er and Su Nu, no one dared to be lax about any woman who was close to Xiang Shaolong. Although Wu Tingfang's status is different from the other two women who died terribly, but no one can guarantee that the same thing will not happen to her. And no one will be able to take responsibility for that outcome. Before she got up the horse, Wu Tingfang held Xiang Shaolong and said, "I can only see you tomorrow night. Grandfather has promised to bring me into the palace to see your duel, you must not lose." She was about to get up the horse when Lian Jin walked out from the guest house and called loudly, "Grand young miss, please hold." When enemies meet, they cannot see eye to eye with each other. But Xiang Shaolong already has a plan, and did not reveal any of his inner feelings at all. He even moved to the side to look at the reaction Wu Tingfang has towards this ex-boyfriend. Lian Jin did not even glance at Xiang Shaolong or Tao Fong, but just took large strides towards Wu Tingfang. Wu Tingfang stole a glance at Xiang Shaolong, and replied a little helplessly, "Brother Lian, I'm in a hurry to go home." Lian Jin looked at her deeply, his face broke out into a smile that will charm any woman and said gently, "Then let brother here send you back." Wu Tingfang was surprised, and after stealing another look at the expressionless Xiang Shaolong, she shook her head, "There's no need. Master Tao will send me back." Lian Jin looked heavenward and laughed, sweeping an unhappy gaze on Xiang Shaolong, Tao Fong and the rest before sneering, "He can't even protect his own woman, so how can they be good enough to protect grand young Mississippi?" The expressions on Tao Fong and the 10-odd warriors darkened at once, but Xiang Shaolong was calm as usual, not revealing the anger burning in his heart, but only watching with cold eyes. Tao Fong exclaimed furiously, "Lian Jin, you better be careful with your words." Wu Tingfang was never really that polite to Tao Fong in the past, but because of Xiang Shaolong, she likes whomever he trusts, and said, "How can you say that? Go back quickly, I don't need you to escort me." Lian Jin looked at Xiang Shaolong from the side of his eyes and said with an icy smile towards Wu Tingfang, "Has grand young miss forgot our everlasting oath to each other?" Wu Tingfang threw a glance at Xiang Shaolong in fear and stamped her feet, "Don't talk nonsense, who made everlasting?" Lian Jin smiled and said, "We'll argue after tomorrow night." And he told Xiang Shaolong confidently, "Just wait and see. Now even Lady Ya will not be able to protect you." And left after saying these words. Wu Tingfang has never been thus humiliated, and she cried out, "I am going to tell grandfather." Lian Jin's reply is a loud laughter, as if he can't be bothered about Master Wu as well. Xiang Shaolong and Tao Fong exchanged a look, both feeling that something is not right. Will Jiamu really back him up? Why else would he be so haughty? Xiang Shaolong has just returned to the room when someone reported to him that Lady Ya has sent a horse carriage for him. Xiang Shaolong remembered what happened this morning in fury rising up, so he rejected her. After dinner, he studied the Mozi swordplay again, and felt that it is really profound and marvelous to be able to push the human body beyond borders. As he was engrossed in it, Lady Ya has arrived personally. Xiang Shaolong continued ignoring her, until she threw herself into his arms before he asked with furrowed brows, "Why do you still come here?" Lady Ya cried sadly, "Shaolong, I'm sorry." Xiang Shaolong was about to speak when he felt as if his neck has been bitten by a poisonous mosquito, and he looked at her in surprise, only to see her holding a fine needle in her slender fingers. The sharp end of the needle shone with a strange green tint. He felt his senses getting hazy and lost consciousness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 2. Book 2 Chap 2, The Trap of Lust. When Lady Ya's men were carrying him up the carriage, Xiang Shaolong woke up, but his body still felt weak. Lady Ya sat in the carriage and let him put his head on her lap, gently caressing his hair, once in a while sighing, obviously unaware that he has regained consciousness. Xiang Shaolong did not find it strange at all. Because she does not know that he has undergone antibody training for drugs before and was injected with many kinds of antibodies, and is able to withstand many times more than the average person various kinds of medication and poison. The poison from the needle could have been cultivated from plants. It can cause him to lose consciousness and strength temporarily, but will not harm his body or cause long-term damage. By now he feels that his body is slowly regaining its strength. Why would she want to deal with him? He felt a strange sensation on his face. It turns out to be Lady Ya's tears dripping onto his face. The carriage moved. Obviously no one dared to stop her carriage. Lady Ya sighed daintily and mumbled, "Shaolong, do not blame me, I am forced to do it." If I don't, we'll all end up in a bad state. Xiang Shaolong is not an idiot, so how can he not guess that this is the plot of the Marquis of Julu, Jiamu? However, he could not figure out why he would plan this. No matter how bold he is, he wouldn't dare to harm him so openly, right? But why would he help an outsider like Lian Jin deal with him who should be one of his men? Lady Ya's anxious breathing calmed, and she remained silent. Naturally, Xiang Shaolong continued to pretend to be unconsciousness and took the opportunity to rest so that he can deal with the enam's next step. The carriage suddenly stopped, followed by the sound of the door opening. Lady Ya's dainty body shook and she quietly exclaimed, "Marquis." The Marquis came into the carriage, the door closed and the carriage continued on its way. Lady Ya's breathing hastened again and she asked in shock, "What are you going to do?" A melodious and deep voice said, "Nothing. Just testing his reaction." Xiang Shaolong was secretly sneering to himself, already know what the other party is planning to do and thought to himself that he knows how this is done as well. He concentrated and willed his body to relax. Indeed, he felt a sharp pain on his thigh, and he was stabbed by the other party's sharp weapon. Lady Ya asked, "Do you not trust me?" Jiamu laughed, "It's better to play safe. How would I know that you will not join forces with him to trick me?" Lady Ya was thinking of protesting when her body suddenly leaned forward and her tiny mouth made gurgling noises. Obviously the other party is now kissing her. Xiang Shaolong even felt the Marquis hand going over his prone body, roaming all over Lady Ya's body. Listening to the sound of the clothes, Jiamu's hands must have reached into Lady Ya's clothing. Lady Ya moaned daintily. Jiamu laughed lecherously, "Lut, getting more and more well endowed." Lady Ya panted, "Haven't you tortured me enough today?" And she continued moaning again. Although Xiang Shaolong could not see, he can imagine all the awful things that is happening and felt a surge of jealousy. He forced himself to suppress that feeling and vowed never to harbor any more love for Lady Ya. Especially when this wanton is writhing so much, obviously unable to withstand the ministrations of the other party. The Lady Ya now is worthless in his mind. Jiamu let go of Lady Ya and smiled evilly, "You want it again?" Lady Ya leaned weakly on the back of the chair, her whole body heated and did not make a sound. Jiamu said with a chuckle, "If I were to marry you, Jia, will you give up this lad and follow me?" Lady Ya sighed and said, "Marquis, don't make fun of me. The one you took a fancy to is Wu Tingfang. Why would it be a hated and used person like me?" Jiamu, who was sitting opposite her, reached his hand out to caress her breast again and laughed, "It's so bouncy, so how can it be used?" "Fine. I won't force you. As long as you listen to me and work for me, this lad will be yours tomorrow night." Xiang Shaolong finally understood. No wonder Jiamu hated him so much. It's all because of this exquisite beauty Wu Tingfang. Lady Ya allowed herself to be molested and moaned, "I really do not understand. Even if Xiang Shaolong lose, Master Wu will definitely not give his precious granddaughter to you, so what's the use of you dealing with Xiang Shaolong?" Jiamu replied smugly, "I have my plans, you do not have to concern yourself." "Hey! Tell me, between this lad and me, whose touch gives you the most pleasure?" He increased the intensity of his touches. Lady Ya stammered, "Of course it's you who makes me feel better." Jiamu's voice turned icy as he asked, "Then why is it when I used this lad to do an exchange with you, you surrendered immediately?" Lady Ya exclaimed quietly, "Marquis, your hands are hurting me." Jiamu asked furiously, "Answer me first." Xiang Shaolong was so furious he almost wanted to draw his dagger and kill him, but of course he cannot do that, because he has a bigger goal, which is to kill Lian Jin. Lady Ya replied helplessly, "Because you only have lust for me, but for him, besides lust, there's love as well." Jiamu released Lady Ya, and after a long moment he calmed down enough to say, "After he's awake, Suinyang will feed him one lust pill. If you cannot handle it yourself, then ask Suinyang to replace you, you must not force yourself. After that let him sleep deeply for 6 hours before waking him up." Lady Ya asked worriedly, "Will it really be alright?" Jiamu smiled icily, "Look at how concerned you are over him, I really feel like killing this lad." "Don't worry. Besides expanding a lot of energy because of the aphrodisiac, everything else will be the same. It's just that he will be destined to lose in that duel with Lian Jin. Remember, you have to accompany Lian Jin tomorrow night, and after that I will not bother in your affairs in future." The carriage stopped. After Jiamu left the carriage, the horse started moving again. Xiang Shaolong was secretly exclaiming that it's a close shave. This is indeed a devious plan, using women to cause him harm without leaving any trace, formidable indeed. Luckily he is Xiang Shaolong. If it's anyone else, that person won't even know how he died, and may even blame himself for not being able to control his lust. Xiang Shaolong was carried into Lady Ya's bedroom, and after the servants left, only Lady Ya and that woman called Suinyang, whom the Marquis has ordered to supervise them, were around. He was secretly cracking his brain. How can he hide from these two women? If the aphrodisiac melts on contact with the mouth, he won't have enough time to spit it out. Footsteps were heard moving away. Xiang Shaolong took the risk and peeped through his lids, and saw Lady A with a voluptuous and flirtatious-looking woman standing a distance away, arguing about something. He had a flash of idea, and tore away a corner of his shirt and stuffed it into his mouth, sealing the food passage. The two ladies walked back again and Lady A exclaimed unhappily, "Is the Marquis really that distrustful of me?" Suwen Yang replied obsequiously, "Lady, please forgive me, the Marquis ordered me to witness the whole process. He's already giving Lady face, or else he loves to see such things the most. If it is not me but him watching the whole thing, Lady would be even more embarrassed." Lady A did not protest further, and quietly accepted this arrangement. He could hear the sound of the wax pill being opened, followed by a strange fragrance wafting into his nose. A pill about the size of a thumb was stuffed into his mouth, dropping right into the piece of torn cloth. Suwen Yang said with a laugh, "Done? This pill melts on contact with the tongue and will flow into the throat. No matter how chaste or strong-willed that person is, he will not be able to fight it. The aphrodisiac may have been separated by a piece of cloth, but it's swiftly melting." Suwen Yang said as she walked away, "Let me get some water to wake him up." Lady A ran after her and asked, "What if he wakes up and found out that I've given him aphrodisiac, won't he hate me then?" Xiang Shaolong was afraid that the aphrodisiac will seep through the wet cloth into his throat and was just lamenting about it when he saw this chance to hurriedly spit out the cloth and hid it under the pillow. Suwen Yang replied with a laugh, "Don't worry. He's under the influence of the drug and will be in a semi-conscious state. The only thing he knows is that he must do his best, so Lady, just enjoy yourself. I can see that he's as strong as an ox, maybe Lady will beg me to take over later, but..." Lady A gave a cold snort, feeling offended. Suwen Yang does not seem to be afraid of her and left with a coquettish smile. Lady A returned to his side, heaved a sigh, and loosened his clothes. After a moment Suwen Yang returned and cleaned his face with cold water, and was baffled. This person's constitution must be really unique, his skin has not even turned red. Xiang Shaolong laughed secretly to himself, and with a roar, pretended that the drug has taken effect and hugged the two women, at the same time using the moves he learned from military training. He used his thumb to press hard on the acupoint behind their necks. Before they have a chance to scream, they collapsed from the pressure of the thumb. They will only lose consciousness for a few minutes, but it's enough for him to start his plan. He took out the damp cloth from under the pillow and after feeding them half of the melted, gluey aphrodisiac each, Xiang Shaolong sat calmly at the side. In a short moment their skin turned fresh red, they started twisting and moaning, and slowly regained consciousness. Xiang Shaolong was secretly exclaiming that the drug is formidable, and retreated to a corner to see what will happen. When the two women were in the throes of passion, they do not care if the other party is male or female. When they started tearing each other's clothes, he put his mind at ease. So a little aphrodisiac is already so formidable, if he were to swallow the whole pill, he won't be able to take it even as his body is made from metal. Lady A and Suwen Yang's actions were becoming more and more intolerable, the bedroom was filled with their moans and screams. Xiang Shaolong closed his eyes and meditated according to how Yuan Zong taught him, eliminating all thoughts from his mind, blocking out the sounds in the room. Without knowing how much time has passed, when the two ladies were finally quiet, he opened his eyes. The two women were lying in a messy heap on the rug, their chests heaving, and asleep from extreme fatigue. Xiang Shaolong smiled, burned the piece of cloth over the lamp before lying down between the two women and pulled the blanket over the three of them and went to sleep. That night he dreamt of a bleeding Shuer, crying piteously for him to avenge her. He screamed and struggled to wake up from this nightmare, and it's already noon. The two ladies were gone and only a pretty maid was waiting at the side. When she saw that he's awake, she immediately knelt down and paid her respects, saying, "The eldest young Master Wu is waiting for Master Xiang at the main hall, is Master Xiang all right?" Xiang Shaolong pretended to be trembling and dizzy and called out, "Water. Get me some water." The pretty maid smiled, "Master Xiang has overexerted yourself last night, Lady was like you too, but..." Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing that the maid is just like the mistress, she doesn't seem to be of good character. He reached out and grabbed her tender bosom. The pretty maid left with a smile. Xiang Shaolong put on an act and pretended to be uneasy on his feet, staggering into the hall. Wu Yingyuan and Tao Fang was accompanied by the listless-looking Lady A, and on seeing him, they both looked furious, thinking that he has let himself down so terribly. When Lady A saw him coming out, she looked guilt-stricken. She stood up and was about to speak when Xiang Shaolong fell over and fainted on the floor. This move spared the need for all talk. He decided to hide this from Wu Yingyuan and Tao Fang for the time being as well so that Zhao Mu and Lian Xian will really believe their plan worked and will fall into his trap instead. Wu Yingyuan and Tao Fang were angry and anxious, and hurriedly sent him back to the guest house. When they put him on the rug, Wu Yingyuan said seriously, "Something's wrong, I think Shaolong has been deviously tricked by Lady A. Master Tao, go and get Miracle Hand Huang here, see if he can recover his strength before the duel." After he spoke he heaved a long sigh, full of regret and anger. Xiang Shaolong snapped open his eyes and sat up. The both of them were startled, and stared at him dumbly. Xiang Shaolong smiled helplessly. If I were to keep on pretending to be unconscious, it'll be more difficult than giving me a beating. The two of them were ecstatic and hurriedly asked him what was happening. After Xiang Shaolong told them the whole process, the two of them laughed so hard they were clutching their bellies. Wu Yingyuan hurriedly told Tao Fang to instruct the other warriors to guard the guesthouse and not allow anyone to come in. Tao Fang sat down after he returned and said, Shaolong is really formidable. The poison from the needle must have been cultivated from the sap of the fainting grass. Once injected into the bloodstream, even a horse will lose consciousness, but I didn't expect that you'll have no fear of it. Wu Yingyuan replied, heaven must be on our side. How does Shaolong intend to make use of this advantage? Xiang Shaolong replied, I'll just react according to circumstances. I will definitely shock the Jiao Mu and Lian Jin. Tao Fang said, Lady, you sent someone over to ask about your situation earlier. I've chased that person away. If she comes and see you personally, do you want to see her? Wu Yingyuan replied, it's better not to meet. Xiang Shaolong said, the aphrodisiac may be formidable, but hearing what Jiao Mu said, it seems that one will recover some of his strength after sleeping for a few hours, but will definitely not be able to handle an intense fight. But Wu Yingyuan replied, that is the reason, or else if Lian Jin was to win without a fight, how can he show off in front of His Majesty and all the court officials? Xiang Shaolong agreed, I agree with eldest young master's words. I should not see anyone at all, and let the enemy think that I'm trying my best to regain my strength, then I won't have to put on so much of an act tonight. Tao Fang replied, but at least Shaolong must pretend to be tired. Before we leave I will put some grey powder on your face, then nothing will go wrong. Once they said this, the three of them can't help but chortle again. The Zhao Palace is in the middle of Handan City, surrounded by walls everywhere, the river mowed deep and broad, it's almost like a city within a city. The feast will be held in the Shangruwei Great Hall in the palace. The king of Zhao's imperial seat was on the north facing the main door, on both sides there were each 40 tables placed, all facing the large empty plaza in the middle. There were 2 rows of tables front and back, each table can seat 10 people. Those seated in the front rows are naturally for royalty and the senior court officials, while the tables behind are for their families and warriors with special status. The nearer the tables are to the king of Zhao, the higher ranking the people. Master Wu and Guozhong, the 2 most wealthiest people, are seated on the 3rd table on the left and 3rd table on the right respectively. As such it can be seen how important these 2 people are in Zhao. After all the guests entered, they went to their own tables and sat down. They placed their heads close to each other as they spoke, not daring to make any loud noises. The atmosphere was tense and serious. When Master Wu walked in with the dazzling dressed Wu Tingfang and Wu Tingwei, they immediately captured the attention of everyone, firstly because of Wu Tingfang's outstanding beauty, but all the more because the 2 contestants in the duel tonight are both swordsmen from the Wu mansion. Guozhong, who was already seated, stood up and walked over. After saying a few polite words, he went nearer to his ear and whispered, I heard that last night Xiang Shaolong even went to Lady Ya's place for fun. How can he accomplish anything great if he lets himself down thus? It seems that he will certainly lose tonight. This Guozhong was average-sized, about 40 years old, his face fair and without a bear, but his eyes were bright and smart. When he spoke he is full of expressions, and seems like a person with no ill intent. But all who knows him will know how good he is at hiding daggers behind his smiles. Master Ma, who was at least 2 sizes taller and larger than him, was secretly furious, on one hand unhappy that Xiang Shaolong is so lax, on the other hand because Guozhong was insinuating that he is blind to place his bets on the wrong person to duel with the invincible Lian Jin. He can only smile condescendingly and said, you have a lot of men under you, why don't you find someone for a duel and let us have an eye-opener? As the 2 of them were debating, Jiao Mu, with a long sword scar starting from the lobe of his left ear and ending on the corner of his mouth, together with the beautiful yet tired-looking Lady Ya arrived under the protection of a few warriors. All the court officials hurriedly paid their respects to him, which shows how unique his status is. Jiao Mu stood straight, his shoulders broad, the scar on his face did not make him become ugly, instead it added to his male attraction. Although he is more than 30, he is very well maintained and handsome looking. His brows are exceptionally thin, the bridge of his nose hooked like an eagle, paired with his long and slim yet shiny eyes, he gives others the feeling that he is not to be trifled with. He saw Wu Tingfang who was next to Master Wu and his eyes shone immediately. He went forward and said, Miss Tingfang, it's been a long time since we met. After Wu Tingfang paid her respects, she said coldly, Marquis, how do you do? Master Wu and Guozhong dared not be rude, so they turned around and greeted him as well. Right at this time there was a commotion near the door. It turns out to be Wu Hei who has come in with the proud and handsome-looking Lian Jin who was dressed in warrior's attire. Lian Jin looked energetic and smug, greeting everyone with a smile, and at the same time flirting with the beauties with his eyes. By now almost all the guests have arrived. The women tied their hair up in the palace fashion and were formally dressed for the feast, either wearing jewelry that was embroidered on their clothes, swaying along, or they were wearing long robes reaching the knees, revealing the underskirt, with a coat hanging on them. When their hands extend from the broad sleeves, matching gold bangles coiled around the arms, with jade rings on their slender fingers and pearls on their ears. The jade belt around their waist hung fragrance pouches, and for a moment the fragrance and the dazzling display is enough to make one dizzy. The men were wearing crowns on their head, long robes, the back of their robes sewn to look like a swallow's tail, and looked like an opposing compliment to the ladies. Wu Tingfang has heard about how Lady Ye forcefully invited Xiang Shaolong to her residence, and saw that everyone's attention was on Lian Jin. She moved over to Lady Ye's side and whispered angrily into her ear, "Why did you harm Shaolong? If anything happens to him, I will not let you off." Lady Ye was stunned for a moment, and when she was speechless, Lian Jin had walked over with large strides. She thought of how she has to accompany him tonight, and for a moment felt shame and anger, and lowered her head. Wu Hei equals Black, who was next to Lian Jin, really lives up to his name. His face and eyes were dark, his body short and stout with a square face and large ears, but his eyes were long and narrow. Ha made Lian Jin, who was at least a head taller than him, looks dashing in comparison. Lian Jin first paid his respects to Jiao Mu, Master Wu, and Guozhong, but when his gaze shifted over to Wu Tingfang and Lady Ye, a strange, complicated expression flashed past his eyes. By then another few senior court officials joined their circle, and the atmosphere became more celebratory. Lin Jin was thinking of slipping over and flirting with the two ladies when Jiao Mu suddenly said, "If Boss Wu agrees, I would like to invite Lian Jin to be seated at my table." Everyone was stunned. By saying that, Jiao Mu was opening asking for Lian Jin from Master Wu, to place Lian Jin under his banner. Lian Jin did not expect him to do this and was extremely surprised. The expression of Wu Hei's face changed. If Lian Jin were to agree, then he can forget about staying on in the Wu family. Master Wu was secretly furious, but he smiled on the surface and said, "If Lian Jin wants to, why would I not agree? Obviously he's making Lian Jin decide." Lian Jin was secretly cursing Jiao Mu. It must be known that people in this era place as much importance on loyalty between master and servant. A mercenary must be loyal to his master, never to waver in his whole life. Now that Jiao Mu has forced him to make a decision, if he agrees, others will certainly ostracize him. In the end, the only way he can survive is if he works only for Jiao Mu. But he is now placed in a difficult position, so he gritted his teeth and replied, "I thank Marquis for your compliment, how dare I refuse?" Everyone was quiet, and looked at Master Wu. After all, Master Wu has been through a lot of experiences, and he laughed loudly. "Lian Jin, you must try your best to fight for his Marquis' glory tonight, you can only win and not lose." The underlying meaning is that if he loses, he can forget about staying on in Handan. Lian Jin and Jiao Mu exchanged looks and laughed at the same time. Master Wu and Guozhong are all wily old foxes, and once they heard the smugness hidden in the laughter, they knew that something must be going on, and both looked towards Lady Ye, who still had her head bowed at the same time. Naturally, Lady Ye knows why the two of them were laughing so happily, and suddenly felt an overwhelming regret. She thought of how Xiang Shaolong will be humiliated in front of others later, and quickly walked towards the second table on the left to hide herself. Dang! The bell sounded, reminding everyone to be seated. Master Wu was even more unhappy with Xiang Shaolong, and was secretly cursing Tao Feng and Wu Yingyuan, blaming them for being late. Close to 1,000 royalty, officials and families hurriedly went to their seats, the 80 tables on both sides filled to the brim, preparing for the grandest palace feast after the feast they had when the Yin soldiers were defeated. Everyone were just seated, and before the arrival of the king of Zhao, Xiang Shaolong arrived calmly into the hall with the wooden sword hung on his waist, accompanied by Tao Feng and Wu Yingyuan. Everyone there had more or less heard about how he was carried out of Lady Ye's residence this morning, and when they saw him arriving, they began sizing him up. Besides looking a little ashen, Xiang Shaolong looks quite normal. His beautiful physique and his height, which is a little taller than Lian Jin, really makes him the dream hero of all girls. Jiao Mu and Lian Jin, who was next to him, exchanged looks, secretly laughing that the Xiang Shaolong now only looks good on the outside, but is totally useless. Lady Ye can't help but steal a look at him, her heart quietly crying tears of regret. She has caused him such harm, the whole city already knows about it, so how can he not know? Will he forgive her? And she can't help but hate herself for caving in under Jiao Mu's lustful force, but it's too late for regrets now. If Lian Jin goes back on his word and harms him, she can only kill herself to repay him. Master Wu saw that his steps were still steady and was relieved. He chuckled, "Shaolong, come over." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly walked towards him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 3. Book 2 Chapter 3, The Duel in the Palace. Xiang Shaolong sat down next to Wu Tingfang and she hurriedly leaned over and asked with concern, "Shaolong, are you all right?" I am so worried, and last night you were even at that Let's place. And she pinched him hard on his thigh under the table. Xiang Shaolong looked at the delicacies filling the table, reached his hand out and caressed her thigh and laughed quietly. Don't worry. Just trust your future husband. Wu Tingfang's body went soft under his touch, and on one hand wanted him to be even bolder but on the other hand afraid that she may not be able to take it and let others see through her. She was so frightened that she hurriedly sat properly, and luckily Xiang Shaolong's five-fingered army finally retreated. A tall and thin gentleman with a pale face seated at the second table in front turned his head around and stared at Xiang Shaolong, who was seated on the third table at the back row, his glance filled with the intent to create trouble. Tao Feng, who was next to Xiang Shaolong, told him that would be the prince of Shaoyuan, Zhao De. Xiang Shaolong looked back at him coldly, his eyes shooting out rays of ice. That Zhao De did not back down but stared back at him, and the warriors seated at the surrounding tables also turned back and stared at him angrily. The air was charged with explosives. Dang! The bell rung again. The sounds of bamboo instruments are heard. A group of musicians blew on their instruments as they walked in and stood at the two sides, continuing with the music. Only now did Prince Shaoyuan took back his stare and looked at the main door. With the accompaniment of his concubines, King Xiaocheng of Zhao, aged around 30, walked into the hall, with over 100 followers walking behind him. Half of them went to stand around the tables, the other half following the King of Zhao towards the main seating area set aside for him. The King of Zhao has a pale face tinged red from alcohol, his features quite handsome, his eyes bright and forehead broad, quite good-looking overall. However, he's just a little thin, his lips are not thick enough, and looks like a young greenhorn. On his head he wore a headgear with a board, rounded in front and squared behind, with 10 strands of pearls stringed with red and green threads hanging from the end of the board, signifying his status as king. His dragon robe was sewn with diagrams of the sun, moon, stars, dragons etc., looking extremely grand. He walked alone to the main table, his concubines sat at the 3 tables behind him while the guards stood protectively at the 2 sides and the back. He really exuded the aura of the king of the state. Everyone knelt on the floor, waiting for him to be seated. After the King of Zhao sat down, he said gently, "Please rise and take a seat." After everyone called out greetings, they returned to their seats. Naturally, there are palace maids who will pour the wine for the guests. The King of Zhao raised his cup and said, "King Shi of Yan thinks too highly of himself, and sent Li Fu and Qing Qing to attack us but were badly defeated by us. Now General Lianpa has brought troops to surround Yan under my orders. I think King Shi of Yan can forget about a good night's sleep. Let's drink a toast to us defeating Yan." Everyone cheered and the atmosphere was celebratory. The King of Zhao suddenly stood up, and the rest were so startled they hurriedly stood up as well. He laughed, "The success of defeating Yan this time is due to the hard work of all my beloved officials. If Master Wu did not provide the war horses and food supplies, Master Guo did not supply weapons and ships, I'm afraid we would not have succeeded. Let us all drink a toast to both of them." Everyone took another drink heartily. Master Wu and Guozhong were both overwhelmed and ecstatic. Xiang Shaolong, who did not have an initial good impression of him, had a change of heart and secretly thought that a person who can become the ruler, his bearing is indeed different from others. After the King of Zhao invited everyone to be seated and enjoy the dishes, his hands clapped, emitting a crisp sound. The musicians who had retreated to both sides of the main door immediately started playing again. A group of nearly 200 beauties with their hair combed like a swallow's tail, wearing light veils made from translucent material danced into the hall like flying birds. The semi-hidden bosoms and silken legs made various marvelous poses, capturing one's attention. Everyone clapped and cheered, the applause was deafening. Xiang Shaolong watched as the dancers sang and danced daintily, and can't help but think about Ting Fangshi, who was given away, and think about if he defeats Lian Jin, he will be able to get her back, and can't help but feel a gush of bravery. Wu Tingfang whispered proudly in his ear, "Fanger's song and dance is a lot better than theirs. I will let you have a good look when there's a chance." Xiang Shaolong replied, "But you must not wear any item of clothing." Wu Tingfang rolled her eyes at him, and gave him a sweet smile. Jiamu and Lian Jin, who were keeping an eye on Wu Tingfang, was fuming at the scene, and were consoling themselves that Xiang Shaolong will be in trouble later. The dancers retreated, leaving behind only their fragrance. Everyone's gaze shifted to the King of Zhao, holding their breath and waiting for him to speak. The hall was huge, but it's so quiet you can hear a pin drop. The King of Zhao sat alone at his dragon throne, overlooking his subjects. He laughed long and loud and said, "The state of Zhao started with a military background, and we have a lot of famous generals. Zhao Shuai, Zhao Dun, Zhao Wu were our distinguished forefathers, their military exploits unparalleled at their time. After they established the country, those without military contributions cannot be appointed officials. If not for their advocating of military strength, our country would have been long gone." Everyone voiced their agreement. The King of Zhao looked at them with pride, and his gaze settled on Lian Jin, and said happily, I did not expect that such a tiny state of Wei would actually produce an invincible swordsman. Lian Jin hurriedly went to his table, knelt down and bowed his head. There is only great Zhao in my heart now. As long as your majesty gives a command, I am willing to lay down my life without a word. Master Wu secretly gave a cold snort. Obviously he despised him because he defected to Zhao Mu's side. Maybe the king of Zhao has been influenced by Zhao Mu. His attitude towards him changed greatly and he said joyfully, we must use the talented. As long as you're loyal to me, I will certainly treat you well. Lian Jin is ecstatic and hurriedly voiced out his promise. The king of Zhao raised his voice to ask, where is Xiang Shaolong? Xiang Shaolong gave a slight smile and answered as he walked out and knelt opposite Lian Jin. He greeted loudly, Xiang Shaolong pays respect to my king. The king of Zhao's eyes brightened, and said, you single-handedly defeated 800 horse thieves with your wits, and you're loyal and brave. For your comrade's sake, you risked your life to stay behind and fight the enemy. This act has brought up the fame of great Zhao. I am very impressed with you. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly voiced his gratitude and modesty, but in his heart he was secretly laughing that the story is getting more and more exaggerated. The king of Zhao smiled with satisfaction. The two of you are the dragons among men. I want you to come into the palace for a duel, because I want you to become our country's role model, and spread the spirit of martial arts so that they will have the ability to kill our enemies to repay the country. The two of them agreed unanimously. The king of Zhao laughed loudly and said, I, as well as my officials, are all impatient to watch your display of legendary swordplay. But you must remember that this is just an exchange of pointers, you must not endanger each other. I will appoint the winner as imperial swordsman immediately, and he will be able to lead an army into battle. Zhao Mu raised his voice, Your Majesty, I have a suggestion. The king of Zhao replied in surprise, Marquis Zhu Lu, please speak. But Zhao Mu stood up and said respectfully, if your majesty decrees that they cannot endanger each other in this duel, they will certainly not dare to go against your orders and will control themselves in the duel. That way, it'll be difficult for them to fully show off their sword skill. Would your majesty please reconsider? On hearing this, Lady Ye's body trembled. She stood up and fluttered. Knives and swords are emotionless. If a life is lost, won't it turn a joyous affair into a sad one? The king of Zhao looked at Lady Ye in bafflement and said, Imperial sister, official Zhao, please take a seat. I know what to do. Zhao Mu stared coldly at her before returning to his seat. He was feeling secretly overjoyed, because Zhao Ye's reaction tells him that Xiang Shaolong was really drugged, and she is clearer about that more than anyone else. By now everyone in the hall knows that there is something wrong with Xiang Shaolong. The king of Zhao looked at Master Wu and asked nonchalantly, does Master Wu have any thoughts about this? Master Wu secretly thought to himself, if Xiang Shaolong lost because of women, he can only blame himself and he'll be better off dead. But if he can kill Lian Jin, he'll be able to help appease this anger he felt, and he nodded in agreement. Shaolong once told me, he only knows how to kill, and is not well versed in performing swordplay at all. So if you want to see his real skills, we should not limit him at all. By saying that, he obviously means that this is going to be a duel to the death. Lady Ye's body trembled, and finally wept over her own stupidity. Xiang Shaolong saw this, and his despise for her lessened a little. Everyone in the hall became excited and were talking amongst themselves eagerly. Dang! It was the sound of the cup shattering, and the atmosphere was immediately serious. After the king of Zhao threw the cup onto the ground, he said coldly, to kill the enemy, is to use your life as a stake. The way of battles is the way of life and death. Fine. I will not impose any restrictions, the winner will be my imperial swordsman. Xiang Shaolong and Lian Jin, who were in front of the dragon throne, agreed at the same time. The king of Zhao cried out, the duel begins. The hall was deathly quiet, silently waiting for a good show to start. Lady Ye fell into the arms of her sister Lady Yan, who was next to her, unable to witness the horrific scene where Xiang Shaolong will be killed. Wu Tingfang's face turned pale and she leaned towards her father and asked, he won't lose, right? Clang! Lian Jin pulled out his famed golden ray sword and stood steadily in the middle of the hall and took a bow, a smile seemingly on his face. Xiang Shaolong stood up, took off his robe with one hand and threw it aside, revealing the warrior's clothes specially designed for him by Shure and the four maids. The clothes made him look even more broad and heroic. Everyone felt that Lian Jin was good-looking and heroic, but on comparison, Xiang Shaolong had a little more upright and valiant air about him, making the men sigh in compliment and the women lose their hearts. When Xiang Shaolong drew his wooden sword, everyone gasped in surprise. He stood next to Lian Jin and bowed with the sword. The king of Zhao asked surprisingly, Shaolong is using the wooden sword to duel, aren't you afraid of being at a disadvantage? Xiang Shaolong smiled a little and replied suavely, Your Majesty, do not worry. This wooden sword is made specially for me, it's not afraid of any swords or sharp weapons. Lian Jin was secretly sniggering to himself, let's see how capable this empty shell can be now. Lady Ye can't help but raise her head and took a peep at him. Looking at him standing so heroically, she felt even more guilty and collapsed into Lady Anne's arms again, unable to bear taking another look. If one must find someone who was in most pain there, she must be the one. Before Xiang Shaolong, Zhao Mu is the one who controls her heart, and ever since Zhao Guo died in the Battle of Chongping, Zhao Mu took the opportunity and conquered her. Initially Zhao Mu was very taken with her mesmerizing body, but in less than a year his attention was taken by pretty men and women from other countries. These few years he treated her hot and cold, so due to loneliness and revenge, she began a wanton life hunting for men. Only when she met Xiang Shaolong did she manage to slowly replace Zhao Mu. This time she was tried by Zhao Mu to deal with Xiang Shaolong, on one hand because she's afraid of his control, afraid that he will harm Xiang Shaolong and spoil their good times together. But more importantly, subconsciously she is used to obeying his orders, which resulted in her silly decision and causing her much hate and regret. After Zhao Mu snatched her from Xiang Shaolong's hand yesterday morning, he used all his ways, drugs, and skilled ministrations, combined with threats and benefits. After having fun with her for more than half a day, he finally succeeded in getting her to proceed with his devious plan. The deal is he will not hurt Xiang Shaolong, and after the duel he will help her and Xiang Shaolong get together and will never harass her again. Now of course she has realized that Zhao Mu had lied to her. Right at this nerve-breaking point, Zhao Mu laughed and said, "Since ancient times heroes have been matched with beauties. To increase the excitement, and to make everyone in our country understand your Majesty's ideals in developing martial arts, I have another suggestion, but..." The king of Zhao really treats this lover of his differently, and said, "Marquis Zhulu's suggestions have always been very good, say it quickly." Zhao Mu's sharp eyes swept past the whole hall and said slowly, "I suggest that the winner of the duel today will be able to choose any one of the beauties in this hall as his wife. In this way he gets both beauty and official appointment. Won't it be the best thing in the world? I ask that your Majesty approve." Everyone made a ruckus. Xiang Shaolong can't help but secretly praise Zhao Mu for his plans. He could see through his devious plot. Obviously, if Lian Jin defeats him, he will be able to take Wu Tingfang for himself, and by then he can offer her to Zhao Mu. Zhao Mu would then get what he wants. Master Wu's expression immediately changed. He can tell what the other's nefarious plan is, but is in a difficult position to voice opposition. Because that would imply that the winner will certainly choose his granddaughter, and indirectly mean that Wu Tingfang is the prettiest among all, the other beauties are all not qualified. The king of Zhao was a little stunned on hearing this, and thought of Wu Tingfang. He secretly felt that if he did not convey this order, it would tell everyone here that he is afraid of Master Wu. He was silent for a moment before raising his head heavenward and laughed, "The sword will win the beauty. This way, the palace duel tonight will be the talk for centuries to come. I will follow Marquis Zhulu's suggestion, the winner will be able to choose from here any lady without a betrothal to become his wife." Once he has spoken, this became a set deal. Everyone's attention returned to Xiang Shaolong and Lian Jin. Lian Jin could not conceal the look of happiness on his face. He and Zhao Mu made a secret agreement that Zhao Mu will have Wu Tingfang for the first 3 days, and in future this beauty will belong to him. It may not be perfect, but it's a lot better than not being able to have her at all. Xiang Shaolong on the other hand is so calm that it borders on emotionless, having entered into the realm of calmness of the Mozi swordplay. Dang! The duel began. Lian Jin turned towards Xiang Shaolong and struck a pose, both his feet steady on the ground, as if he's atop a horse, his upper body leaning a little back. Under the firelight, his dazzling golden ray sword pointing at Xiang Shaolong, who was 20 steps away from him. He held the pommel of the sword tightly in front of his chest, making one feel his immense strength waiting to be unleashed. Xiang Shaolong's eyes were lowered to the ground, his wooden sword touching the ground, like an old monk meditating. He was facing the king of Zhao, with Lian Jin at his side. Although the two of them have not started the fight, but everyone can strongly feel the opposing calmness and movement, the atmosphere so tense that it makes breathing difficult. Lian Jin has no idea that this calmness is the essence of the Mozi swordplay and thought that his opponent is afraid because he is weak. He laughed loudly, "Is brother Xiang frightened?" Lady Yi sat up straight and looked at the plaza, a dagger hidden in her sleeves. She cried out in her heart, "Xiang Lang, do not be afraid, Zhao Ye will accompany you." Once the crowd heard Lian Jin say that, they all felt that Xiaolong was afraid and talked amongst themselves busily. The king of Zhao and Master Wu looked unhappy while Zhao Mu laughed icily. This does not mean that their eyes are not bright enough. It's just that the essence of Mozi swordplay, which places more emphasis on defense rather than attack, is really vastly different from the other schools of swordplay and ideals during that era. When two enemies face each other, who would not use all their might to attack, hoping to strike a fatal move? The corners of Xiang Shaolong's mouth curved up into a slight smile and he said nonchalantly, "Top-grade martial arts is not something that Brother Lian can understand, strike now. Don't let others misunderstand that Brother Lian is only someone who can talk." Lian Jin was so furious that his eyes shot out a murderous, icy stare. He straightened his back, using the strength to propel his hand forward, the golden ray from the sword shot forward, aiming at his opponent's shoulder, his aim accurate and vicious. Zhao Mu and Prince Xiao Yuan's tables erupted in thunderous cheers. Xiang Shaolong was calm, not at all affected by the cheers of his opponent's supporters. He knows that once he strikes, it'll be difficult for him to pretend to be tired and weak, then he'll certainly be defeated by Lian Jin, whose sword skills is as good as his. But he can lure Lian Jin in using strategies. Lian Jin will take advantage of the fact that he's weak, so he will certainly use all his might to attack once he moves. Besides, Lian Jin has deep hatred for him, and wants to further weaken him, so he will surely not give any leeway in his attack. He will use all his strength and all his moves, and in that way, he will fall into his trap. Comparing their stamina, how can Lian Jin be better than him who has gone through the strictest stamina training? So when Lian Jin thinks that he is exhausting his energy, the truth is contrary, it is Lian Jin himself who will be exhausting his own energy. Besides, his advantage is that his wooden sword is 3 to 4 times heavier, so if Lian Jin wants to fight head-on, he'll be at a disadvantage. The sword's ray has reached him, aiming towards his left rib. Without a word, Xiang Shaolong took a diagonal step back towards the right, the heavy wooden sword left the ground and came up diagonally, and struck right at the tip of the golden ray sword, which is exactly the weakest point of his opponent's sword. The golden ray sword could not withstand this and was immediately bounced away. This time it is the rest of the people who cheered, the loudest of course being those from the Wu family. Wu Tingfang's palms were almost swollen from the clapping. Even Lian Jin did not expect his opponent's swordplay would be better than when they fought the last time, and was afraid he'll take the opportunity to press on an attack. He lifted his sword back into the defend position, and was about to strike again when his opponent turned to face him, his heavy wooden sword retracted a little, as if he's getting ready to attack. He was so shocked that he took a step back. Right at this time, the sword Xiang Shaolong was holding lightly trembled, and dropped a little, revealing a superficial loophole. Lian Jin was ecstatic, thinking to himself that this lad is already showing fatigue at the second strike, so he hesitated no further. With a swoosh, he lifted his sword for a direct slash, as if he wanted to slash his opponent's wooden sword. When his shoulder is almost parallel, his body dashed forward, his wrist flicked and the slash changed into a stab, aiming right at his opponent's face. At the same time he gave a flying kick towards his opponent's wooden sword, the moves aimed at killing his enemy with one stroke. His movements were fluid like a swimming dragon, forming a coherent whole with a murderous intent. Everyone was dumbfounded and started getting worried for Xiang Shaolong. Lady A secretly exclaimed to herself, "Forget it," and while those people next to her were concentrating fully on the duel, she pressed the dagger against her belly. Xiang Shaolong looked icily at the golden ray sword that was coming to him like a poisonous dragon and moved swiftly to the side. With a backhand move of his wooden sword, it hit square and hard on the golden ray sword. Clang, and the golden ray sword was propelled away again. The crowd was intoxicated and cheered loudly. Although Lian Jin's wrist was numb from the impact, but because Xiang Shaolong used only 50% of his strength, Lian Jin thought that he is just using his remaining strength, coupled with the excellent swordplay and the heavy weight of the wooden sword to block his golden ray sword. He laughed loud and long, and struck 10 times, each attack aimed to force the opponent into fighting head-on with him. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing. His opponent is giving up the intricacies of the swordplay, and is using his disadvantage to attack to his advantage. Therefore he retreated as he fought, with no loopholes in his defense at all. Either slashing or stabbing, he'd always managed to neutralize Lian Jin's vigorous attacks at the last moment. On the surface, Lian Jin has gained the upper hand, forcing Xiang Shaolong to keep on retreating without a chance to retaliate at all. But only Lian Jin will know the difficulty, although his opponent seems to be in a dangerous position, but he can never seem to fully break past his last defense. Why is it that after last night's depletion of his energy, he is still so formidable? The crowd has never seen such startling swordplay and were cheering madly. The king of Zhao was excited as well and kept on clapping and cheering. Zhao Mu had thought that Lian Jin could have a swift victory, and now he was furrowing his brows. He took a glance at Lady Ya and saw her piteous look, which put his mind at ease a little. Prince Xiaoyuan shouted the most fiercely. He wished that Lian Jin would cut off Xiang Shaolong's head with one slash. Xiang Shaolong took another 3 steps back and laughed loudly before standing steady. The heavy wooden sword slashed across with all his might, but just before it hit against the golden ray sword, the stance changed twice, forcing the now tired Lian Jin to change his moves twice before he can block the heavy wooden sword. Dang! The sound this time actually sounded like the crisp clanging of 2 metal swords hitting against one another. Lian Jin was stunned and realized that his opponent's strength has increased by at least half, and although he did not want to, he can't help but take 2 steps back, changing his attack into defense. His relentless attacks finally came to an end. Xiang Shaolong stared at him, electricity shooting out from his eyes, and he seems to be a totally changed person. He straightened his back, revealing a heroic air, and said icily, "You've been tricked." He took half a step forward, roared and raised his sword to slash at his opponent's face. The wind carried his roar, piercing to the ears, and even more astonishing, this slash seems to carry with it the fatality of 1,000 soldiers and horses charging into the battlefield. The endless cheers and roars came to an abrupt stop. This change is too unexpected. Many stood up unconsciously, and Zhao Mu was one of them. Lydia stood up with a surprised ah, the dagger in her hand dropped to the ground, a look of happiness as she gazed at her godly and heroic lover. When Lian Jin heard his opponent said you've been tricked, he was so frightened his senses took leave of him. But he is after all a skilled pugilist, and used all his capability and strength to forcefully meet with this unavoidable attack. Lian Jin's stamina was not as good as Xiang Shaolong's in the first place, and coupled with the fact that he's fought for a long time and losing strength. His opponent's wooden sword was almost 100 caddies, so Xiang Shaolong's attack forced him to retreat 3 steps back. A thunderous applause erupted from the crowd at this time. There was no expression in Xiang Shaolong's eyes at all, he was as calm as still water. The heavy wooden sword on his shoulder, he walked towards Lian Jin step by step. The pack-pack sound made by his footsteps became the symphony of death. His formidable imposing manner pressed further, not allowing Lian Jin any time to catch his breath at all. Lian Jin knows that he must not let his opponent take control of the situation, so he roared and the golden ray sword became a shining blur, turning from a wide attacking stance back into the more intricate swordplay he is more adept at. Xiang Shaolong's heavy wooden sword sprung up from his shoulder and was in midair as he said icily, "It's too late." The heavy wooden sword increased its speed. It looked like a clumsy move, but in fact it was an intricate one, slashing heavily right in the middle of the shining, blurred sword. The blur of the sword stopped, Lian Jin took a few steps back, fresh blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Xiang Shaolong knows that if he wants revenge, this is the time. He quietly called out Sure and Su Nu's names in his heart and charged forward, knocking into Lian Jin together with his sword. The two bodies joined together and separated again. Everything was quiet, it was as if time has been frozen at that instant. The whole hall was so quiet that one can hear a pin drop. Besides Zhao Mu and a few other highly skilled pugilists with excellent eyesight, the rest can't really see clearly what has happened. The two of them exchanged positions, then separated by 1 step, and stood back to back. Xiang Shaolong raised his head upwards, the wooden sword back on his shoulder, his eyes filled with endless sadness and anger. Lian Jin looked totally dumbfounded and lowered his head to look at his chest where the sword struck. He felt the broken ribs and the gradually spreading heart-wrecking pain. Everyone was flabbergasted, looking at the two quietly standing person in the hall. Lian Jin groaned, and he knelt down. Xiang Shaolong looked heavenward and laughed loud and long. He knelt down towards the king of Zhao, the tip of his sword on the ground, and said respectfully, "It's my good fortune that I have not lost my life, and I would like to marry the young lady of the Wu family, Tingfang as my wife." His words were deliberately spoken for Lian Jin's ears. On hearing this, Lian Jin felt a rush of anger attacking his heart, spurted out a mouthful of fresh blood and collapsed on the ground. His stance was like he was kowtowing in prayer, and died on the spot. Zhao Mu lost everything in this bed and was so furious his face turned pale. His fists clenched tightly, he looked at Lydia with hatred. Lydia's pretty face revealed an alluring exhilaration, her dainty body trembling. She had just turned her head back and took a look at him, the corners of her mouth revealing a disdainful expression. Zhao Mu suddenly knows that Lydia is now fully out of his control. Everyone in the Wu family was excited. Wu Tingfang's hands clasped her pretty face, tears of love rolling down her cheeks uncontrollably. Heavens! She will be his little wife. The rest of the people in the hall have not recollected their emotions after witnessing the engaging duel earlier and were still looking on speechlessly. The only sound they can hear is the remaining echoes of Xiang Shaolong's words. The king of Zhao personally poured a cup of wine and left his seat to walk towards Xiang Shaolong and said with a sigh, "Such swordsmanship has truly never been seen before. From today onwards, not only will Shaolong be Wu Tingfang's husband, but you'll also be Great Zhao's chief imperial officer. I will bestow you a cup of excellent wine." Xiang Shaolong put his wooden sword down and after kowtowing and thanking his majesty, he received the wine while still kneeling and drank it in one gulp. Thunderous cheers erupted. No one is interested to throw even a glance at Lian Jin's body. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 4. Book 2 Chap 4, Regaining What Was Lost. That night the Wu's castle was decorated festively, everyone was in a celebratory mood, making merry with songs and dances. The only dejected person is Wu Hei. After Master Wu gave him a thorough scolding, he chased him out of the house. All his men will be transferred to Tao Fong, who gained great merit by recommending Xiang Shaolong. In the mansion, Master Wu's wife and his favored concubines, 17 sons and their families all attended the celebratory feast. On top of that there were his 20-odd daughters and their husbands' families, together with other relatives. There were over 1,000 people gathered in the hall, the atmosphere festive. The ecstatic Wu Tingfang dragged her husband in after seeing her mother. She dragged and introduced him to relatives and friends, causing Xiang Shaolong much confusion and headache. Like what Tao Fong said, besides wooing Yuan, the rest are unable to account to much accomplishment, only interested in merrymaking. Amidst the talking and laughter, Tao Fong came over to call him aside. They came to a small study at the back courtyard. Master Wu and Wu Yuan are already waiting there. The four of them sat down on the mat facing one another. Master Wu clapped his shoulder and said, Yuan told me what happened. Shaolong, not only are your sword skill unparalleled, but you're wittier than others, or else the situation now will be totally opposite. Xiang Shaolong heard that his tone is warm. Apparently he is already regarding him as his grandson-in-law, so he hurriedly expressed his gratitude. A fog came over Master Wu's expression and he said somberly, Yuan told me that you have the blood of Qin in you. If it was in the past, I will certainly be very unhappy, but today I feel exceptionally close to you. He continued emotionally, no matter how much effort I have put in for Zhao, the Zhaos will still treat me with suspicion. What happened to Lian Jin this time is proof of that. He took a glance at everyone inside, to think that years ago before Wei Xiangyang went to Qin, the Qins have not discarded vulgarity. Fathers, sons, brothers and aunts, daughters all slept in the same room. It's all due to Xiangyang's reforms that made Qin leap into one of the strongest states. But look how a foreigner like him ended up. Once King Shao passed away, his successor immediately had him killed by having 5 ox dismember his body. Hi! Now I am starting to believe what Yuan has said, sooner or later we will face the same fate. Tao Fong added, luckily Shaolong is now up and coming, and can dispel this disadvantageous position of ours for the time being. Wu Yuan replied, I'm afraid Zhao Mu will come up with another plan now that this one has failed. He will surely find a way to harm Shaolong, and we must not let our guards down against Prince Xiaoyuan as well. Master Wu gave a cold snort. What they want is the Wu family's riches and women. Humph. I am not one who will offer my neck to be chopped. Now that the Zhaos have revealed that they are going to deal with me, and with that Guozhong at the side fanning the fire, we must now plan for a rainy day so that we will not be caught off guard when the time comes. Wu Yuan replied, Father, do not worry. With Shaolong, it's like adding a tiger to our strength. The Zhaos will not dare to make any hasty moves. Besides, for the past 10 years, I have always used the advantage of being able to travel outside to plan for our future. Now that I have some headway, I will be able to present to you the whole plan very soon for your consideration. After Master Wu complimented his son, he turned towards Shaolong and said, Today is your big day, we'll find a good date within these few days and let you and Fanger marry immediately. You can put your mind at ease and relax and enjoy yourself, the other matters can be put aside first. He added with a smile, now Tao Fong will take you to see someone, that is the reward you deserve. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic and hurriedly thanked him. Tao Fong walked with him towards the courtyard behind the castle and said emotionally, If I have not met you, the one being chased away today would not have been Wu Hei, but me, Tao Fong. Xiang Shaolong replied, Is Master Tao really a Zhao? Why would the Wu father and son trust you so much? Tao Fong replied, Actually I'm not really sure who I am as well. If not for the previous generation's master who took me in, I'm afraid I would have starved to death on the streets. Therefore even if I have to lay down my life for the Wu family, I will not have a word of complaint. Xiang Shaolong was astounded. By now the two of them has reached a bungalow built with its back to the hills, and they could see lights inside. Tao Fong said, From tonight onwards, this house would be your home. After grand young miss become yours, she will move here as well. Xiang Shaolong saw that this house is surrounded by woods, and is very happy with it. Tao Fong pushed him towards the front courtyard and laughed, Enjoy yourself. But if grand young miss comes looking for you, even master would not be able to hold her back. He left after saying these words. Xiang Shaolong stepped on the gravel and he has not even reached the main door when Chunying, Xiaoying, Zhouying and Dongying, the 4 pretty maids came out together and knelt at the 2 sides, saying together, We pay our respects to master. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic and he reached out his hands and pinched each of their faces, but suddenly he thought of the ill-fated Shure and Su Nu. Now that Lian Jin has died under his sword, only that Prince Xiaoyuan and Zhao Mu remains. The 4 maids were understanding, and on seeing his distraught expression, they wept together with him as well. Xiang Shaolong forced himself to look happy and cajoled the 4 maids. Once he stepped into the house, he saw that the decorations were exquisite, warm and comfortable. Xiaoying is the most petite among them, about 16 to 17 years old, and she's the prettiest as well. She came up to him and whispered in his ear, There's someone waiting for master in the room. Xiang Shaolong felt heat rising up his heart, reached out his hand and grabbed her bosom before walking towards the room. He had just pushed the door open when a fiery ball ran into his arms, the dainty body trembling, with tears of joy flowing down. Who else can it be but the long-gone Ting Fengshe? The old flame of desire started burning high. Words were replaced but hot and wet kisses. This couple who had missed each other for so long caressed each other madly, removing the obstacles of clothing who has no place being there for each other. Under the light of the burning lamp, they used the most vigorous movements to express the love they felt for each other, joined together as one in the most intimate way possible between a man and a woman. In this moment, every inch of their skin belongs to the other, there is no holding back at all. The sexy and alluring Ting Fangshi totally opened up her beautiful body, accepting her lover's most violent and intoxicating attacks. The joy took her soul to the peak of happiness, her soul was besotted, she screamed madly, using her body and mind to make this man, who has caused her endless tears for the last 6 months, happy. She has now received her reward. While at the peak of her joy, this mature and voluptuous beauty convulsed, and uncontrollably twined herself around Xiang Shaolong's perfect male body like an octopus, using all the strength in her limbs to hold on to him tightly. Xiang Shaolong lied comfortably on her body, licking the tears on her face and asked, "Where have you been all this time?" With her face still blushing, Ting Fangshi panted, "Right here, but not in this pretty house." Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, "Didn't Tao Fang said you've been given away?" As long as Ting Fangshi can hug him, she can forget about what happened in the past. She said, "Do not blame Master Tao, he has been protecting me all along. Ever since we thought the horse thieves killed you, Master made me into a dance courtesan. But because of Master Tao, I've always received special treatment and I do not have to accompany guests. Then you came back alive, and even defeated the bad person, I was so excited I could die." Xiang Shaolong laughed, "This I know too well." Ting Fangshi wriggled coquettishly. Xiang Shaolong felt his desire burning again, and was about to launch another attack when Zhou Ying's voice could be heard calling from outside, "Master! Grand young miss is here." Xiang Shaolong kissed Ting Fangshi and said, "Have some sleep first, I'll be right back." Ting Fangshi nodded her head like a little lamb. Xiang Shaolong can't help but grope her a little more before walking out of the room satisfied, and bumped right into Wu Tingfang who was walking over. Wu Tingfang hugged him and stretched her head to look into the naked splendor in the room and laughed, "Have you just done your naughty deed?" Xiang Shaolong laughed, "That's right. But it's not the end yet." He bent over and carried her up and went back into the room. Ting Fangshi was so startled she hurriedly knelt down and paid her respects. Wu Tingfang's slender hands twined around Xiang Shaolong's neck and she looked at the naked Ting Fangshi and half sighed, "Dispense with courtesy. Our husband is the rudest person in this world, so we can forget about any semblance of courtesy." It was followed by joyous mating, endless loving. The next day, before the sun rose, Tao Fang came and woke him up to go to the palace immediately to see the king of Zhao and accept his new appointment. Although Wu Tingfang and Ting Fangshi woke up with him, but after last night, their bodies doesn't seem to obey their wishes and they couldn't get out of bed. Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing that even in this era with no alarm clocks, he still has to suffer the pain of waking up early. The four maids hurriedly helped him freshen up and change before he went on his way with Tao Fang. Ever since they reached Handan, this is the first time he woke up so early. It turns out that there's a lot of people who wakes up even earlier than them. Besides the farmers and herdsmen heading towards the market, they also saw troops of Zhao soldiers on their morning exercise, walking briskly and neatly past them as they shouted commands. All these activities added some excitement to this morning city. Tao Fang rode in with him, his eyes tired and said, "I had a little too much to drink last night, and had some fun with 2 dance courtesans. I'm still having a bit of a headache now. I have to admit old age even if I didn't want to, in the past I can have 7 girls in a row and I won't feel anything." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "7?" And thought to himself that either his memory is failing him, or he's boasting. He only had 2 girls last night and now his back still feels a little stiff. If it's 7 women, he might even have problem getting up the horse now. When men talks about such matters, none will want to belittle themselves. Tao Fang said quietly, "If you don't believe me you can ask eldest young master, he was in the room next to mine that night and said that he could hear their moans all night. Hi! If only there's a pill to return one to one's youth." Xiang Shaolong secretly thought, "Do I really have to ask my father-in-law, is it true that on a certain date on a certain night, Master Tao was in a room next to you doing it with 7 women and making them scream the whole night?" He can't help but smile at this thought. By now the 2 of them has passed through Lady Ye's enormous residence and turned into the main road in Handan, going towards the palace. The sky is slowly getting brighter. Tao Fang saw Lady Ye's residence and said, "I thought Jia would come and look for you last night, but I didn't expect my guess to be wrong." Xiang Shaolong also felt a little lost. Because he thought as well that Jia will not let him off last night, then he will be able to humiliate her so as to appease his anger at her for obeying Zhao Mu. But things did not happen to his expectations and now he is past his anger. He thought of how she opposed without concern about herself, Zhao Mu's suggestion last night about having no restrictions in the duel. Obviously she loves him more than Zhao Mu, and he can't help but miss her a little. When they went past the city gates, all the guards saluted Xiang Shaolong, making him feel what his status is like now, and at the same time he thought that if he has to start work so early every day in future, he would have to give up all merrymaking at night. When the two of them came to the plaza outside Chaoyang Hall where the king of Zhao meets his officials, they saw the steps outside the hall was filled with officials and generals in their official robes, chatting amongst themselves in small groups. The atmosphere was serious with an underlying ease. Zhao Mu was talking to a few generals when he saw the two of them walking over. After greeting one another, Zhao Mu looked as if nothing has happened and said warmly, "Master Tao, please return, you can hand Xiaolong over to me, I will settle everything for him." After Tao Feng cast a look at Xiang Shaolong, he left helplessly. Xiang Shaolong wished that he could cut him up into pieces immediately, but he has to pretend to smile and look respectful. Zhao Mu said with a smile, "It's the first time Xiaolong is reporting here, you're surely not used to the rules in the palace. But now that you're one of us, I will look after you." Xiang Shaolong secretly cursed him for being a wily old fox. He placed his bet on the wrong person earlier, so now he's trying to get into his good books. He has no choice but to pretend and reply gratefully, "Thank you, Marquis, for thinking so highly of me, I am indeed very grateful to you. If not for Marquis' suggestion, how else will the Wu family agree to marry their daughter to me?" Although it felt as if an arrow was struck through his heart, Zhao Mu doesn't know that in fact Xiang Shaolong has heard about his evil intentions towards Wu Tingfang in the carriage that night. He thought that he was genuinely grateful and hurriedly replied, "You're welcome." By then the bell was sounded and the officials hurriedly walked into the hall. Zhao Mu asked warmly, "Does Shaolong has anything special on tonight?" Xiang Shaolong secretly sighed to himself, knowing that there's no way he can reject, but also because of the strategy he had discussed with the Wu family last night, he can only reply, "Marquis, please give your instructions, I can cast everything else aside." Zhao Mu was very satisfied, thinking to himself, "You threw your lot with the Wu family with the intention of only getting power and beauty. As long as I devise a ploy and let you know who is the real master, you'll come and work for me obediently." He laughed and said, "I'll send someone at dusk to Wu's residence to escort you to my residence for dinner. You don't have to be dressed formally, just take it that you're just going home." Amidst the loud laughter, he accompanied Xiang Shaolong into the hall. This Zhao Mu is a strong-handed and ambitious man, so he has the intention of pulling a rare talent man like Xiang Shaolong to his side. He also wants to cast a blow to the Wu family, so he put aside his private grudges for the time being and changed to soft tactics to deal with Xiang Shaolong. But he did not expect Xiang Shaolong will be one who place relationships and loyalty above everything else. Shure's death has made the enmity between them unbreakable, only blood will be able to wash it clean. The officials in the hall took their places on the left and right rows according to their status. Xiang Shaolong stood outside at the door of the hall, until the king of Zhao took his seat on the imperial throne and settled a few court affairs before he broke tradition and summoned him to court to officially appoint him. Only then did he order the internal official to bring him to the imperial palace's uniform department to take his measurements for his official robes and for professionals to teach him about his duties and court etiquette. That internal official is called Ji Guang, and panders to him extremely, taking the effort to explain everything in detail. Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize that the Imperial Guard is one of the 10 assistants under the command of the brocade commander. Their only duty is to ensure His Majesty's safety. They have to be on duty in the palace for 5 days every month, sticking close to the king to protect him. He was secretly lamenting that in the past he was frequently tasked with protecting politically important people, and now that he's in this world 2,000 years earlier, he's still doing the same job. The short and fat Ji Guang smiled and said, "You don't know how much His Majesty likes you. He gave you 3 days leave, by then your official robes will be ready. You'll surely look suave in your army uniform, no one will look better than you." Xiang Shaolong looked at his flat and round face that looked so funny and said, "Can I leave now?" A look of alarm flashed past Ji Guang's face, and he said with a smile, "There's still one more place to go, please come with me." They turned this way and that in the palace, passing through corridors and gardens, and in the end reached an exquisite little house in the back palace. He said mysteriously, "Please go in, I will wait here." Xiang Shaolong was baffled, but looking at his expression, he knows that there's no use asking him, so he might as well walk towards that building. He had just stepped into the hall when a beauty who was standing next to the window turned around. It is Lady Ya, whom he was just thinking of this morning. She has totally recovered her glowing appearance and poise, dressed all in white, proud and confident. She came towards him smiling, her rosy lips muttering quietly, "Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong." Xiang Shaolong saw her smiling so prettily, and was unable to utter even a word of reprimand. He can only walk past her coldly, going towards where she stood earlier, looking at the woods outside the window with a small stream with a bridge over it. The scenery was enchanting. Lady Ya swayed her way next to him and said gently, "Xiang Shaolong. Shall we make a deal?" This strange move threw Xiang Shaolong off guard, and he looked at her in shock. Lady Ya covered her mouth and laughed. She lowered her head and said slowly, "Firstly, Zhao seeks your forgiveness for falling into that villain Zhao Mu's plot and almost caused harm to you. And also caused harm to myself." Xiang Shaolong knows that she must have thought back about the matter and knows that he did not take that aphrodisiac, so she told him the truth first to show that she dare not hide anything from him. Lady A lifted her head, her rosy lips saying quietly, "Zhao wants to thank you as well. If you have not appeared, I may never be able to leave Zhao Mu's control, but ever since last night, the thought of him makes me sick. From now on, I will not allow him to touch even a finger of mine." She added, "And I won't let any man touch me. Of course, the only exception is Xiang Shaolong, he can touch any way he wants." Xiang Shaolong felt a lurch in his heart and almost pulled this woman whose beauty is comparable to Wu Tingfang's into his arms and let his hands enjoy themselves. However, he gritted his teeth and held himself back, saying calmly, "Lady has not disclosed the terms of your deal." The sunlight and the shadow from the trees fell on her snow-white clothes from outside the window, which made her look as if she is wearing a robe of crisp morning ray. Her heaving bosom, her delicate and well-defined shoulders, her tiny waist, her long and beautiful legs, she is so alluring that Xiang Shaolong is unable to put her together with the word s.lut. But she was once a s.lut. Such strange oxymoron made her especially enchanting. Naturally, Lady Ya knows this point, so she's quite confident that Xiang Shaolong will accept her surrender. He raised her dainty brows slightly and said quietly, "I know you're deliberately trying to scare me. In actual fact, you're no longer angry with me, but just pretending to." Xiang Shaolong couldn't do anything to her, so he sighed, reached out his hand to grab her waist and pull her in. His face 2 inches away from hers, he asked, "You really will not touch any other men in future?" Lady Ya threw a glance at him. "Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, you can take my heart out for a look." Xiang Shaolong is flirtatious by nature. The more wanton the woman, the more exciting it is for him. Therefore, how can he ever resist the temptress Lady Ya's attacks? He sighed and said, "Although I had a crazy night with Wu Tingfang last night, but you've still managed to set me aflame, and I only wish to see the most exciting part of your deal." Lady Ya smiled coquettishly, "That part belongs to you long ago, now Zhao is only asking that you accept it from the kindness of your heart. What I am giving is Lady Ya's effective ears, to be your spy and scout." Xiang Shaolong was astounded. "Are you trying to hint to me that I will be in great danger?" Lady Ya used all her strength to hug him, gave him a short, gentle kiss and sighed, "How can one mountain contain 2 tigers? This is such a simple logic. One day you will ultimately clash face to face with Zhao Mu. With such a useful soldier like Zhao Ya around, how can Shaolong not accept it with a smile?" Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "So once Zhao Ya escapes from Zhao Mu's grasp, she can become so formidable. I shall decide to make do with it and accept this main deal of yours." Lady Ya was ecstatic. "Remember, it's main and not side. Once we leave Handan, I want to become one of your main wives." Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, "Leave Handan?" Lady Ya left him, looked out the window sadly and nodded her head. "That is the only way out for us, or else in less than a year, you and everyone in the Wu family will die." Xiang Shaolong was shaken and grabbed her shoulders, pulling her close into his arms and asked gently, "Zhao Ya, can you be more precise about this?" He was finally moved by Zhao Ya, because she would even betray the kingdom of Zhao and her family for him. Her love for him is boundless. So he changed his way of addressing her as well. Lady Ya spoke with love, "As long as you will love me for the rest of your life, you will listen to anything you say." Xiang Shaolong looked at her heaving bosom as she spoke, and knows that her heart is now burning with desire. He sighed and said, "Your bosom looks so beautiful when you're breathing." Once Lady Ya heard her lover complimenting her in her chest, she turned around happily. "Continue with your compliments." Your loves being pampered by Xiang Lang. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thinking that she's formidable, and really wanted to have fun with her immediately, but this is definitely not the right place. He pulled her and asked, "Your place or mine?" Lady Ya hugged him tightly and sighed, "Hi. Yor wants it even more than you. But important matters are at hand. You and the Wu family are in a life and death situation." It was as if cold water was poured over his head. Xiang Shaolong's desire evaporated completely and he looked at her seriously. Lady Ya fell into his arms and whispered into his ears, "When Zhao Mu took me back to his residence yesterday to have fun with, I took the chance while he was sleeping to steal a look at his secret documents which he kept locked up. I found a name list, and they're all from the Wu family. The document listed when those people on the list accepted pay, and when they provided information and details like those. I have memorized and written these people's name earlier, and I've put it inside your clothes now." Xiang Shaolong was stunned. "You know how to open locks?" Lady Ya replied, "I've received training on theft and spying since I was young, and because of my status and my body, Yura has frequently been sent overseas to gather information. Besides my imperial brother in Xiaomu, no one knows about this. Now that I've told you everything, you should know how my heart feels." Xiang Shaolong kissed her and said, Xiang Shaolong's words are as good as gold, I will not let you down. Only now did he understand why the king of Zhao favors her so much, and he also thought of another question. Now that everyone knows that you have fallen in love with me, won't they be suspicious of you? Lady Ye replied, don't worry. They're so sure that I will not be infatuated with any man for long, and that I'm a born lut. Besides, my family name is Zhao as well, why would I help an outsider deal with my own blood family? Xiang Shaolong can't help but ask, can you really harden your heart to deal with your family? Lady Ye replied sadly, I have totally lost hope in the Zhao family. Not only are they biased against anyone who is not from Zhao, they are also biased against those Zhaos with other family names. This is the reason the totally incapable Zhao Guo can replace the great general Lianpa, which resulted in the great tragedy of Chongping, causing the state of Zhao to weaken. Now I only wish to go far away with you, and not end up being the slave of a country doomed to end, and end up being a cheap prostitute. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head in understanding, finally knowing why ever since her husband Zhao Guo died, she spent her life in such an intoxicated mess. It's because she has given up hope on the future, so she's numbing herself with her wanton lifestyle. Lady Ye's voice turned quiet and she said quickly and impatiently, Wu Yuan's activities overseas, my imperial brother has heard about it long ago and he even suspects that he is in touch with the Qins. It's just that Master Wu controls almost half of our state's livestock and is very reputable in Zhao, with an army of thousands of warriors. My imperial brother dare not make any rash moves, afraid that he will rock the stability and invite other states to take the opportunity to attack. Xiang Shaolong felt his skin go numb, so it turns out that the king of Zhao really intends to get rid of the Wu family. Lady Ye said, last night after you defeated Lian Jin, imperial brother and Zhao Mu held a secret discussion and they decided to pull you to their side and make use of you to deal with the Wu family. Later imperial brother summoned me and wants me to use my beauty to charm you so that you cannot pull yourself away. But Yar knows about my own feelings, the one who got charmed instead is Yor. Xiang Shaolong remembered his appointment with Zhao Mu tonight and felt a cold shiver. He did not expect that the king of Zhao would be involved in the background as well. Lady Ye said, you can still drag for time now, because Zhao Mu's men will go to Mulberry Village these 2 days to find out your background. Only when they're sure you have no problem will they use you. Xiang Shaolong really felt his whole body turn cold. If they capture mate Sun Yang, that'll be terrible. Lady Ye kissed him gently as she said, Yura knows that not only is your swordplay unparalleled, but your wits is even greater. Now that I have given my life to you, we will share wealth and woes together, you must not abandon your, Xiang Shaolong hugged her tightly and said quietly, now let us put on a show, pretend that we've just had some fun, understand? Lady Ye's pretty face blushed and nodded her head in agreement. Xiang Shaolong moved immediately, using his hands and mouth and messed up her clothes and hair before leaving in a hurry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 5. Book 2 Chap 5, Scheming Snake. The name list was on the table. Master Wu, Wu Yuan, and Tao Feng all looked somber. Surprising, there was also Lian Jin, Li Shan, and Wu Hei's names on it as well. Besides Tao Feng, Li Shan is the closest to Xiang Shaolong among all the warriors, but who would have expected that he is the king of Zhao's spy? No wonder Prince Xiaoyuan came asking for Su Nu at such a perfect timing, because it's all a plot. Xiang Shaolong feels the pain of betrayal by a good friend. Master Wu said quietly, although Zhao Ye is highly trustworthy, but we must still try various methods to check if this name list is authentic. Ying Yuan will be in charge of this. He then told Tao Feng, you'll send men to rush to Mulberry Village immediately and move mate Sun Yang to a secret location. Then you'll bribe the people there heavily and ask them to lie for Xiaolong, to cover the secret that Xiaolong is a descendant of a Qin. Only Xiaolong knows his own problem, because no one there knows him at all. Therefore he can only force himself to say, I've always hunted and stayed in the mountains, and only went to Mulberry Village recently. I've always stayed at an isolated valley. Tao Feng patted his own chest and said, that's no problem, I'll get some people to disguise themselves as villagers. I guarantee that no one will know. Xiang Shaolong felt assured. Master Wu sighed, it's all thanks to Xiaolong this time that we find out how dire our circumstances are now. If not for Xiaolong's victory last night, if Lian Jin marries Fenger then it'll be terrible. From now on, I will not look upon myself as a Zhao. Luckily we have connections with the rich and powerful in various other states, we'll have people accepting us no matter where we run to. The problem is how can we avoid the Zhaos coming after us? Xiang Shaolong was feeling perplexed, why is it that Master Wu seems very confident of moving the entire clan out of the city? Master Wu showed his calmness in the face of danger and said coldly, it's now time to settle the accounts for autumn. I'll take the opportunity to arrange everything when the herdsman in charge from the various places comes and prepare to react to the situation. Since he's unkind to me, I shall not show him any mercy either. Since King Xiaocheng wants to deal with me, I'll drag him down at the same time. Wu Yingyuan added, keeping soldiers for 1,000 days, so that they can be used for a time. Now it seems like in critical time for Zhao Wuzhua and the death warriors he trained. Master Wu agreed heartily. This king of livestock who has always been loyal to the state of Zhao is really furious now. Tao Fang explained to Xiang Shaolong, Zhao Wuzhua is master's godson, and he goes around especially to adopt orphans and give them rigorous training to become our main force. We have a few thousand people and they're usually scattered around the pastures near Handan. Only the few of us know about this matter. Wu Yingyuan said, with them helping Xiaolong, it'll be even better. Even if the king of Zhao send his troops to attack our Wu's castle, we can still defend ourselves for about half a month. Master Wu said, we'll postpone Xiaolong and Fanger's wedding to a month later, then on the pretext that we're preparing for the wedding, we can cover up a lot of our movements. Tao Fang added, I can use the excuse that I'm reorganizing Wu Hei's men to make changes to the troops and transfer most of the spies out of here so that the Zhaos will not be suspicious. Master Wu said with determination, we'll do it that way then. He turned towards Xiang Shaolong and said, Shaolong has to pretend to be attracted by benefits and lust and accept Zhao Mu's bribes. You must also pretend to be enamored with Zhao Ye's beauty so that the Zhao people will not get suspicious. I will give you some information to leak to Zhao Mu so that they will trust you even more. Xiang Shaolong agreed sincerely. Master Wu reached out and grabbed his shoulders and said with a smile, go and see Fanger. She came over just now asking for you. Xiang Shaolong wanted to smile back, but he has lost the mood for it. In the 21st century, when he leaves his home every day, he seldom thought of whether he can return home alive. But in this warring states period, not only does he have to worry about not coming home, he has to worry about disasters falling from the sky and affecting the whole clan. For survival, everyone must make himself become the stronger one, or rely on the stronger ones to survive. Xiang Shaolong found Wu Tingfang who was practicing her horse riding and archery skills at the training field. After practicing with her a round of archery, he returned to his peaceful home and saw that there is a wooden sign hung outside the door that says Hidden Dragon Abode. It turns out to be Wu Tingfang's work. Tingfanger and the four maids were happily pruning the bushes and flowers, humming a song, and on seeing his return, she was ecstatic. She hugged him and Wu Tingfang and took them into the house. Before they could sit down properly, a huge group of servants carrying 100-odd large and small chests came over. Xiang Shaolong was dumbfounded while Wu Tingfang said with a laugh, what's so strange, Tingfang already belongs to you. Father and mother has no objections, so naturally I'm moving in to stay with you. Xiang Shaolong did not imagine that in this era, there would actually be cohabitation. He suddenly understood, to the Wu family talk about loyalty and piety are all unreliable words. The most reliable would be to use the Wu family's most alluring beauty to bind his body and heart. But he is indeed extremely fond and infatuated with Wu Tingfang, so he said with a laugh, I have the power and the responsibility to ask you for bed tax every night before you're allowed to sleep. Wu Tingfang's pretty face blushed and she stared at him charmingly before instructing the servants how she wants her things to be placed and how she wants the 2 rooms inside hall, which has been set aside for her at the east chamber, decorated. Tingfanger came to his side and said with a laugh, Grand young miss said that there are 8 rooms in the west chamber, the first room is mine, the rest will be for the women you marry in future. If it's not enough, we can ask someone to build another extension. Xiang Shaolong put his arms around her waist and asked, happy? Tingfanger nodded her head shyly, her expression overjoyed. To be able to make the woman he loves happy, is a man's greatest achievement. He thought of a matter and asked, the beauties that came with you to Handan, do you know where they've gone? Tingfanger shook her head sadly, and said, I heard that some of them were sent away to become camp prostitutes. Besides me, none of them are in Wu residence. Only now was Xiang Shaolong's question answered. No wonder they have to look for so many beauties in the villages, so it's to comfort the army who have left their hometown and are now stationed overseas. He can't help but feel pity for them. Only by unifying the various states and establishing a new law and regime, will this problem of belittling women's rights be solved. Hi! Even if the world is unified, they still have about 2,000 odd years to go before there can be some hope of civilization. This is such a far and difficult journey. After lunch, he hugged Tingfanger as he took an afternoon nap and only woke up a little after 3 p.m. Wu Tingfang is still happily decorating her room at this time. After Xiang Shaolong freshened up, he went to her room and looked on with interest as Chunying and the other maids worked under her instructions. Although it's called a room, but the size is even bigger than the modern man's living room. The most eye-catching item is the huge bed which took up a quarter of the room, and it can sleep 7 to 8 people very comfortably. The bed itself is like a room. The 4 corners of the bed were 4 round wooden pillars carved with flowers, with wooden beams cementing it to the roof, and hung on it were huge curtains. Once he thought of this beauty waiting obediently every night on this bed that has layers of thick blankets, with pillows all over the bed, waiting for his love, his heart began burning. There's even a copper mirror, huge wardrobe and chests, and soft carpet on the ground. On the table in the corner of the room there's a copper incense burner, burning an intoxicating fragrance. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong tasted such an atmosphere. In this romantic room with the fragrance wafting around, he really does not want to think about the devious world outside. Hi! If only he does not have to go and see Zhao Mu tonight. With Wu Tingfang around, the four maids were more serious and dared not flirt and joke with him as usual. Wu Tingfang came to him sweating sweetly and holding his hand, asked him, "Is Fanger's room decorated comfortably?" Xiang Shaolong replied with a smile, "I appreciate the huge bed the most." Wu Tingfang took a look at him and smiled charmingly, "After you return from your feast tonight, remember to climb up the bed. I'll stay awake and wait for you." Xiang Shaolong chortled and pulled her as he walked out and said with a laugh, "Come. Let me serve you while you bath." Wu Tingfang felt her neck burning, and although she said no, but her dainty little feet still went after him obediently. That evening, Zhao Mu sent a carriage to pick him up and send him to his residence at the north of the city. Surprisingly, the place was not decorated, nor were there a welcoming party. Zhao Mu received him at an elegant porch in the back garden. On one side there's a huge window, and looking out the window with the drawn blinds is a breathtaking scenery. The two of them leaned on the soft cushion and sat on the carpet, separated by a huge table in between which was filled with wine and dishes. The atmosphere was nice, and after the servants retreated, only the two of them were left. As Zhao Mu encouraged him to drink, he also offhandedly asked about his background. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly told him the story he had already made up, and spoke about how he met Tao Fang. Once he thought of the spy Li Shan, he spoke the truth as well, not hiding a single thing from him. Naturally, Zhao Mu knows that he is not lying and was very satisfied and said, "Shaolong's sword skills were obviously imparted by a good teacher. I wonder who your teacher is?" Xiang Shaolong wanted to say that he learnt it from a recluse staying deep in the mountains, but their eyes met and he could feel the anticipation in the other person's eyes. He had a change of mind and thought that by using a wooden sword to fight his enemy, he may already have revealed his connection with Mozi sect. Yuanzong once said that Handan is Zhao Mo's base, and if Zhao Mo's leader Yin Ping wants fame and fortune, naturally he will have to throw in his lot with the king of Zhao. So maybe Zhao Mu has already guessed his relation with Yuanzong, so he hurriedly changed his tack and told him selectively about how he ended up being down and out in Wuhan and how he met Yuanzong. He stressed that because he is in pursuit of fame and riches, he refused to join Yuanzong's organization. His relationship with Yuanzong is purely friendship. Zhao Mu smiled when he heard this, and with a deng he sounded the bell next to him, which will summon the servants. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that it's a close shave, and although he knows what is happening, he pretended to look at him in bewilderment. Indeed, a tall and thin man wearing hemp clothes walked in barefooted. Xiang Shaolong saw that this person's bearing is serious, his face sinister, his eyes sharp like an eagle, and he has the air of a highly skilled pugilist, and looks imposing. He secretly thought to himself that no wonder even a highly skilled pugilist like Yuanzong has to run for his life. That person came up to the both of them and paid his respects before sitting down on the carpet. Although his back was rim-rod straight, it doesn't seem that he feels awkward in any way. Zhao Mu said with a smile, "This is Mr. Yin Ping, who is the Juzi of the Mozi sect in Handan, and also a guest of His Majesty. He was sitting next door earlier, and has heard everything that Shaolong said earlier." Yin Ping looked at Shaolong coldly and said, "Imperial Protector was able to defeat Lian Jin. Obviously you have been taught by the traitor of our Mozi sect, Yuanzong. I wonder if he has handed you his Juzi token as well." Xiang Shaolong felt a stab in his heart and knows that Yuanzong has been killed by them. They could not find the Juzi token after searching his body, that's why they asked him. He pretended not to understand and asked, "What Juzi token?" Yin Ping sized him up for a moment before saying to Zhao Mu calmly, "I believe that Yuanzong will not hand the Juzi token to an outsider. But as to why he would impart his sword skills to Imperial Protector, that is something I still cannot understand." Zhao Mu asked in astonishment, "How do you know that Shaolong is not the holder of the Juzi token?" Yin Ping replied slowly, "Us Mozi follows the way of being frugal and hardworking. Our abode are simple thatched huts, we use earthen bowls, drink think soup, eat coarse grains of rice and wear hempen deerskin. If Yuanzong is willing to hand him the Juzi token, it will be because he has become a Mahist. But Imperial Protector is not keeping himself away from women and good food, obviously he is not a Mahist." Xiang Shaolong and Zhao Mu were equally surprised. Zhao Mu no longer harbors any suspicions towards Xiang Shaolong, and he said happily, "I admire Shaolong's honesty and selfless attitude very much." He added with a lowered voice, "If Shaolong had been lying earlier, I'm afraid your blood would have been spilled by now." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be terrified and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your trust." But in his heart he was secretly cursing his ancestors. Yin Ping stood up quietly. Xiang Shaolong said politely, "I am indebted to Mr. Yuanzong for teaching me his skills. I wonder where is he now? That time he suddenly urged me to leave Wuhan, and yet he refused to travel with me. I felt that something is not quite right, but at that time I was not yet aware that he is related to Moism. Yen Ping said icily, "It's best that you are unaware, and it's best that Imperial Protector do not ask about the affairs of us Maists in future." He bid his farewell to Zhao Mu after he finished his words, and left. After he left, Zhao Mu said with a laugh, "Juzi is well respected, and has 300 death warriors under him, each of them highly skilled, and each one of them can fight against 100 people. Juzi himself is the best among the highly skilled. Even when he sees His Majesty, he need not pay his respects, so he's already being quite polite to Shaolong." Of course Xiang Shaolong had to show that he did not mind, but in his heart he was thinking how he can avenge his benefactor Yuanzong. Zhao Mu smiled slightly, and the scar on his face twitched slightly, making his smile look especially cold and heartless. A flash of brilliant light flashed past his eyes and he said nonchalantly, "I am very pleased with Xiaolong's performance, so I shall be frank and tell Xiaolong what I feel." Xiang Shaolong knows that the act is coming, so he pretended to be all ears. But undeniably, Zhao Mu has a certain charm about him. No wonder Zhao Ye was infatuated with him for so many years. Zhao Mu stared at him and said, "To me, everyone in the world is either a friend or an enemy. If you're my man, I can guarantee you endless wealth, beauties, power and status. But if you become my enemy, I will use all means to destroy you." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, "How tyrannical can you be?" But he said respectfully instead, "Shaolong understands." Zhao Mu said, "Shaolong, don't blame me for my bad choice in choosing Lian Jin, that's why I dealt with you. However, I underestimated you. Until now I still do not understand why is it that even after you've been given strong aphrodisiac, you're still in control of your senses and was able to emerge the victor instead of the loser?" Of course Xiang Shaolong cannot tell him that he overheard his nefarious plot, so he pretended to be embarrassed and replied, "I'm lecherous by nature," and added to the fact that I am very popular with women, so sometimes I cannot handle them all and have to use aphrodisiacs. Initially just 1 or 2 pills will be enough to take effect, but once I've used them too much, I have to take them in large quantities before any effect can be seen. Therefore I'm not really afraid of such things." Zhao Mu slapped the table and chortled, "So that's the case. But your body is indeed a gift from heaven, you still have very good stamina after such strenuous activities." His bright eyes roamed his body. Xiang Shaolong was secretly feeling worried, if this homosexual takes a liking to him, it'll be terrible. Luckily Zhao Mu very quickly retracted his stare, and said seriously, "In the past Shaolong belongs to the Wu family, there's no debate about that. But now that you've become His Majesty's personal protector, you need to be impartial and put Great Zhao in front of all other things." "Do Shaolong understand my meaning?" Shaolong replied seriously. "Naturally Shaolong knows who is the one I should be loyal to. Marquis, please put your mind at ease." Zhao Mu said with relief, "I will test you on a few matters. Once I've confirmed your loyalty, I will naturally promote you heavily to His Majesty, and I promise that your future will be bright. It won't be too far-fetched thinking for you to be appointed as Duke or Marquis." Xiang Shaolong pretended to be overjoyed, got up and kowtowed his thanks. But in his heart he was secretly lamenting, what if he wants to borrow Wu Tingfang and have fun for a few nights, what shall he do then? Zhao Mu chuckled, "Get up quickly, talk about work will end here, now it's time for us to enjoy." Dang! Dang! This time Xiang Shaolong opened his eyes wide to see who will be coming in. Zhao Mu is the second most important person in the state of Zhao, so the things he show off to others won't be too bad. Zhao Mu looked at his expression and thought to himself that this person is willing to work for Tao Fong for just 50 copper coins, and is lecherous as well, so with his lure of fame and beauty, there's no way he won't work for him. The sound of bangles jingling was heard and a pair of beauties walked into the porch carrying a long satin pouch. Xiang Shaolong looked more thoroughly and his eyes immediately shone. It turns out that not only are the girls dressed similarly, with their hair piled high up, wearing a thin gauze as sheer as the wings of a fly, hiding and revealing their snowy skin at the same time. The tight inner layer bounded the voluptuous body that is waiting to burst out of its bindings. The pretty features on their faces are identical. It turns out that they are twins. Their eyes were bright and clear, only a thick layer of makeup on their pretty face, but their glowing jade skin is even more eye-catching than anyone else with makeup. Beneath their long and slim eyebrows, their bright eyes looked lively, with 2 bewitching dimples on their cheeks, enough to charm anyone before they even smiled. Their beauty is divine, their body enticing. Their looks are prettier than sure, and only lose a little to Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ye. The 2 girls dragged the long satin pouch together, and walked daintily towards them and knelt down. They lowered their head and said at the same time, "Ladies from the state of Yu, Tianjin and Tianfeng pay their respects to Imperial Protector Xiang." Only now did Xiang Shaolong regain his senses, and when he saw Zhao Mu staring at him, he smiled embarrassingly. Zhao Mu took over the long satin pouch and leaving the 2 of them to continue kneeling, he loosened the pouch and took out an ancient sword. He said with a laugh, "When it comes to making swords, no one can surpass the swordsmiths from the state of Yu. They were the ones who made the first metal sword. The swords that they made through fire is so much more effective than the previous era's copper swords. This yew sword in my hand is named Flying Rainbow. I see that your wooden sword is extremely heavy and not convenient to carry around, and as the saying goes, a precious sword can only match a hero, so I will give you this sword tonight." Xiang Shaolong was secretly exclaiming how formidable. It seems that this Jiao Mu really knows how to bribe. If not for the fact that he came from the 21st century, with his own principles and attitude towards gratitude and hatred, he may really have been bought over by him. He pretended to be thankful and took over the long sword respectfully. The sword may be heavy, but it's a lot lighter compared to the wooden sword. The two girls were still kneeling, their snowy white necks, their tightened waists, their puffed-up bosoms, is enough to make anyone have other thoughts. Their submissiveness makes one feel that they can be tortured at will, which adds on to one's fantasy. Jiao Mu saw him holding the sword and looking at the two girls morosely and joked, "Precious sword and beauties, I think Shaolong prefers the latter. But why don't you take a look at the sword first?" Xiang Shaolong hurriedly pulled the sword out from the sheath. A cold air and a bright reflection came out together with the sword, like the moon breaking out from behind the clouds. Flying Rainbow was 5 feet long, and there seems to be an intricate design on its body. The pommel was designed to look like 7 phoenix eyes inlaid with gold with blue-colored glaze. The sword was straight and flat, good for slashing or chopping, the tip of the sword long and pointed, and extremely sharp. Even for someone like Xiang Shaolong who's not really an expert, he can tell that what he's holding in his hand is a treasure. He was still concentrating and looking at the sword when he suddenly heard Jiao Mu ask, "Will Shaolong be choosing the elder or younger sister?" Xiang Shaolong was stunned for a moment and asked, "There's isn't any difference, right?" He secretly sighed, since he proclaimed himself a lecher, naturally he'll have to put on a convincing act, but luckily this is not a difficult task. Jiao Mu's eyes settled on the dainty bodies of this pair of sisters from you and said with a lecherous smile, "Usually there's no difference at all, but when it comes to the bed, you'll see the difference." He commanded with a low voice, "Stand up and take off your clothes." The pair of you twin sisters stood up on hearing the command, and blushing a little, obediently removed the outer layer of gauze and their innerwear, revealing their snowy white naked body. Their skin was as soft and shiny as white jade, glowing under the light reflected from the lamp. Especially the welcoming and come-hither expression on their faces, any man who sees that will feel blood rushing through their bodies and their hearts pumping in excitement. The two girls were stealing looks at the handsome and muscular Xiang Shaolong. This is the first time they've seen such a fine man. Xiang Shaolong felt as if he's now in the world's most elegant and upper-class brothel, enjoying how he's being treated like an emperor. He's seen many women, but it's the first time he's seen a pair of perfect, identical beauties. No wonder Jiao Mu ignored Lady Ya, because he has too many choices, and he has to deal with the king of Zhao as well. Precisely because of this, he started having sadistic tendencies, and tortured and killed his beloved Shuer. Now he's trying to bribe him with beauties to make use of him to destroy the Wu family. Jiao Mu's gaze roamed around the two women's body and said with an appreciative sigh, "Look, only you women's bodies are like theirs, like a tender grass bending as the wind blows. Our Zhao women are a little plumber, only Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ya are rare exceptions." Xiang Shaolong heard the way he mentioned Wu Tingfang and Zhao Ya under such circumstances and was furious. But he can only remain silent. Jiao Mu sighed again and was about to speak, when Xiang Shaolong, who's afraid he is going to bring up his request about Wu Tingfang, suddenly stood up and said, "Heh. Marquis, I would like to relieve myself for a moment. I've had too much to drink." Besides the excuse that he needs the toilet, he really cannot think of any other excuses. Jiao Mu smiled and said, "The elder sister will accompany Shaolong." Tianjin agreed and walked Shaolong in. Xiang Shaolong followed this naked beauty, looking at her alluring body, and feel embarrassed and hilarious at the same time, secretly thinking that in the past others have been saying that he's stubborn and outrageous. But compared to these royalty in ancient times, he's a small fry compared to them. But then only women in this era would be willing to serve men like that. In the 21st century, if you ask a newly acquainted lady to help you to the toilet, it'll be strange if she doesn't give you a slap first. If he can return to the 21st century, once he reveals a bit of what happens here, he's sure that the queue of men wanting to take the time travel machine will be long enough to go round the world a few times. Once they went behind the screen, the alluring new beauty knelt down and held up the chamber pot, which was placed behind the screen and waited for him to pee. Looking at her blushing face, Xiang Shaolong does not know whether to laugh or cry, and thought to himself, how can he pee like that? He could hear from beyond the screen moans and pants, and he knows without even looking that Jiao Mu is now molesting that pretty sister. Tianjin's face blushed redder and stole a glance at him, chewing her lips. Obviously she is aroused once she heard those sounds. Xiang Shaolong had no intention of peeing at all, it was just an excuse to avoid talking with Jiao Mu, so he said quietly, "Put it down." Tianjin was stunned but still put the chamber pot down obediently. Xiang Shaolong pulled her up and thought to himself that it's better to do it with her here than in front of that bisexual Jiao Mu. It would be such a pity to let such a beauty off. Besides, that would make Jiao Mu more suspicious of him, so without hesitation, he pulled her into his arms and started helping himself to her. For a moment, the alluring sounds of women moaning can be heard from inside and outside the screen. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 6. Book 2 Chap 6, The Death of the King of Qin. When Xiang Shaolong was in the carriage going back to the Wu residence, he was still reliving his experience earlier. Either deliberately or not, separated by a screen, they were having a competition on sexual stamina with the pair of Yu beauties. In the end, Xiang Shaolong deliberately lost to him and ended his act earlier. As expected, when he carried the limp elder sister Tianjin out, Zhao Mu and Tianfeng were almost half dead, so naturally he could not ask him for Wu Tingfang now. By now Xiang Shaolong is aware that although Zhao Mu's swordsmanship is excellent, but his stamina cannot be compared to a warrior like him. He hurriedly bid his farewell. Tianjin can't bear to let him go, and the look in her eyes shows that she wants to swallow him whole. Zhao Mu is smart, naturally he knows that Xiang Shaolong gave in to him deliberately. He was secretly complimenting Xiang Shaolong for his consideration and knowing what to do, so he ordered his men to send him back to the Wu residence in his carriage to show how much he admires him. The grand-looking carriage drove out of the marquis residence, traveling lonesomely in the quiet and dark streets. 4 warriors walked in front holding lanterns to lead the way for the horse carriage, another 4 warriors walked behind the carriage for protection. Xiang Shaolong was troubled, thinking of endless people and things. Now he is totally immersed in this era. If there is a choice, he would not want to go back to his own era. Just as he was daydreaming, he was suddenly jolted awake but the hurried sounds of hooves beat. Xiang Shaolong became alert and looked towards the back of the carriage. The 4 warriors were just turning their heads to look back. The darkened street, a lone steed was running near, and by the time they could take a good look, they saw that it's a warrior dressed in black, with a black cloth covering the head and face as well, in his hand a long sword, galloping towards them with murderous intent. One look and he knows that it's nothing good. The 4 warriors roared in unison and drew their swords, pulling their horses back to receive the enemy. The assassin increased his speed and came towards them like a hurricane. He lifted his hand and took out something black from the saddlebag of the horse and flew towards the sky. When he leapt over their heads, it became a huge net with sharp hooks, covering the head and faces of the 4 warriors. The 4 warriors may be highly skilled, but their opponent came prepared, and he uses ingenious methods so that they are caught unawares, and in a short moment the 4 of them were trapped. As they yelled in surprise, they struggled to get out from the net, but the sharp hooks in the net tore into their skins. Amidst their screams, the 4 of them tumbled down their horses in a heap. When the assassin came to the side of the carriage, there was a flash from his blade and the bamboo window shattered, scaring Xiang Shaolong into scrambling to a corner. Right at this time that person threw a long thing into the carriage, and when it landed on the floor of the carriage, it moved and wriggled towards Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong took a clearer look and secretly exclaimed. He turned a somersault and fell onto the streets outside through the window. It turned out that thing thrown towards him is a poisonous snake with its head raised. If he did not have extremely quick reflexes, he'll definitely be bitten by that poisonous snake. While Xiang Shaolong was still rolling on the ground, that assassin slashed at the fallen warriors and shot 4 arrows at the other 4 warriors rushing towards him. In their rush, the 4 warriors did not see what was happening and were hit by the arrows and fell. The assassin turned his horse back and ran towards Xiang Shaolong, who was still on the ground. This is the first time Xiang Shaolong encountered someone so formidable, and just as he was about to spring up, that assassin shot an arrow at him, fierce and accurate. Xiang Shaolong has no choice but to tumble away, and avoided his opponent's 3 consecutive arrows before he had a chance to jump up. Maybe the assassin used up his arrows, so he switched to a long sword and attacked. Xiang Shaolong did not have a chance to draw his sword and had to tumble away to avoid him again. But this time he tumbled towards the back of his opponent's horse. His opponent only managed to turn the horse around after he jumped up again and drew the flying rainbow sword Zhao Mu gave him. The 2 of them met directly face to face. The assassin was stunned and shouted, "You're not Zhao Mu?" Xiang Shaolong heard the high-pitched voice, "It's actually a lady," and was startled. The masked lady shouted and dashed forward on her horse, and when she was about 5 steps away, the glare from her sword blossomed like a flower, attacking towards him like a storm. Xiang Shaolong saw that the person she wanted to kill is his own enemy Zhao Mu, so he was not willing to hurt her. But he saw that her swordplay is extremely exquisite, and his hands began to itch, and he executed the Mozi swordplay, trying to flick his opponent's sword with a diagonal slash. He was about to strike his opponent's sword, but unexpectedly the tip of the sword touched empty air. It turned out his aim was out and his opponent's sword has already taken the opportunity to invade directly. Xiang Shaolong did not expect her to be so formidable, and he had to move diagonally down suddenly to avoid her. The girl did not return for him but rode away in her horse, cursing icily, working for the devil. The sound of hooves beat grew further and further, into the darkened streets. The 8 warriors were all dead. Obviously the arrows and hooks were dipped in extremely poisonous substances, and even strong men like them could not hold on for long. The streets were soon filled with Zhao soldiers looking for the whereabouts of the assassin. Zhao Mu's expression was serious as he said, "The poisonous snake that person threw into the carriage is called golden throat seal. Its movements are swift as lightning, and extremely venomous. Once bitten the throat will become constricted immediately. Shaolong is really lucky that you were able to jump out the carriage in time." Xiang Shaolong heaved a sigh of cold air. He was relying on his reflexes from his many years of training. The poisonous snake was going to bite his leg and he was able to retract his legs in time and somersaulted out the window, which was indeed a very dangerous situation. Zhao Mu patted his shoulder and said, "Luckily you helped me block off this bad luck. If it was me, she might have gotten what she wanted." He added with a cold snort, "I'll like to see where she can run to." Right at this time a rider rushed over and after getting off his horse, he came to Zhao Mu and spoke a few words in his ears. Zhao Mu was ecstatic on hearing the news and told Xiang Shaolong, "I have something important to speak to His Majesty about immediately. I will discuss with you about the assassin later." He went up his horse and left, with 100-odd warriors hurrying after him. Xiang Shaolong was secretly alarmed. What news did Zhao Mu receive that made him so excited? But since it's no use pondering over it, Xiang Shaolong went up the horse and returned to the Wu residence with the accompaniment of 12 guards. He had just stepped past the main door when the guard stationed at the door took him to the study room immediately. Wu Yingyuan and Tao Feng were both there, their expressions grave. Obviously something serious has happened. After Xiang Shaolong sat down, Master Wu said, "The king of Qin is dead." Xiang Shaolong looked at him blankly, thinking that the king of Qin is not your father, so what if he's dead? Tao Feng knows that he does not understand the critical point in this matter and said, "The successor is King Xiaowen and during the bereavement period, the state of Qin will not engage their army for some time. Therefore all the other states will make use of this time to engage the plans they set aside earlier due to their fear of Qin attacking, and this includes expanding and conquering other smaller states." Xiang Shaolong finally understood and said, "So we have to be worried that the king of Zhao will step up on his efforts to deal with us." Wu Yingyuan sighed, "This is not our biggest worry. But because I'm always in contact with Qin's Lu Buwei. This person is wealthy and scheming, and was our greatest backup, but the newly crowned King Xiaowen may seem respectful to him for saving his son, he's still wary of him as he's a Han. Ever since Lu Buwei went to Qin, he's only a very wealthy guest and has no power at all, and everyone knows Xiaowen was behind all these. Now that he has ascended the throne, Lu Buwei may lose his standing and this will break off all our relations with Qin." Xiang Shaolong thought of something and asked quietly, "Is Lu Buwei trying to get Ing Zhang back to Xianyang through us?" The three of them looked immediately stunned and stared at him speechlessly, as if it's the first time they knew him. After the three of them exchanged looks, Master Wu's fat body trembled for a moment before he took a deep breath and said, "Shaolong is indeed more astute than others, and your words strike close to the heart. But you must not leak any of this out, or else not a single piece of tile will be left intact in the Wu family's castle." Xiang Shaolong laughed to himself, "I even know that Ing Zhang is actually the son of Lu Buwei born by Zhao Ji, and Lu Buwei gave Zhao Ji to the king of Qin and she was already pregnant at that time. So the king is only Ing Zhang's father in name." But some historians later pointed out that Emperor Qin was cruel towards Lu Buwei, so it doesn't really seem like Lu Buwei is his birth father. Such a messy affair, no one is really clear about it. Anyway, it's a fact that Lu Buwei wants to get Ing Zhang back to Xianyang. Wu Yingyuan said, "Amongst the 4 great princes, Prince Pingyuan of Zhao has passed away, Huang Xia, who is Prince Chunchen of Chu is useless, and we can ignore him. Prince Mengchang of Qi is always sickly which leaves us with Wei's Prince Xinling, Wuji. This person is well versed in the art of war and has numerous capable men under him. He took care of Zhao because Prince Pingyuan's wife is his sister, but now that Prince Pingyuan is dead, I'm afraid change is inevitable." Master Wu nodded his head and said, "The death of the king of Qin has really further complicated matters which are already complicated, but for us there's only advantages and no disadvantages. Because Zhao will certainly take the opportunity while the strong Qin is ceasing war to expand, so they'll have no time to deal with us. We even have time to take a breather and plan at leisure. Heaven is indeed helping us." Tao Fan laughed, "The Yans are going to be in trouble." Wu Yingyuan shook his head and sighed, "That is called getting what they deserve. The king of Zhao will certainly take the opportunity to carve them up so that he can expand his territory. But I hear that Prince Dan of Yen is a talent, so it's best that they can drag Zhao along for a few years, then we'll have a lot of time." They continued their discussion a little longer and decided not to contact Lu Buwei for the time being, and not touch Ing Zhang, who is a prisoner of war, for the moment. They will sit and watch what happens before making a decision, and after the discussion, each went their own ways. Xiang Shaolong went back to his hidden dragon abode, and of the 4 maids only Dongying, who was the most fair and voluptuous amongst them, were struggling to stay awake and wait for him. The rest of the ladies were already in dreamland. Dongying helped him shower and change, but Xiang Shaolong saw that her clothes were all drenched. He served her instead and helped her remove her wet clothing and dry her body. Dongying was embarrassed, ecstatic and stunned, but of course she will not push him away. She could only let him wipe her body with the towel, and as her body started heating up, she heard Xiang Shaolong asking her, "How long have all of you been in the Wu family?" Dongying replied quietly, "The three of us were sold into the Wu family since young." She continued in a whisper, "Now we only ask that master does not think too badly of us, and let us serve you for the rest of our lives. That would be our greatest reward. We've never seen someone as easygoing as master." Xiang Shaolong secretly exclaimed to himself that no one else in this era respects women as much as him. Pity rose up in him and he hugged her, kissing and caressing, but still controlling himself, not daring to arouse her too much. He has been going from women to women these few days and has enjoyed this ancient era's life of merrymaking, wine and beauties. Never has he been so uncontrolled. He just had fun with the Yu lady earlier, so no matter what delectable beauty is in front of him now, he can only let God of the opportunity for now. He whispered into her ears, "Tell the other three sisters of yours, I'll find a night to try all of you together, and let you have a taste of a man." He secretly thought that if Tao Fong can have 7 women in one go, he should not have any problems handling 4. Dongying was ecstatic, and although she can't bear to leave, she went back to her room. Xiang Shaolong went to take a look at Ting Fengshi first and covered her up with the blanket before going into Wu Tingfeng's room and climbed onto the bed. That lass is actually naked, but luckily girls of her age are usually sleepyheads. Xiang Shaolong was secretly thanking his lucky stars, and as he hugged her, he thought of other things. When he thought of that formidable female assassin, he was so tired he fell asleep right until morning. The 3 maids could have heard about the good news from Dongying, so their attitude towards Xiang Shaolong now was even more bashful. If Ting Fengshi and Wu Tingfeng is not with him having breakfast now, he might not be able to constrain himself and start feasting now that his energy is recharged. At Hidden Dragon Abode, Xiang Shaolong felt like he's in a land of beauties and he almost forgot he's from the 21st century. He took the opportunity to touch the 4 maids while they were serving him tea and food, and the 4 maids naturally bashfully allowed his rude behavior. Wu Tingfeng grew up in a wealthy family and is used to seeing such things happening, so to her it's a normal situation. She did not mind at all and was even smiling. With him by her side, Ting Fengshi is already very satisfied. Besides, she's used to obeying men, so she will never have the intention of interfering. Xiang Shaolong was purely enjoying himself, thinking that he will not be sick of a lifetime of such a holiday. Just as he was lamenting that men of this era is really fortunate, he was summoned by the king of Zhao into the palace. The ladies all grumbled while Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing the king's ancestors. But since it's an order from the big boss, he can only pack up his lecherous thoughts and hurry to the palace. The king of Zhao received him in a small hall adjacent to the main hall. Naturally Zhao Mu is his guest as well, but there's Lady Ye and Guozhong as well, something which is out of his expectations. There were 2 other people, and after some introductions, one of them turned out to be the famous great general and premier who had just fought with the Yans and had hurried back from the front line, Lian Pa. He's not very tall, but quite stout and his manner is imposing. He's about 50 years old, with a wide face which looks extremely well traveled. Although he looked tired, his deep-set eyes was still bright. He looks commanding but not cruel, making one feel that he's an elder worthy of respect. The other person is General Li Mu, who is tall and thin, only 2 inches shorter than Xiang Shaolong, but for that era he's considered quite tall. He is not older than 40, his looks are stern, carrying the solidity and grace of a soldier. Lian Pa and Li Mu were both sizing him up very carefully. The king of Zhao told him to dispense with ceremony and offered him a seat. Zhao Mu said with a straight face, "Shaolong, you don't know how lucky you are. You have not officially started on your job yet, and now there's an important task for you to take charge of." Xiang Shaolong was secretly cursing as he voiced out his thanks. The king of Zhao said with a smile, "There's no one else more suitable than you, because not only must this person be highly skilled and brave, he must also be intelligent and alert, to handle anything that may happen unexpectedly. If you can accomplish this mission, not only will you be greatly rewarded on your return, but you'll be promoted to general as well." Xiang Shaolong hurriedly replied, "Please give your orders, your majesty, I will brave through fire and water and will not decline." All 6 pairs of eyes were pinned on him. The king of Zhao asked Lian Po respectfully, "Does Premier thinks that this person can be used?" Lian Po's intelligent eyes shone as he said, "Shaolong is only an imperial protector, but he still maintained a calm composure when he saw us. Obviously he is someone who is bold and smart. His movements reveals that he's a skilled martial artist, and it's extremely rare that there's no flaws in him at all. But what I admire most is that although he knows that the mission is not going to be easy, he did not reveal any fear at all, nor did he show any joy on hearing the rewards. It's indeed the great fortune of Zhao to have such a talent." Lady Ya was ecstatic on hearing this well-respected Lianpa complimenting her lover, and she stole a glance at Zhao Mu, only to see a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. Apparently he is now harboring thoughts of killing Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong was thinking that this Lianpa indeed has formidable insight. No wonder he could become a famed general in Zhao, and he immediately said his humble thanks. Guozhong, however, was thinking that even Zhao Mu and Lian Jin could not topple you, so who else could be more suitable than him for this mission in Zhao? The king of Zhao laughed heartily and said, "Heaven is helping my country, heaven is helping my country." He turned towards Zhao Mu and said, "Would Marquis Julu please explain this mission to Xiaolong?" Zhao Mu faked a smile and said warmly, "The mission this time may seem simple on the surface, which is to let Xiaolong lead 500 riders and escort Lady Pingyuan, her son, and Lady Ya to the state of Wei to visit their relatives and to engage in friendly exchanges. Of course, there's something else to it as well. Why don't I let Mr. Guo say it personally?" Xiang Shaolong shuddered. "Isn't Prince Xiaoyuan the son of Lady Pingyuan? Both of them are like fire and water. Why do they want him to escort them? And why does Lady Ya need to go to Wei? Guozhong lowered his voice and said, "Prince Xinling of Wei recently received a book, which documents the best carpenter in the state of Lu, Gongshu Ban's * detailed descriptions of the making of various weapons. In all there are 108 machineries of various sizes. One of the pages were leaked and ended up in my hands, and it describes the method of making the cloud ladder that can be used to besiege cities, and this ladder is far better than any cloud ladders in use now by all the other states. If we can get this secret manual of Lu Gong, Great Zhao will definitely become the greatest, and the state of Wei will not be able to use this book and strengthen themselves." http://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/lu_ban. Li Mu, who has been quiet all this time, spoke up. "I've heard of this matter, and know that one of the pages describes the making of weapons, and using a new formula in pure fire, it can make metal become even harder. If we can get this secret manual, we will be able to have the best weapons." The king of Zhao said a little worriedly, "Prince Xinling is sharp and he has a lot of men under him. Luckily Imperial Sister once had a relation with him, so he kept writing to beg Imperial Sister to visit him in Wei. That's why we can have such a good excuse to send you to escort Imperial Sister there." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, so that's the case. He looked over at Lady Ya in surprise, and remembered that she's an expert in stealing information. Lady Ya is afraid that he would be unhappy to know that she once had an affair with Prince Xinling as well, and she lowered her head. Lianpa and Li Mu exchanged glances, both knowing what this is all about. A look of hatred and jealousy flashed past Zhao Mu's face again. For such a possessive man like him, even if he is the one who has given up on the woman, he still does not want her heart and body to be taken by another man. Lianpa said offhandedly, "Marquis Julu has recommended many people, but I objected to all of them. Because Prince Xinling knows their background too well, it'll be difficult for them to accomplish much. It was Lady Ya who recommended Xiaolong, so Xiaolong should show your gratitude to her for allowing you a chance to excel." Once Xiang Shaolong heard this, he was overjoyed. He knew immediately that Lianpa and Zhao Mu are not on good relationship, that's why he rebutted him publicly. He dared not look at Zhao Mu and asked instead, "When do we leave?" The king of Zhao replied, "I sent men to inform Prince Xinling swiftly, you should be able to leave within the next 5 days. General Li will send scouts ahead first to help you settle all the formalities needed to leave the country along the way." Zhao Mu interrupted, "Xiaolong cannot return to the Wu residence for these 5 days, you have to stay in the palace until it's time to leave. I'll send someone to inform the Wu family, and they can send people here with things for you or to visit you, understand?" Xiang Shaolong secretly lamented, and after agreeing helplessly, he said, "I have a few gadgets in mind that will be helpful for this mission. I wonder if I can get the craftsman to make it for me." Everyone was stunned, and Guozhong said with a laugh, "That's easy, I'll send experts to serve you. No matter how difficult it is, they must finish it for you within these 5 days. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic and thought to himself that he'll just have to make some light tools that he used to use in the special task force, and they're sure to be far better than Lu Ban's so-called exquisite weapons. However, he'll split up the components and ask Guozhong's men to make it, and he will reassemble them himself in Wei. In that way the other party will not be able to learn the advanced techniques that is 2,000 years ahead of them." After the king of Zhao dismissed all of them, only Lianpa was left behind to discuss matters regarding Yen. After they left the hall, Zhao happily pulled Xiang Shaolong towards the back palace and said with a smile, "Don't pull such a long face because you cannot get to see your Wu family's beauty. Yair is here to accompany you?" Xiang Shaolong said with a bitter smile, "Actually, which are the powerful men who do not have any relationship with you? Can you tell me a few?" Lady Ya said quietly, "I've begged for your forgiveness long ago." "Hey! You're jealous." And she cast a flirtatious look at him. Xiang Shaolong knows that he cannot be too calculative over this, so he changed the subject. "Is Lady Pingyuan and Prince Xiaoyuan simply just going to Wei to visit relatives?" Lady waited until they were far away from two palace maids who were paying their respects to them before whispering in his ears, "They will not return once they go." But Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, "What?" Lady sighed sadly, "It's all because of the Battle of Chongping. Our population has always been lower than other states, and now that 400,000 of our strong young men has died, we have been encouraging our people to give birth for these past 9 years. It's been ruled that for girls who have reached 20 years of age and are still unmarried, the local magistrates will decide for them and anyone who refuses will be sent to the army camps as prostitutes. But unless we have another 10 years, it'll be difficult to regain the population we have lost. That's why everyone thinks lowly of us, or else the king of Yen would not have dared to attack Handan." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed, "But we're the winner now." Lady brought him to a huge, beautiful garden, and hidden amongst the trees was another exquisite palace building. She reached out her hands to hold his muscular arms and said helplessly, "What's the use of a short victory? Besides Yen, everyone else is also eyeing our location, with our east-facing Yen, west-facing Qin, north-facing Han, and Wei and south joining Humo. Others can afford to lose, but for us every single loss will weaken us more, and who knows when we will fall again. Imperial brother is useless, to place so much trust on that useless and conniving Zhao Mu." As she spoke, she gritted her teeth, ever so hateful of Zhao Mu who have cheated and discarded her. Xiang Shaolong finally experienced the feeling of how one will only care for themselves in the face of danger. Isn't Wu Yingyuan having thoughts of betrayal because of this as well? The Qin general Bai Qi is the most famous killer devil during the Warring States period. Before the Battle of Chongping, where he killed 400,000 Zhao soldiers, he had also executed almost 400,000 soldiers in the Wei army. This move is indeed very vicious, but extremely effective as well. The two of them walked up the steps and the pretty palace maids knelt down in welcome. When they saw Shaolong, their eyes shone. Lady took him directly to the bedroom and said with a smile, "This is Yura's palace in here, the maids all belong to me. If Shaolong takes a liking to any of them, just instruct them to serve you." "For you." No woman would do it unwillingly. After Lady instructed the palace maids to close the door, she started helping him remove his clothes and later removed her own as well, until they stood naked looking at one another. They hugged and collapsed onto the bed, and she sighed. 38 years ago, ever since Wan Xian from Han and these two important blacksmiths fell into the hands of the Qin, their weaponry gradually became better than the other states. That's why Imperial brother places so much importance on this Lu Gong secret manual this time. She continued softly, "Shaolong, in order to obtain the secret manual, Yura may have to sacrifice her body. Will you allow me to do that?" Xiang Shaolong said with a bitter smile, "Without my permission, would things be any different? Your weapon is your beautiful body. If you don't use your beauty, is there anything else you can use instead?" Lady aside, "If the price to pay is losing you, I'd rather not be able to take the secret manual. Yura is already extremely sick of wars. I only want to find a quiet place to stay with Shaolong, and stay away from this environment where everyone is fighting and killing. We'll just spend the rest of our lives in the forest." Shaolong replied, "We'll talk later about whether you need to sleep with others." "That's right. Why have I never heard you mention your own children?" Lady's expression darkened and she said, "I'm barren. If I have a child, maybe my life would not have been so promiscuous." "Shaolong, will you not love me because of this flaw?" Xiang Shaolong replied immediately with action. This time Lady was even more heated and compliant than the last time, which Xiang Shaolong thoroughly enjoyed. He understood why for someone like Prince Xinling, who can have any beauty with a wave of his hands, he simply couldn't forget this excellent specimen. After that they slept hugging each other for a while when the craftsman Guozhong sent arrived. Xiang Shaolong spent more than 4 hours before they understood what they're supposed to make. Looking at the sketch Xiang Shaolong drew, that craftsman looks totally lost. Lady saw him talking sensibly as he was explaining the drawings, but when she asked him, Xiang Shaolong only smiled and did not reply. He did not want to make formidable modern weapons, but only hoped that he can have a few equipment and tools that would be helpful for espionage and escape. He still have to spend the next few days in the palace practicing his horsemanship, as that is his weakest point. To be able to survive in this area and protect loved ones, the only way is to become stronger than others, and more vicious. There is no other way. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 7. Book 2 Chap 7, Ladies of the Forbidden Palace. If it was the old Xiang Shaolong, once he meets a beauty, he'll try ways and means to get her and have some fun. But now beauties are aplenty, and extremely submissive as well. However, too much of anything is never good, and having too many women will increase his burden and worries as well. No one would be able to handle all these. Seeing the pretty maids look at him with thirst and desire, he only wants to find a quiet place to be alone. But in this era where even for a trip to the toilet, there'll be a pretty maid attending, it's even more difficult than ascending heaven to find a place without women. He's slowly coming to understand why women here can click so easily. The key point is in communication. In the modern era, they only need to exchange phone numbers and would be able to contact each other anytime. But in this ancient time, manual labor is needed to send letters, and it's only something available to people of a certain standing. After meeting once, they usually will not have the chance to meet again. That's why when the Bai lady in Yang saw him, she ran after him to find an opportunity to have some fun. Or else their fate may just be the end. It's the same with these palace maids. It's not that Xiang Shaolong does not want to satisfy them, but one lady is more than enough for him to handle, so how can he help the other women? When he was bathing in the luxurious bath, all the 8 palace maids in Lady Ya's palace came out in full force, all stripped naked to serve him in the pool and to massage his body. For someone so flirtatious like Xiang Shaolong, he dared not overstep the boundaries this time, afraid that he will not be able to handle the outcome of the situation. The maids keep pouring boiling water into the pool and the hot steam rose, making the bathroom like an enclosed sauna. Chunying and the rest of the maids have helped him bath before, but they at least wore something, not like these palace maids who were totally undressed. Obviously life in the palace is a lot more licentious and ridiculous than the world outside. But undeniably, Xiang Shaolong is thoroughly enjoying himself right now and totally relaxed. He's relieved that without his initiation, these 8 beautiful, heated women all dared not be overly enticing with him. But it's unavoidable that they are using the opportunity to use their bodies to bump and rub against him. The Zhao people has never seen someone with Xiang Shaolong's looks and physique. After the bath, Xiang Shaolong laid on a bed next to the pool and allowed 8 pairs of dainty hands to apply fragrant oils on him and massage him, making him so comfortable he can't even keep his eyes open. With a life like this, what else can a man ask for? Footsteps were heard. Lady Ya came next to the bed and helped him sit up, reaching out her hand to touch his dark and thick shoulder-length hair and said with a smile, "They are maids I chose specially from my residence, and all are smart, obedient, and pretty. They, as well as me, will be serving you during the journey. Give them a little something to satisfy them. They will work even harder." The faces of the 8 ladies blushed and they lowered their head and smiled shyly. Anyone could have seen that they are extremely willing, praying for it in fact. Xiang Shaolong almost wanted to give Lady Ya a good smacking on her bottom. Maybe giving free reins to lust is a common and normal occurrence in the palace, but the military training he received has taught him the importance and need for self-control. He mumbled a reply and pretended to fall asleep. What else can he do? Lady Ya lowered her head and whispered in his ear, "You just have to lie down and enjoy, you don't even have to lift a finger." Xiang Shaolong secretly lamented that won't he become a sex toy for the 8 women instead. He could not accept this, so he did not reply her and fell asleep after a while. When he woke up, it was quiet. Lamps had been lighted in the bath and the surroundings were serene. He thought that all the women had left and was just getting up when a dainty voice cried out, "Master is awake." 2 pretty maids immediately came over to help him dress. Xiang Shaolong saw the longing and hope on the 2 women's face and he asked, "What are elder sisters' names?" The extremely voluptuous one giggled and said, "Master, you are making us feel bad. I am Xiao Zhao, she is Xiao Mei. We're both ladies' personal maids." Xiao Mei complimented, "Master has really good physique. We have never served any man who was more well-built than you." By then Xiao Zhao had came up to him to help him with the complicated buttons, her bosom heaving. Xiang Shaolong is after all used to flirting, so he can't help but touch her. Xiao Zhao's body trembled and leaned softly on his body, crying softly, "Master." Xiao Mei plastered her body tightly against his back, her body temperature fiery hot. Xiang Shaolong might as well hig the 2 women and after kissing them each on the mouth, asked, "Where is Lady?" The 2 women were frightened and hurriedly continued helping him dress. Xiao Zhao said with fear, "I deserve death. Lady has ordered that we bring you to her as soon as you're awake." Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic, knowing that for now he need not fear being harassed by them to make love, but since he started, he might as well grope them a little more. Until they were moaning continuously did he follow them out. Lady Ya was waiting for him quietly at the dining table and when she saw him, she knelt down on the rug and smiling sweetly, welcomed him to his seat like a wife serving her husband. They sat next to each other on one side of the table while the maids continuously served food and wine. Lady Ya poured wine for him and said with a laugh, "After living for so many years, this is the first time Yer feels the happiness of a sense of belonging. When I was sitting here waiting for you earlier, I don't feel that time passes terribly at all. There was not an instant of emptiness or boredom, because I know you are by my side." Xiao Zhao and the rest of the maids split into 2 groups and knelt on both sides of the entrance. 8 pairs of eyes kept glancing at Xiang Shaolong. After casting a look at the 8 women, Lady Ya said with a hidden smile, "Yer belongs to you. So they have also become your personal property. If you're interested, just have fun with them in front of your." She covered her mouth and continued, "Xiang Lang is not like other men at all. If it was someone else, Yer and the rest of them won't be so neatly dressed anymore." Xiang Shaolong laughed secretly to himself. When it comes to immorality, a modern man like him who is used to the binds of responsibility and rules really cannot be compared to them. But if he's had too much to drink, he won't know what he will do once he has loosened up under the influence of alcohol. After Lady Ye waved the 8 maids away, she fell into his arms and said, Imperial brother and Lianpa both regards you highly, and this will surely incur Zhao Mu's wrath. Especially he sent men over earlier to summon me, but I rejected him sternly. This will certainly increase his hatred. Although you are of use to him now, he will not show his true colors so soon, but he will ultimately try to set a trap for you, and if anything happens, Imperial brother will certainly help him and not you. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that he will not let him off either. How can he when he thinks of Shuer's death? Lady Ye saw his expression darkened and thought that he was worried about Zhao Mu, so she said, Zhao Mu has 2 lackeys under him, one is the physician Gui Kai, the other is General Lu Chang, one a scholar and one a warrior, but they are both formidable and devious people. They're not in Handan right now, but if you meet them in future, you must deal with them carefully. Xiang Shaolong remembered Emperor Qin and hurried to ask, what is the heir of the state of Qin, Zhang like? Lady Ye looked unhappy and said coldly, this person is good-looking, and taller and bigger than the average Qin person, but he's as timid as a mouse, afraid of everything. It'll be difficult for him to have any great accomplishments, and he only knows how to enjoy himself with women all day. Xiang Shaolong exclaimed hoarsely, what? How can he be such a person? Lady Ye straightened up and asked curiously, why do you seem to be so interested in him? Xiang Shaolong's mind was in a mess. Emperor Qin has always been his hope and dream. No matter what, he is still a soldier loyal to his country, so naturally he felt loyalty towards this great conqueror who created China with his hands. But if Emperor Qin is a person who is only interested in women and will not have much accomplishment, won't he have lost his only hope and goal? But history would not be so ridiculously wrong. It must be because Emperor Qin is trying to lie to the Zhaos and pretended to be like that. Yes. That must be it. Once he thought of this explanation, he relaxed and replied, the state of Qin is so strong now, that's why I am especially interested in them. Lady Ye's suspicions were not aroused and said, the Qins are the most barbaric. Only they can murder thousands of soldiers, and treat women ruthlessly and rape them, so everyone is afraid once they hear the Qin soldiers are coming. They would rather die than end up in their hands. Xiang Shaolong can't help but ask, is Zhang strong physically? Lady Ye reached out and touched his broad chest and said with a flirtatious smile, he's a long shot away compared to you. If someone were to tell me that he just died, I would not be surprised at all. For someone like him who keeps having fun with women all the time, it's a miracle he can survive until now. He starts panting after climbing just a few steps of stairs. She continued with a sigh, but the blame is not entirely his. Firstly, his mother Zhao Ji dotes on him overly. The worst thing is that Zhao Mu and his men deliberately lured him into indulging in wine and women, teaching him to drink and be merry at the age of 11, and kept on sending him beauties from the various states. How can an innocent child resist all these? This time Xiang Shaolong was really dumbfounded. Something like health can never be faked. Could it be that history is wrong, Zhang is not Emperor Qin? Because of this his mood was greatly affected. He drank from Lady Ye's hands 3 cups of strong wine successively, and also made Lady Ye drink a few cups. Lady Ye could not handle the stimulation of the alcohol and started to flirt. Xiang Shaolong's mind is in a mess, so he can only use excitement to numb himself. He summoned the 8 ladies in and made all of them drink and be merry. He finally learned what the royalty in Zhao did, and spent the most outrageous night, until he can't even remember who he had intercourse with. Without Emperor Qin, would he have to stay like this in Zhao forever? Even if he can handle the conniving Zhao Mu's traps, he'd still be killed by the Qin soldiers sooner or later. Since he obviously knows his future will be thus, how can he be happy today? At this point in time he glimpsed a little understanding as to why the royalty of the various states are wasting their lives like there's tomorrow. Because no one knows if they will still have all their possessions tomorrow. When he woke up the next day, he was energetic and lively, making Lady Ye and the other ladies who still needed their rest surprised at him. Xiang Shaolong secretly reprimanded himself for being so outrageous. He decided not to think about Emperor Qin first. After washing up, he went to one of the practice fields in the palace to train on his horse riding and archery. The other imperial soldiers were all in awe of him and were respectful. Of course, they wouldn't dare to show it even if they're unhappy with him, because everyone knows that he is now a popular person with the king of Zhao. His immediate superior, the chief of imperial guards Zhao Fang, came personally to bring him around the palace, explaining the rules and things to note, saying our job is mainly to be responsible for the safety of the interior and exterior of the 2 palaces. The outer palace has 4 halls, 9 buildings and 10 pavilions. It's where His Majesty receive his officials and work. The inner palace is separated into 3 portions. The main palace is the residence of His Majesty and his concubines, the western palace is used to receive foreign emissaries while the eastern palace is the residence of the royalty. For now Shaolong can take a walk around. Once you're familiar with the surroundings, I will further explain to you the roles and responsibilities. Xiang Shaolong knows that he is not aware that he'll be leaving on a trip soon, but did not correct him. Right at this time the internal officer Ji Guan came to look for him and took him away to try on the armor made for him. The armor is mainly to protect the chest and back, with belts intertwined at the shoulders, back and waist. It has a cape that looks like wings behind, and after he wore it everyone's eyes gleamed. It's the first time they have seen a person like him who looks like a heavenly warrior. The 10 over female workers in the armor room stared at him. Xiang Shaolong is already used to being stared at by women, and secretly laughed to himself that in the past, he was the one looking at women but now it's women who are looking at him. This should be considered the world is changing from the modern to the ancient era. He wore the helmet. On its tip there are 2 pieces of half-curved armor joined together to become a round-shaped top, followed by a rectangular armor with rounded edges weaved from the top, and there's altogether 7 layers, the top layer pressing on the bottom layer. The shape of the armor protecting the forehead is more unique, fitting the shape of the face. The armor piece right in the middle of the forehead stretched straight down, protecting the protruding part between the brows. Maybe they're afraid of being beheaded from the back, so the protection at the back of the neck is stronger. After wearing this Imperial Protector's uniform, he thought it was fun and hurriedly walked out to patrol the area. Another warrior of the same rank, Cheng Su, volunteered himself to walk with him. They came to the building at the entrance of the main palace, and after introducing Xiang Shaolong to the 10-odd guards there, he pulled him aside and said, "We're all brothers now, there are some things I must tell you. Never go into the main palace alone, the more people accompanying you the better." Xiang Shaolong was surprised and pressed for the reason. Chang Wei whispered, "Besides the servants in the main palace, the number of concubines and maids exceed 500, and they can be capable of anything when they're bored. A robust and muscular man like you, they would not let you out once they see you, and that is no laughing matter." Xiang Shaolong heaved a breath of relief. So that's what it's all about. He furrowed his brows and asked, "His Majesty does not bother about such matters?" Chang Wei smiled bitterly with a hidden meaning. His Majesty doesn't even have time to bother with his own concubines, he won't even bother about these matters. It's better if one has family in the city, they can use the excuse of going home for a visit and take the opportunity to find someone for some fun. But ladies sent by other states are not even allowed to step out of the palace gates, so once they see men they will devour them. Naturally Xiang Shaolong understands his meaning. The king of Zhao is not interested in women at all. He remembered Lady Ye's 8 maids, and thought that they may be considered very gentle and refined. After chatting a little longer, he slipped back into Lady Ye's palace. He just stepped into the boundaries of the eastern palace when 2 pretty palace maids ran after him, and kneeling down, said, "We have been waiting for Imperial Protector for more than half a day. Lady and I would like to seek the audience of Imperial Protector." Xiang Shaolong was in a fix. Although Chang Wei had warned him, he thought that the only dangerous area is the main palace, but he did not expect that the eastern palace is not a safe place either. He hardened his heart and said, "Hi. Please convey my apologies to Lady and I have something important and am in a hurry to meet Lady Ye." He walked as he spoke and hurriedly escaped. The 2 palace maids wanted to run after him, but he is already a long distance away. Naturally on the way he met quite a few royal ladies, and seeing their flirtatious look, Xiang Shaolong was so frightened that he kept his eyes straight. Only when he reached the boundaries of Lady Ye's palace did he heave a sigh of relief. He had just stepped into the hall when he was received by 2 of the pretty maids who helped him remove his armor. Xiang Shaolong forgot their names and asked, "What are elder sister's names?" The 2 women had fun with him the whole of last night and knows that he's an easygoing person. One of them rolled her eyes at him and pouted, "Master only remembers Xiao Zhao and Xiao Mei. I've already given you my body and yet you do not remember my name." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that he's not even sure if he had any intercourse with her, so how could he possibly remember her name? He reached out his hand and patted her plump bottom, asking with a laugh, "Satisfied last night?" The 2 girls nodded their heads shyly. Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic, secretly thinking that maybe in his muddle-headed state he broke Tao Feng's record of 7 women, and thought that he's really quite good. It's just that he never had the chance to try in the past. The other woman replied, "She's Xiaozi, I'm Xiaoyu, master do not forget." After Xiang Shaolong repeated their names twice, he asked, "Where is Lady?" Xiaoyu replied, "Lady is personally cooking for master." Xiaozi smiled, "We've served Lady for so many years, it's the first time we saw her do this." Xiang Shaolong thought that the food she comes out with would surely taste horrible. But he was touched, and when he thought of his wife and maids in the Wu family, he missed them. While he had women to accompany him here, they are all alone in an empty room, which is really unfair. Xiaoyu lowered her voice and said, "Third princess came to visit Lady, she's in the kitchen now as well." Besides Lady Ye, she's the prettiest in the palace. Xiang Shaolong was stunned. These palace ladies would really do anything for a man, and she actually came here to look for him. He had no choice but to follow the two maids into the kitchen. He had just walked into the inner hall when Lady Ye and another beauty dressed in palace robes came out from the kitchen and came face to face with him. Xiang Shaolong's eyes met with that beauty who cannot be any older than 17, and both pairs of eyes shone at the same time. This third princess looks very regal and dainty. Although she does not have Lady Ye's devilish body, but she's well proportioned and her movements graceful, like a precious flower, emitting an enchanting air amidst her quietness. When she saw Xiang Shaolong, she revealed a pretty smile. Her expressive eyes seems to be greeting him. The sleeves of her clothes are very wide, dragging onto the ground, an exquisite and large shawl hung on her shoulders. Her hairstyle was exquisite and unique, with two strings of flowers made from pearls and silk hanging down the side of her hair, making her look especially dainty and exquisite. A curved comb decorated the front of her hair, with 3 hairpieces on both her left and right sides, and in the middle of her forehead she dotted a red beauty spot. What made Xiang Shaolong's eyes brighten is that she's not the he expected her to be. She was lively and sharp, with a captivating, untainted, regal air about her. Standing next to the extremely beautiful Lady Ye, they look like the spring orchid and autumn chrysanthemum, each having its strong points. When she noticed Xiang Shaolong staring at her, her pretty face blushed and she lowered her head, but there was no look of unhappiness at all. The healthy fragrance of a young woman wafted into his nose and Xiang Shaolong can't help but take a deep breath. After Lady Ye rolled her eyes at him, she introduced the two of them. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly paid his respects to this royalty. After Lady Ye invited third princess into the inner hall for a seat, she pulled Xiang Shaolong aside and whispered, "No matter how interested Zhao Qian seems to be in you, you must not destroy her virtue. Because this time she will follow the group and marry into the state of Wei to become the first wife of the crown prince. If the Weiss find out that she's not intact, they will reject her and you'll be in great trouble then." Xiang Shaolong felt that it's really a pity. It doesn't matter how many beauties he's had, he still felt that this is an earth-shattering pity. Lady Ye accompanied Xiang Shaolong into the hall and the third princess stood up, and avoiding Xiang Shaolong's eyes, said quietly, "Lady, Zhao Qian is going back." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, it's good that they meet less as well, or else it'd be terrible if they can't bear with each other. This Zhao Qian gives one the feeling of being quiet but with good upbringing and inner beauty. Lady Ye did not try to keep her, but just sent her straight to the door. When she returned she said with a smile, "Xiang Lang's charm is really irresistible to us women, even Zhao Qian is not spared," and she quickly ran away because of this. "I really want to see if you have the ability to deal with the most famous beauty in Wei, sure Kainu. Sure equals stone/rock, Kainu equals talented woman." Xiang Shaolong was perplexed, "Sure Kainu?" Lady Ye pulled him to the seat and leaned over, putting her arms around his neck and said coquettishly, "Don't think that her family name is Sure. It's just that she's extremely talented, having shocked the scholarly world at the age of 16. Although her beauty is enough to fell a country, but she's never impressed with any men. She's 20 this year yet she refuses to marry. She has rejected all the famous young masters seeking her favor from the various states. That's why it's rumored that she is a stone woman born from heaven, and will not fall for any man. The more difficult it is to obtain an item, the more precious it becomes. This has always been the case since ancient times." Xiang Shaolong's interest was piqued and he asked, "Even if she's unwilling to marry, but can she decide on this matter?" Lady Ye laughed, "Tempted? She and the famous Qin beauty widow Chang each have their ways. They're famous for being able to maintain their chastity. Sure Kainu was able to keep herself safe because no one can be compared to her zither and scholarly skills. Anyone who sees her will feel inferior. That's why the king of Wei and Prince Xinling protects her, with these two huge mountains backing her, who would dare to force their way." She continued with a smile, "Xiang Lang's writing skills is unparalleled in the world, maybe you'll have a chance to move her." Xiang Shaolong secretly lamented his guilt and changed the topic, telling her about Lady Ni's intention to meet him. Lady Ye was stunned and sat up straight, looking at him unbelievably and said, "She will look for a man as well?" Xiang Shaolong said with embarrassment, "Or maybe I misunderstood her intentions." Lady Ye replied, "How can this be a misunderstanding? I think that this beauty, after having kept herself chaste for her husband for 9 years, is finally feeling restless." "Hi! It's all your fault. You were so manly the other day at the duel, who would not fall for you? It's just unimaginable that for someone so cultivated like Lady and I, is no exception as well. She's also the only one who will be bold enough to fight with me for you, because she is Imperial Brother's most respected cousin, and I am her most favored sister." She added with a coquettish smile, "Do you need me to help you spend a night with her, or maybe the both of us will accompany you?" Xiang Shaolong shook his head guardedly, "I don't even know if she's tall, short, fat, or thin. What if you lie to me out of love and respect for her, then won't I become a free gigolo?" Lydia was not familiar with his modern words free gigolo, and after thinking for a while, she chortled, leaning on his shoulder and panting, said AI. My imperial protector, how can I dare to lie to you? Won't I be afraid of being reprimanded? Do you want me to take you there and check the goods out first? I also want to see her when she abandons her troubles. Xiang Shaolong felt this was very inappropriate and said seriously, don't be ridiculous, if you make use of me to make Lady Li embarrassed, I will not let you off. Lydia sat up straight and said aggrievely, I just wanted you to have more opportunities for fun before you leave for Wei. Xiang Shaolong reached out and embraced her shoulder, giving her a very flirtatious and long kiss, and when Lydia totally melted, he said gently, don't think that I am the same as other men, who will not be happy without beauties. I need to conserve my energy to do a good job for the journey to Wei, understand? Lydia has become all languid from his kisses, and she mumbled her agreement while still lost in her senses. She snuggled into his arms, lying on his muscular chest. Right at this time Xiao Zhao came to report that someone from the Wu family is looking for him. Xiang Shaolong stood up and Lydia immediately sat up and said, I'm sorry, but I have been ordered by Imperial Brother that I must listen in at the side. She added with a smile, but of course I will not reveal anything. Xiang Shaolong shrugged his shoulders, showing that he couldn't care less. That beautiful move was enough to make Lydia and Xiao Zhao's eyes gleam before they walked out. In actual fact his speech and movements are very different from the people of this era, and this gave him exceptional charm and debonair. It's not a coincidence that the more handsome Lian Jin would actually lose to him so badly in the battle of love. He had just stepped into the hall when a fiery ball accompanied by a sweet fragrance ran into his arms and started crying. Of course it is the Wu family's beauty Miss Tingfeng. Tao Feng stood in the middle of the hall and made a helpless action. There were two other warriors who were carrying his wooden sword and clothes. Lydia came next to the helpless Xiang Shaolong, reached out her hand to caress Wu Tingfeng's pretty hair, went to her ear and whispered something. These words are more effective than any miracle pills to stop crying. Wu Tingfeng immediately stopped her wails and lifted her pretty face to Xiang Shaolong, her teary eyes looking at Lydia and exclaimed, really? Lydia nodded her head, and holding this pretty and dainty thing, took her into the inner hall. Of course Xiang Shaolong has no idea what Lydia said, but he guessed that in order to live in harmony in future, Jiaoya will naturally try to stay on Wu Tingfeng's good side. Anyone will know that if there are jealous fights, he will definitely stand on Wu Tingfeng's side. Tao Feng instructed the warriors to put down the wooden sword and clothes and to leave the room. He gave Xiang Shaolong a questioning look and Xiang Shaolong hurriedly told him about his trip to Wei. Tao Feng's brows furrowed deeply when he heard that and said softly, Prince Xinling is exceptionally smart and has countless able men under him, he's not someone easy to deal with. You have to be careful. He paused and continued, we have our own people in Wei as well, I'll go back and make some arrangements to see how we can help you. After they've agreed on the secret signal for the meeting, Lady Ya and a happy Wu Tingfeng came out. Wu Tingfeng waved with a smile, Master Tao can go back on your own, and tell Sister Ting not to worry. Fenger will stay here and take care of Xiang Lang. It was as if a huge load was taken off his shoulder and after thanking Lady Ya, Tao Feng left happily. Obviously Wu Tingfeng had been harassing him. Xiang Shaolong's mood was greatly improved. Naturally that night they were all engaged in loving acts, sandwiched between the two beauties Xiaoya and Wu Tingfeng, spending the warm and beautiful night together. The next morning, with the help of Xiao Zhao, he changed into his armor and helmet and went to the practice fields in high spirits to practice his horse riding and archery. The other imperial guards treated him like their new heroic idol, and because he has no airs about him, he's on good relations with everyone. While he was galloping on his horse and he managed to shoot at the bull's eyes at the same time, the field erupted in cheers. Suddenly everyone knelt down and when Xiang Shaolong looked, he hurriedly scrambled off his horse and knelt down as well. It turns out that the king of Zhao was here, and next to him was a pretty young lady, with eyebrows like the spring mountains and eyes like autumn's water, clear and bright. However her composure was regal, with a noble air around her that will not tolerate any audacity. She is certainly different from Lady Ya's flirtatious nature. After the king of Zhao supervised the men with their training, he summoned Xiang Shaolong and said happily, Shaolong is practicing so diligently, I am much assured. Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that he's practicing so hard not because of you, but because his own life is at stake, but of course he won't say that out. The king of Zhao said, come. Pay your respects to Lady Yanai. She has a request to make of you. Xiang Shaolong hurriedly paid his respects to Lady Yanai, and by now he realizes that he has really misunderstood her. Such a regal lady, how can she possibly try to lure men publicly? The king of Zhao added, Lady Yanai told me that Shaolong had rejected her invitation once. Initially I was unhappy when I heard it, but I later guessed that Shaolong may have misunderstood lady's meaning, and thought it's regarding matters between men and women. There's no guilt in being ignorant, and I can see that for the sake of the mission, Shaolong is controlling yourself very well. Therefore not only will I not blame you, but I am very impressed with you. Xiang Shaolong secretly felt guilty and thought to himself that if he'd known that he rejected Lady Ni's invitation because his stamina is limited and he could not handle so many beauties, and also he does not know if Lady Ni is pretty or if her figure is good, would he still think the same? But on the surface he naturally sought forgiveness fearfully. The king of Zhao smiled at Lady Ni and said, "I'll hand Shaolong over to you for now." And he left with the accompaniment of the imperial guards. Xiang Shaolong turned towards Lady Ni and she happened to be eyeing him. They eyes locked and Lady Ni's pretty face blushed and she lowered her eyes and said gently, "Zhao and I was rash, causing Mr. to have the misunderstanding." Xiang Shaolong saw that her skin was smooth and clear, and although she's not as pretty as Zhao Ye, not as dainty as Wu Tingfang and not as fresh as third princess Zhao Qian, but she has another kind of alluring beauty catches one's attention. And at this time he almost wished that it was not a misunderstanding. Lady Ni said, "There's too many people here, would Mr. please come to Zhao Ni's residence for a chat, and meet my son?" Xiang Shaolong thought that this matter must certainly involve her son. All the women in this era marry early, for all you know Lady Ni got married when she was 13 or 14, so although she looks like in her 20s, it's nothing strange if she has a 10-year-old son. A horse carriage came over and Lady No went into the carriage. Xiang Shaolong is aware of the difference in status so he went up his horse and followed behind the carriage. In a short while they reached the place where the two palace maids waited the other day to invite him. The carriage turned into a courtyard. They sat down in the hall while four maids served them. Lady Ni was a little distracted and after drinking a few sips of hot tea did she dare to look at him. She said quietly, "I've invited Mr. here today because I have a request." Xiang Shaolong saw that she dared not address him by his official title, but addressed him respectfully as Mr., and had already made his guess. He looked at her pretty eyes and asked with a smile, "Has it got something to do with little master?" Lady Ni sighed, "It's all because of this son. After my late husband perished in battle, all my hopes have been placed on him, but he's stubborn by nature and does not know how to take care of himself, only interested in having fun all the time." Xiang Shaolong smiled, "Don't all children like to play?" Lady Ni's face blushed and she said worriedly, "He does not play a typical child's games, but has fun with the girls in the palace." Xiang Shaolong asked hoarsely, "How old is he?" Lady Ni said embarrassingly, "He'll be 14 end of the year." Looking at the dumbstruck Xiang Shaolong, she said helplessly, "I have found him many famous teachers to teach him, but none can do anything to him. He'll disappear in the blink of an eye. He's only a little afraid of me, but all the servants around me are afraid of him. Hi. I don't know what to say. AI. The tea has turned cold. Xiang Shaolong was about to drink tea when a woman's scream could be heard coming from the backyard. Lady Ni's expression turned somber and she stood up and walked hurriedly towards the direction of the sound. Xiang Shaolong was afraid that she'll be in danger and hurriedly went after her. He had just stepped into the room when he saw a stout-looking boy pressing a pretty maid against the wall, her top pulled down, revealing her voluptuous chest. That boy was holding onto her hands tightly, his tiny mouth biting and sucking on her right breast, not caring if there are other people nearby. Although there were 3 maids at the side, no one dared to stop him. Lady Ni was furious and shouted, "Beast! Stop your hands right now." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself that it's more accurate say stop his mouth. That little master was shocked and released the pretty maid. He turned around and said nonchalantly, "Didn't mother went to look for his majesty?" "It was young prince who told me." After he spoke he turned his gaze to Xiang Shaolong, his look full of jeer and disrespect. The pretty maid went away crying with her clothes in disarray. Lady Ni was so furious she was speechless. Xiang Shaolong wondered why she was able to hold back her tears. At the same time he realized that this kid learned martial arts since young and is strong. He's also on good terms with the Zhao prince, so naturally he does not fear anyone, and no one can or dares to discipline him. At such a young age and already he's stained with the lecherous nature of the palace, what a pity. The little master looked at Xiang Shaolong from the corner of his eye and huffed, "So you are that Xiang Shaolong, why aren't you kneeling upon seeing me?" Lady Ni roared, "Outrageous! From today onwards Mr. Xiang will be your teacher, you should be the one kneeling." The little master chortled and said, "This is where mother is wrong, how can the formalities between a ruler and a subject be dismissed? After he's paid his respects, I still have to see how capable he is before I decide if I want him to teach me." Lady Ni was so furious she stamped her feet and was about to berate him when Xiang Shaolong said with a smile, "Lady, please do not be upset, why don't all of you leave for a moment and let me have some heart-to-heart talk with little master." The little master saw that Xiang Shaolong was all decked out in his armor and looked imposing and actually felt a little afraid. He smiled icily and said, "Who wants to talk to you?" He turned around and wanted to slip away from the back door, ignoring even Lady Ni's calls. He was about to slip out when there was a gust of wind and the little master felt a coldness brush past his ear, a dagger flew past his cheek and embedded itself on the doorframe. Little master's legs weakened and he stopped. Lady and I and the rest of the maids were all startled, their hands covering their mouths, thinking that if the dagger is a little way off, what would be the outcome? Little Master turned around pale-faced, pointing at Xiang Shaolong and stammered, "Mother. He wants to kill me, apprehend him quickly." Xiang Shaolong stared icily at him and said coldly, "What kind of capability is that? Shut up immediately. When I come tomorrow morning and I don't see you waiting at the study obediently, I'll find you and give you a good thrashing no matter where you hide. Now go." Little Master was so furious his face paled. He stamped his feet angrily and pointed at him hatefully, saying, "Fine. We shall see." He turned around and went out the back door in the blink of an eye. Xiang Shaolong is not bothered about a little lad like him at all, and took the opportunity to bid his farewell to Lady Ni. Lady No lowered her head and said quietly, "You have not drank that tea." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, if the beauty is tempted. He smiled suavely and went to the door to retrieve the dagger Taofang gave him. He had an idea. When it comes to archery, there are a lot of people who are better than him, but what about flying daggers? There's no one better than him. But it's not convenient to carry daggers, but if he were to use the 5-inch steel nails he had used while in the special task force, he can easily carry a few hundred with him and it's even more deadly. He made up his mind and decided to ask Guo Zhong's men to make it immediately. He turned around and Lady Ni had just walked up behind him. The two came face to face in close distance, their eyes locked. Lady Ni uttered an alarm and moved 2 steps back, a little helpless. The most alluring thing to a man is when a chaste and mature beauty first feel the stirrings of her feelings. Xiang Shaolong is no exception. If not for the fact that there are other maids around, he'll certainly flirt with her. But it's not because he is deviously trying to lure her into bed, but he just wants to see her alluring, helpless look. Lady Ni said, "Mister, this way." Xiang Shaolong followed her back to the front hall and after drinking the hot tea that she personally changed for him, bid his farewell again. Lady Ni felt a real respect for him. All the men she's ever met, besides close blood relatives like the king, all of them had designs on her once they see her. On one hand they love her beautiful body, and on the other hand they want to boast that they were able to conquer this chaste widow. She detests those lecherous faces, and only this heroic-looking man in front of her cannot make her feel any loathing at all. The way he threw the dagger earlier, full of confidence and strength, is enough to touch her calm heart who has been sick of the opposite sex for so long. Lady Ni can find no further excuse to retain him, and she personally sent him to the door, looking at him deeply and lightly sighed, "Mister, please remember to come here early tomorrow, I will leave my little panner to you." Xiang Shaolong almost blurted out, "What about you?" But of course he dared not be so rude. He gave a small smile and said, "The way I teach children will not be like what you imagine, I hope Lady will be able to accept that, or you may fire me from my post any time." Lady Ni said gladly, "As long as it's Mister's methods, I will accept them all." I was too anxious, and forgot to ask you the question about salary." Xiang Shaolong chortled and walked out the door, his voice drifting back, "I'm doing this because of a mother's love for her son, that would be my reward. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Volume 2 Chapter 8. Book 2 Chap 8, The Empress of Zhao. When he returned to the palace, Wu Tingfang was overjoyed and after grumbling for a bit, she dragged him to the pavilion in the garden for some sweet talk. A moment later Lady Ye returned with the shocking news. King Xiaowen of Qin, who has ascended the throne for less than 3 days, suddenly died, and Ing Zhang's father has taken over the throne as King Zhuangxiang. Lady Ye said, "King Xiaowen is 53 years old this year, and has always been weak, but this time he died after eating the medicine offered by Lu Buwei, so everyone suspects that Lu Buwei has secretly done something. But because of the relationship between King Zhuangxiang and Lu Buwei, no one dares to say anything although they're upset. Hi! This Lu Buwei is extremely ambitious, and his methods vicious and excellent. Now all the other states are afraid that the Qin army will start to invade East very quickly. Xiang Shaolong was surprised and overjoyed at the news, and thought that the events are really similar to what was depicted in the movie. However, he knows that the most important task for Lu Buwei now is not to attack the other 6 states, but to find a way to get his precious son Yingzheng back to Xianyang, then think of a way to murder King Zhuangxiang. In that way the throne will fall into the hands of his son, and he will become in a sense the Grand Emperor. Lady Ye continued, Lu Buwei has been a merchant for many years and traveled among the states, so he's very familiar with the situation in all the states. If he were to come to power, the outcome will be terrible. Merchants only care about gains and not loyalty, and are not bounded by loyalty. The thought of a person like that governing the expansion is enough to make one's blood run cold. Xiang Shaolong was thinking about Yingzheng instead. All along, historians did not understand that when his father Irin and Lu Buwei escaped Handan, they left behind Zhaoji and Yingzheng to avoid arousing suspicions, but why didn't the Zhaos kill Yingzheng and his mother to appease their anger? Now he understood that is Zhao Mu's ploy, deliberately thinning Zheng's mind with wine and beauty, making him a useless person. They can then use him to make deals with the Qin in future, and even if he becomes the king, a useless person like him will be more bane than boon to the Qins. Killing two birds with one stone, the ploy is indeed vicious. It seems that Zhao Mu has now succeeded, so how can Emperor Qin unify the 6 states then? He really has no idea. But if he does not see Emperor Qin, he will never give up. It's not difficult to imagine that now that Aaron has ascended the throne to become the Qin king, the value of Zheng, who is now the crown prince, will rise. Now that he's a rare treasure, the Zhaos will certainly guard him even more closely, so how can he possibly meet him without arousing others' suspicions? Wu Tingfang came up to him and asked, "What is Xiang Lang thinking about?" Xiang Shaolong was jolted awake, and on seeing Lady Ya's heated eyes staring at him, he changed the subject and asked, "Who is the premier in Qinhao? What's the situation like?" Lady Ya sighed, "It doesn't matter who is in power, the position of premier will end up in Lu Bui's hands sooner or later." Wu Tingfang asked curiously, "Why is Sister Ya so afraid of the Qins?" Lady Ya replied helplessly, "It's not that I'm afraid of them, but there's no one who is not afraid of them. You can see clearly from our state, who is not engaged in amorous acts, wine and beauty. When the enemy soldiers are nearing the city, they'll pull themselves together for a while, and once the enemy is defeated, they'll return to their old ways." However, the Qins still maintain the hard-working nature of the barbarians and were not influenced by the ways of the southern people. Xianyang advised the Qins to prohibit philosophy books, and the country will then prosper and strengthen. Although I do not know who is right or wrong, but seeing the Qins growing stronger day by day, who can say that it's wrong of the Qins to prohibit philosophy books? Only now did Xiang Shaolong realize that before Emperor Qin burned books and buried Confucian scholars, Xianyang has already done this long ago, burning the books first. Lady Ya added, "Before Fan Zhu became the premier, the main power in Qin was in the hands of the Marquis of Rang, and those in power were people under him. He used the strategy of attacking the faraway states but maintaining friendship with nearby states, thus making the Qin's commanders frequently travel far away to fight battles, depleting the country's strength. King Zhaoxiang therefore made plans secretly with Fan Zhu to take back military control, and changed the strategy to attacking the nearby states but maintaining friendship with faraway states. They made peace with Qi and Shu, and used all their might to deal with Han and us, therefore the Chongping battle happened. An imperial brother made the wrong move as well, hi." Xiang Shaolong saw the look of sadness in her eyes, and knows that she is now thinking of the Zhao Gua who can only talk strategy and lost his life in Chongping. He felt a great pity for her, so he hugged and kissed her, saying gently, "Let bygones be bygones, don't think too much." Zhao Ya leaned into his arms weakly. After the Marquis of Rang lost his power, one of his great generals Bai Qi was never on good terms with Fan Zhu. In the Battle of Chongping, Bai Qi destroyed 400,000 of our men. His methods were never more cruel. Therefore Fan Zhu made a big issue out of this, and in the end managed to convince the Qin king to execute Bai Qi's entire clan. This move resulted in the hatred of Qin's generals towards an outsider like Fan Zhu, and finally it's now Kaizai of Yen who is now the premier. But Lu Bui is riding on a high tide now, and the good days for Kaizai will soon be over. Xiang Shaolong felt his joy run dry on hearing this, and felt that the future is bleak. In this era, everyone will murder if it can benefit himself. He hugged the two women and said, "Hi. Don't think anymore. We'll drink and be merry today, and leave all worries to tomorrow. Come. Let's go into the room immediately and have fun." The two women's pretty eyes shone and they repeated, "Drink and be merry today, and leave all worries to tomorrow." "Well said, Xiang Lang." They followed him obediently, their powdered face burning. Xiang Shaolong secretly thought to himself, how can he be bothered about what's going to happen tomorrow? He only knows how to fight and knows nothing about politics. It's a silly dream if he wants to change this era. Why not have fun instead, enjoy each beauty as they come? That would be more practical. Who knows if he'll still be alive tomorrow, or if he'll still be in this era? He can't help but think of the regal and elegant Zhao and I. Let's see if he'll have a chance to flirt with the lady tomorrow. That would certainly be a captivating experience and would not have put his journey here to waste. As for whether he can still return to the 21st century, he doesn't really care anymore. Xiang Shaolong woke up before the sun rose, changed into his military uniform but without wearing his armor, left for the practice field to practice his horse riding and archery. From now on he's not going to think about the future, but only wants to spend his time enjoying life to the fullest. The many years of habit made him like exercising, therefore his stamina is better than others. The amorous night he spent did not affect him much. Instead, if he doesn't exercise, he'll feel uncomfortable instead. He humbly sought advice from the other imperial guards the various techniques of controlling a horse, therefore he improved by leaps and bounds. He was able to turn and flip at ease on horseback and execute various difficult moves. He also practiced hard on charging in battle. It's just that he's not too used to fighting a battle on a horse wearing heavy armor. After a hard practice, he let Cheng Su take him to the soldiers' quarters assigned to him and after his shower, went to Lady Ni's residence. Just as he was thinking how he should flirt with this beauty when he suddenly heard someone calling him. Xiang Shaolong looked over in surprise and saw Lady Ni's mischievous and lecherous son waving to him from a building on the left. He obviously knows that it won't be anything good, but he's not afraid at all and walked over with large strides. The little master dashed into the building. Xiang Shaolong secretly laughed to himself and heightened his senses. He had just stepped into the courtyard when there was a whoosh and a huge net dropped down from above. Xiang Shaolong laughed and rolled forward, avoiding the net and jumped up as if nothing happened, tapping the dust and grass off his clothes. In the spacious courtyard, 10 odd people holding swords jumped out from their hiding place and surrounded him. Master Pan was hiding behind a bigger kid who was a head taller than him and shouted, "Beat him up!" Xiang Shaolong took a look around and wanted to laugh. These 10 odd people were between the ages of 14 to 17, and looks like little bullies in the royal family, and they actually dared to gang up to deal with him. The bigger kid who was shielding the little master could have been Zhao's crown prince, so how can he let him have a chance to reveal his status? He laughed and drew out his rainbow sword and went towards Master Pan. 2 swords hurriedly went up in defense. Xiang Shaolong gave 2 heavy blows which stunned his opponents and their swords dropped to the ground, before giving them a kick on their butts. The 2 spoiled kids groaned as they fell to the ground. Xiang Shaolong laughed as he waved his sword, slashing any sword that comes forward and kicking any but that he sees, and in a short while he defeated this royal gang. He pretended to roar and frightened this group of teenagers so much that they scattered away in fear. Naturally he will not let Master Pan off and he flipped him over on the ground and using his sword, slapped his butt more than 10 times before lifting the wailing boy up and said icily, "If you cry one more time, I will give you 10 slaps." Master Pan has never seen someone so terrible and he immediately shut up. Xiang Shaolong escorted him home. Lady Ni has long heard about what happened and was at the door waiting. Once Master Pan sees his mother, he saw that he is backing and started crying again. Lady Ni's heart ached on seeing this and was about to console him when Xiang Shaolong said loudly, "Lady will either hand him over to me, or I will never interfere in future again." Lady Ni was startled and she lowered her head and said, "Of course I will hand him over to Mr." Xiang Shaolong smiled and said, "That would be best." He lifted Master Pan by the scruff of his neck and dragged him into the study, keeping Lady Ni and the rest of the maids outside. He sat down on the soft cushion and grinned at Master Pan, who was scrambling to get up from the floor with a look of absolute hatred. Xiang Shaolong roared, "Sit down." Master Pan immediately sat down. Xiang Shaolong said coldly, Look at you, you have no ability yourself, so you went to look for help, thinking of bullying others by sheer numbers. And you cry and scream when you lose, what kind of a hero is that?" Master Pan gritted his teeth and said, "You're not a hero, the old bullying the young." Xiang Shaolong humphed, "If you're afraid of me, you won't come and find trouble with me on your own accord. You know this is not a question of the old bullying the young, but a question of who is stronger and who is weaker." Master Pan was dumbfounded. He did not expect Xiang Shaolong to be so formidable. He thought for a moment before he tried to scare him by saying, "Just now you kicked young princes, but he will certainly tell His Majesty to chop off your head." Xiang Shaolong sighed, "I see that you're so young and yet you know how to flirt with women, and I thought you're a person of standing. But I did not expect that when you lose to others, you only know how to use despicable methods. I was wrong about you, get lost. I do not want to see you ever again." Master Pan eyed him suspiciously and got up. He turned around and was about to leave when he turned back again and asked, "Why is it that when I made fun of these women, you regard me as a person of standing?" Xiang Shaolong replied nonchalantly, "Most men are lecherous, it doesn't matter if they're young or old. When I saw you molesting that sister the other day, you did seem to have a hand with you and I thought your other skills would be good as well. But I did not expect you to be so useless. If you have some spirit in you, then you should practice hard to be more capable than me and defeat me properly." It's the first time Master Pan heard an adult admiring his evil ways, so he nodded his head and said, "Just you see. One day I will defeat you." Xiang Shaolong knows that he has successfully piqued his curiosity and thoughts of winning, so he said, "What's the use of just saying it, just scram. I abhor those useless people who only knows how to talk empty. I hope you never have the chance to go to battle, or else it'll not be something so simple as getting a kick on the butt. Youths have always idolized heroes." Xiang Shaolong is good-looking and easily defeated the powerful man in his eyes, so he has long harbored a respect and fear for Xiang Shaolong. Now that Xiang Shaolong's words sounded reasonable to his ears, he can't help but felt his enmity reduce and he sat back down and said, "If I listen to you, will you teach me how you fought earlier?" Xiang Shaolong's eyes gleamed and he said, "Do you know how valuable my skills are? How can I just teach you just because of a word from your mother? If you want to learn, you'll have to pass a test first." He continued with a smile, but if you're obedient, not only can I make you become Zhao's true hero and swordsman, I can also teach you how to become a love expert that will charm all women to death. All the beauties in the world will be yours to pick. Using both hard and soft tactics, Master Pan's face brightened. Ever since his father passed away, he's always envied others who has a father, and Xiang Shaolong just happened to fit into this emptiness. Naturally he did not realize it himself, but in his heart he actually thirsted for someone like Xiang Shaolong to appear. He was silent for a moment before he ventured to ask, really? What kind of test do I need to pass? Xiang Shaolong knew that he cannot be slipshod about this matter, so he stood up and helped him up as well. Just as Master Pan was surprised at the attention given to him, Xiang Shaolong lifted him up and flung him over his shoulder onto the rug, laughing loudly. First is to get a beating. A person who cannot withstand a beating is not qualified to fight. Although Master Pan was thrown onto the floor, but he only felt a slight pain and thought that this was fun, so he jumped up. Xiang Shaolong taught him a few moves of judo on how to wrestle, and allowed Master Pan to trip him, so his interest was aroused. After a round of wrestling fun, and truly like a child's character, he soon forgot all his hatred and enmity. Xiang Shaolong tousled his head and said, "Go and look for some other people to try my methods. If you listen to instructions and are obedient, you'll certainly become like me in future, tall and strong with extraordinary abilities." Master Pan shouted in joy and ran out the door. Lady An, who has been waiting outside the door all this while, was dumbfounded. She cannot understand why her mischievous son would be so ecstatic. She stepped into the study and looked dumbly at Xiang Shaolong, not knowing what to say at all. Xiang Shaolong walked over and closed the door. He went behind her and said with a smile, "If I teach little master how to be close with women, what would Lady think?" Lady Ni's body shook and she turned around abruptly and asked hoarsely, "What?" She almost knocked into him, but she retreated, and this time it was only a small step back. Xiang Shaolong said nonchalantly, "Children are all rebellious and curious. The more Lady tries to restrict him, the more he'll want to break the rules. So if we let him know clearly what he is doing, what would be the consequences, what responsibility he'll have to take, he'll learn to control himself instead." Lady and I stammered, "But he's only 13. Xiang Shaolong asked, "How old was Lady when you got married?" Lady and I blushed and she lowered her gaze. "At that time I was only 14. Xiang Shaolong's heart lurched and he said with a smile, "So? 13 is not considered too young. There are a lot of 15-year-old males with wives and mistresses, and this is the case in the palace as well. If Lady wants to stop him from getting close to women, it would be a very difficult task." Lady and I said worriedly, "But I still keep thinking that he's an immature kid." However, Mister's way of thinking is indeed astute and unique. I've never heard of anyone else who has such a thinking. Xiang Shaolong took the opportunity to look at her chest, waist, and long limbs, thinking to himself that you'll really know how unique a modern man like me is once you're in bed. Lady and I was just stealing a peep at him and saw his heated eyes roving over her chest and was shocked. "Mr." Xiang Shaolong was embarrassed that she noticed his lecherous look and hurriedly took his leave. Lady and I wanted to retain him a little longer, but she could find no excuse, so she can only send him out the door shyly. Both of them were feeling guilty, so they could feel that secret excitement although no words were spoken. Xiang Shaolong returned to Lady Ya's place and was about to have fun with the ladies when the king of Zhao suddenly summoned him, so he left hurriedly. The guard brought him straight to the inner palace. Xiang Shaolong remembered Chang Su's warning and asked with furrowed brows, "Isn't His Majesty working at the outer palace?" The guard was expressionless as he replied, "I am only following orders, and do not know anything else." The two of them walked along the wide and long corridors in the palace, meeting ladies-in-waiting and concubines on the way, and all of them were making eyes at Xiang Shaolong. All these ladies were specially chosen, so naturally they're all beauties. They reached an especially magnificent palace building, and after the guard passed him over to two servants, he left. One of the servants instructed him to remove his sword and any other weapons before leading him into the hall. He just stepped into the hall, but Xiang Shaolong knows that something is wrong. On both sides there were 10 strong, stout men standing. On a raised platform at the end of the hall, a lady with her hair piled high up, wearing a colorful and elegant robe, was lounging on a chair covered with soft cushions, looking at him icily. Sitting next to her was the young prince whose butt he just kicked this morning, and behind them sat 7 to 8 beauties who looked like concubines, and behind these ladies were 10 odd pretty ladies in waiting, but all of them looked unfriendly. Looking at such a layout, naturally he knows what is happening. He hurriedly knelt down and kowtowed. "Imperial Protector Xiang Shaolong pays his respect to your majesty." Empress Zhao does not look older than 30, and looked regal and imposing, with a high nose bridge, showing that she's a person of steely character with a mind of her own. Naturally she's not as beautiful as Lady Ya, Lady Ni, or Third Princess, but her posture while on the dais, especially her thick lips, looks very sexy. With one look, Xiang Shaolong can hazard a guess about her character. This kind of woman loves men who are stronger than her. The young prince pointed at him and said with hatred, "Imperial Mother. He's the one who kicked me. Empress Zhao's eyes turned icy and she lightly reprimanded, "You dare to offend even the prince, Xiang Shaolong, do you know this is a death penalty?" Xiang Shaolong replied without fear, "I now know my mistake, but at that time I did not know that young prince were among the 10 odd people surrounding and attacking me. I was only under Lady Ni's orders to teach Master Pan well, and also to defend myself, so I made such a mistake. Would your majesty please look into this further?" Obviously Empress Zhao has no idea what the whole thing was about, and after staring at the young prince, she added coldly, "What actually happened? Tell me clearly from the beginning." Therefore Xiang Shaolong truthfully related what happened right from the start, his voice full of confidence and persuasion, making Empress Zhao and all the concubines secretly discount what was originally told to them. When he spoke about how he taught Master Pan a lesson, he revealed a warm smile. The young prince saw that the situation is amiss, so he tugged Empress Zhao's sleeve and said, "Imperial mother must help your son." Empress Zhao furrowed her brows and asked, "What do you want?" The young prince went to her ear and whispered a few words. Empress Zhao nodded her head slightly and raised her voice, "Stand up." But Xiang Shaolong stood to his full height proudly, and for a moment he looked even better than the 20 stout-looking men, making the eyes of the empress and the concubines all light up. It's the first time they have seen a person of such capabilities. Empress Zhao said gently to the young prince, "Imperial mother can accede to your request, and let them give Xiang Shaolong a beating so that your anger can be appeased. But if they were to lose to him instead, you will have to be like little Pan and follow Xiang Shaolong and learn martial arts and bearing from him, will you agree?" She saw for herself how he defeated Lian Jin the other day and knows that he is highly skilled, and now that she knows he's a good disciplinarian, she was overjoyed and thus made this request. The young prince asked happily, "Will they all strike at the same time?" Empress Zhao furrowed her brows, "How can it be that unfair? Isn't it enough for you to pick 3 of them out?" But the young prince was wary after the beating by Xiang Shaolong and he shook his head, "No. Not enough." There was an uproar among the 20 stout men, all revealing looks of unhappiness and spoiling for a fight. Xiang Shaolong bowed and said, "Since your majesty has agreed to young prince's request, Shaolong is willing to give a try." Everyone in the hall gasped. Xiang Shaolong was secretly laughing to himself. When it comes to freestyle fighting, he's not afraid no matter how many people there are. These men are naturally considered strongmen in this era, but they're a long way off if compared to black-faced deity. The young prince exclaimed happily, "That's settled then, fight immediately." And secretly thought to himself that he'll surely be dead this time. Xiang Shaolong removed his outer robe, revealing his wonderful physique, making the empress and the ladies' hearts all beat faster and their eyes mesmerized. The 20 men were furious at being belittled and they all shouted in unison as they removed their tops, revealing their exquisite upper bodies and came forward to surround Xiang Shaolong. Xiang Shaolong have not had a good fight for a long time and is now in the mood for it. He followed them and removed his top as well, revealing his strong and chiseled body, and muscles with not an ounce of fat surrounding his broad chest and arms. The most impressive part is his six-pack on his tummy. Empress Zhao has always been ignored by the king and her heart was aflame on seeing this, and was speechless for a moment. The young prince shouted, "Strike!" 4 men immediately pounced towards Xiang Shaolong, with 2 going to hug him from behind and the other 2 waving their fists to attack his temple and chest, and it seems that they are not pulling their punches at all. The ladies all screamed in unison. Xiang Shaolong suddenly retreated, his left and right elbows knocking into the 2 men coming up behind him. The 2 men groaned and knelt down on the ground. Xiang Shaolong pressed down on their shoulders and used the motion to propel himself into the air, his legs kicking out and striking the 2 men who were attacking from the front right in the face. With blood flowing down their noses, the 2 men covered their faces and fell backwards. In one instant he has dealt with 4 men. The young prince was extremely nervous and kept cheering for the others. When Xiang Shaolong landed on the ground again, he rolled forward and his legs kicked up diagonally. The other 2 men has never seen such unorthodox way of fighting and they were immediately kicked on their stomachs and sent flying off, unable to get up. When he jumped up, a man attacked him with both his fists but he forcefully pushed the fists aside and took the opportunity to give 2 punches to the man's chest. He turned around with a kick and the kick landed on another man's chest, sending the 2 of them flying off at the same time. His fighting style is a combination of Thai boxing, karate, Western boxing, and Korea's judo, mixed with Chinese martial arts, the moves welded after serious analyzing, and it's not something that the martial arts of this era can fight against. It uses very little strength to defeat almost half of his opponents and those who were stuck will lose their ability to fight. The other men were startled and retreated. The young prince was dumbfounded, looking at Xiang Shaolong who seems to be as mighty as a deity unbelievably. Empress Zhao could not take it any longer and shouted, "Stop!" The men all heaved a sigh of relief and helped the injured retreat. Xiang Shaolong knelt down and said, "Would your majesty please forgive me? Xiang Shaolong has been merciful in the fight, they'll be fine after a short rest." The young prince was unhappy and pouted, "Imperial mother. Empress Zhao stared at him and said, "It is your father and your good fortune that great Zhao has such a marvelous warrior. What else do you want?" The young prince was cowed by Xiang Shaolong's air and for a moment was unable to speak. After a moment he stamped his feet and ran out of the hall. Empress Zhao turned back towards Xiang Shaolong and her eyes gentle, said, "Imperial protector, please rise." Xiang Shaolong stood up and bowed, saying, "If your majesty does not have any other instructions, I will take my leave." After Empress Zhao waved the rest of the men away, she stood up and walked down the dais and said apologetically, "Imperial protector's clothes are all dirty." And shouted, "Men, bring Imperial protector to the back palace for a bath and change." But Xiang Shaolong was startled and thought that the situation is terrible. What difference is this from sending a goat to a tiger's den? Before the concubines and ladies in waiting have a chance to reach him, he swiftly scooped up his clothes and signaled the ladies to stop, and begged the Zhao Empress, "I will be going to the state of Wei the day after. Now we're in a hurry to prepare for the trip. Would your majesty please forgive me?" The more the empress sees him, the more she is taken with him, but on seeing him so determined, she did not want to stop him, thinking to herself that in future there will be the excuse to ask him to teach the prince martial arts, so there will be opportunities to see him. She smiled and said, "At least let them help you dress." The ladies in waiting all swarmed forward and were busy helping him dress while giggling, and of course they took the opportunity to touch him to their heart's content. The empress and the concubines were all looking from the side with adoration in their expressions. However, Xiang Shaolong was worried. What if the king of Zhao were to find out about this? What would his reaction be? He can't help but secretly lament. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 9. Book 2 Chap 9, Flirting with the Virtuous Lady. He returned to Lady Ye's palace when Guozhong sent him the things he ordered. There were about 1,000 pieces of flying needles, and the sight of it gave him a great boost. Lady Ye and Wu Tingfang were discussing the use of those strange things like springs, hooks, etc., and when they saw him coming back, they immediately queried him. Xiang Shaolong hugged the two women and kissed and touched them until they were delirious, and he totally avoided answering them. Suddenly a little esteemed guest arrived, and it's Master Pan, who was happily boasting to him how he managed to wrestle and fell a lot of people. But he added, "But they defeated me very soon again." Xiang Shaolong asked him about the young prince's attitude. Master Pan said, "Master is really great, to have beaten that bunch of warriors. The young prince might not admit it, but I can see that he is quite odd in his heart. Those who have not tasted your prowess and bravely wanted to seek you out, but they were all rejected by young prince." Lady Ye laughed, "What? Your little gang of bullies have finally met your nemesis?" Master Pan looked at her lecherously, not at all giving way, and said, "Isn't Aunt Ye conquered by Master as well?" Lady Ye was so furious that she stared at him with rounded eyes, and ignoring him, left with Wu Tingfang. Master Pan stared at Wu Tingfang's perky bottom and said appreciatively, "Sister Wu is really pretty, no one in the palace can be compared to her." Xiang Shaolong secretly reprimanded him for being a little lecher, but if they were to exchange positions, he may not be any much better than him. "It's simply too easy to obtain women here." He asked, "Lad, tell me, have you done it with women?" Master Pan was excited as he replied honestly, "Of course, but I'm still a long way off compared to Master. Even Aunt Ye has been conquered by you. I've long appointed you as the most attractive man in Zhao for women." He continued with a low voice, "Have you touched Mother?" Xiang Shaolong was stunned for a moment. This little imp is really difficult to handle. How can him impart to him the correct values? Master Pan lowered his voice and added, "I just asked Mother. Her face turned red and she chased me out, but I can tell that she secretly likes you." Xiang Shaolong did not know whether to be angry or to laugh, so he dragged him to the garden, forced him to do a few more exercises and taught him a few basics of the Mahis swordplay. Master Pan has already regarded him as his idol, and for once he was intent on practicing. It was only after dinner that Master Pan left, sad to part. Xiang Shaolong had been working hard the whole day, so he dragged the two ladies to the pool for some fun while the 8 maids helped them pour in hot water. This enjoyment, like that of an emperor, gave him a feeling of decadence. When he's having fun, who cares about so much? But nevertheless he is someone who will not be willingly controlled by fate, so after having his way with the two ladies, while still hugging them in the pool, he started asking Lady Ye about the situation in the various states. He asked, why is it that the other states know how formidable Qin is, but they do not unite against him? For example, our trip to Wei this time, on the surface it's a peaceful trip, but in actual fact there's something more sinister going on. Lady Ye replied, "If you don't stop caressing me, how do you expect me to give you a proper answer?" Xiang Shaolong released his hand that was encompassing her well-endowed bosom, kissed her face and said, "Speak then." Wu Tingfang moaned, "Shaolong. Fanger wants to listen as well." Xiang Shaolong laughed and moved his hand to hug her slender waist instead and asked, "Will this do?" Wu Tingfang kissed him happily and hurriedly said, "Sister Ye, speak quickly." After spending these 2 days together, and with Lady A trying to get into her good books, these two ladies became as close as sisters. Lady A arranged the thoughts in her mind inside. The main reason, I think, is the problem of geography. For example, the two states of Qi and Yan are further away from Qin, so they do not feel the pain as acutely as us. Everyone knows that to become stronger, one has to expand the territory. That's why when the Yan saw us suffering a serious setback after Chongping, they took the opportunity to invade. Who'd have the time to think about uniting against Qin? Xiang Shaolong nodded his head. Your analysis is very reasonable. I'm sure the 6 states will be destroyed by the stronger Qin sooner or later. We should make plans earlier. The two ladies were silent and unconsciously came closer to him. Only that way can they feel a sense of security. In this era, losing a war means death to a warrior, and to women from the royal family it means losing their most basic dignity, and end up being worse than prostitutes, as playthings for men. In the warm water, touching the two alluring bodies, Xiang Shaolong's mind began to wander, thinking about his extraordinary encounter. These few days he has not thought of which era he should belong to. All the relatives and friends are getting further and further away from him, separated by time that cannot be crossed. Something must have gone wrong with that crazy Maz machine, and he will be classified as mysteriously missing. No one will bother about him. The forgetful people will soon forget him, leaving him alone with secrets that he cannot reveal to anyone, struggling to survive in this heartless warring states. He once had grand dreams as well. It was Yuan's own sacrifice that fired his valor, making him think of using Emperor Qin to conquer the world and create a unified society. But the real situation about Emperor Qin shattered his dream, and he now only wants to numb himself with wine and beauties, enjoying life to the fullest. He's not willing to give himself up to despair just like that. But what can he do? If the trip away is successful, he may face the prospect of losing his official post and his life upon his return because Jiaomu will certainly not let him off. The king of Zhao may be treating him very nicely now, but those royalty never regarded their subordinates as humans. There's no such concept as human rights in this era. What plans can he make? He can only take each step as it comes. Once he thought of this, Xiang Shaolong released the two ladies and pulled Xiao Zhao, who was pouring in hot water for him, into the pool, and began his outrageous acts. Amidst the women's giggles, the pool bubbled with countless loving acts. The next day Xiang Shaolong taught Master Pan the modest swordplay for a while, and after joking and talking with him, realized that this stubborn little boy is 4 to 5 years more mature than others his age, wild and rebellious yet strong and smart. For the first time Xiang Shaolong felt a liking towards him. Master Pan suddenly exclaimed earnestly, "Master, will you marry my mother? There are a lot of people who want to possess her inside and outside the palace. If someone I hate gets her, I'd rather kill myself." Xiang Shaolong looked at him in shock and said with surprise, "I didn't know that you care for your mother that much. But even if I have the intention of marrying your mother, I'd still need His Majesty's approval. Firstly, I have not made any significant contributions. Secondly, my position is lowly, so how can His Majesty agree? We'll talk about this at a later date." Master Pan said dejectedly, "What shall mother do then? I've never seen her look at another man the same way she looks at you." What an astute kid. Xiang Shaolong reached out and tousled his hair and was about to speak when from the corner of his eyes, he saw the fresh-looking Zhao Enai walking towards them. Her fragrance already preludes her presence. She saw Xiang Shaolong touching Master Pan's head, and her own son looking so obedient. A feeling of happiness she has not felt since her husband died in battle welled up in her, and she said with a smile, "Good morning, mister. There's no way I can express my thanks to you, and I can only repay you in my next life." Master Pan said quietly, "Mother. Why the next life?" Lady Ni's cheeks immediately burned and she was shocked and embarrassed at the same time. She stared at him and said angrily, "Xiao Pan, you really don't think before you speak. This is extremely rude towards Mr. and your mother, you." Xiang Shaolong knows that it is going to be difficult for her to round this embarrassment up nicely, and Master Pan is a stubborn kid as well, so he quickly said, "Xiao Pan, aren't you going to make your escape quickly?" Master Pan laughed and ran away. The atmosphere became even more awkward. Lady and I was at a loss. It seems wrong to try to explain, but it seems even worse if she doesn't explain. Xiang Shaolong looked at this virtuous lady looking so alluring, lost, her resolution wavering, and knows that the longer they stay in silence, the more the ambiguity of their feelings will increase. He thought it interesting and deliberately did not speak, but just looked at her eyes. Lady and I stole a look at him and their eyes met. She suddenly felt her body going soft, her heart beating erratically. What should she do? How can she lose her composure like that? Xiang Shaolong saw that she's almost dying of embarrassment and thought that Master Pan was right. It's better to benefit oneself rather than others. He asked quietly, "Shall we take a seat in Linzhong Pavilion?" Linzhong Pavilion is the deepest part of Lady Ni's courtyard. In the dense osmanthus forest, there is a hidden and exquisite pavilion, a good place for a rendezvous. Isn't this considered a date? Lady and I was stunned for a moment and lifted her head to look at him. Confusion filled her eyes, unable to speak. Xiang Shaolong knows that her heart was confused and wavering between the two extremes of preserving her chastity for her dead husband and to give herself to him in gratitude. He did not wait for her reply, and seeing that there's no one around, he pulled her slender hands and walked towards the osmanthus forest. Lady Anai was pulled along by him and was unable to break free, so she had no choice but to follow him and lightly reprimanded him. Mr. Xiang Shaolong was holding her soft hand, his heart seems to be filled with sweetness. He felt the excitement of flirting with a virtuous lady, so he has no time to think whether she's willing or not. He just pulled her along the forest and his eyes brightened. The pavilion appeared right in front of him. Lady Anai struggled hard and broke loose of his grasp. She stopped moving immediately, lowered her head and said sadly, "Will Mr. respect Zhao Ni's reputation?" Xiang Shaolong knows that the more haste, the less speed, so he said gently, Xiang Shaolong is not someone who will force another. Come. Let us just sit for a while in the pavilion and enjoy the fragrance from the osmanthus. Lady Anai said quietly, "But you must first promise me that you'll be respectful." Xiang Shaolong thought to himself, the worst is that she will not stay, because if she's willing to stay, there's no way she can escape his clutches. If she can escape, he'll change his family name from Xiang to Zhao. He walked into the pavilion, sat on the stone ledge and signaled to her respectfully, "Lady, please come in for a short stay." Lady Anai seems to have forgotten that Xiang Shaolong has not agreed to her condition of being respectful, and she walked daintily up the pavilion and leaned on the stone ledge next to him. Because Xiang Shaolong was sitting on the ledge, their height is now about the same. The two faces met straight on, two pairs of eyes interlocked. This time Lady Anai was braver and did not look away, just that she looked lost and her bosom heaved as her breath quickened, as she does not know how to hide her own feelings at all. Xiang Shaolong was overjoyed on seeing that she finally could not withstand his flirtations, and began to lose his control, but yet he cannot be overly anxious or she will not be able to accept it. He asked gently, "Can you smell the fragrance of the osmanthus?" Lady Ni's face blushed redder and she nodded and made a sound of acknowledgement. Xiang Shaolong slowly extended his right hand carefully, and touched the side of her waist first, slowly but steadily moving his hand behind her waist and around the other side of her waist. Lady Anai was standing unsteadily and with a gasp, half of her body fell into his arms, her soft bosom pressing tightly on his right chest. Their breathing immediately quickened. Lady Anai is shaking in his arms like a frightened bird, but she did not struggle or object. She was blushing to the ears, her heart is like a furnace, melting down the barrier of 9 years. That is such a long time. Xiang Shaolong came close to her face, only a few inches away and almost kissing her fragrant lips, and asked, "How can the fragrance of the osmanthus be compared to Lady?" Lady Anai was at a loss and said, "Didn't we agree that you will not be rude towards me?" Xiang Shaolong is an expert at handling women and knows that the more he behaves like a rascal now, the easier will he achieve his aim, so he asked in surprise, "How can this be considered rude? It's a very big respect instead." Lady Anai was shocked, but she was unable to speak, because her lips were already locked by a strong and flirtatious man. The fiery tongue teased the inside and outside of her mouth. Lady Anai has always been a regal and conservative person, even her husband before his death treated her with much respect and abided by the ancient rules. They only sleep together once a month and there's no bodily contact at all outside of bed. To her, Xiang Shaolong's invasion now is even more outrageous than what her dead husband has done to her, and this is the reason why she cannot accept Master Pan flirting with the maids. But in an ordinary royal family, the parents will usually close an eye on such matters. What is most hateful is that the way Xiang Shaolong took advantage of her is 100 times more bold and clever than what her dead husband did. His fearlessness gave her a taste of excitement she's never felt before. Until Xiang Shaolong invaded her tiny mouth did she instinctively extended her hand to push him, trying to separate the two lips. Her token struggle only served to fan Xiang Shaolong's desire. Initially he was only acting rashly, but now he is consumed by a burning desire, unable to stop himself. He knows that he cannot just stop at this forced kiss, so as his tongue intertwined with hers, he hugged her closer, one hand holding her soft waist tightly and the other hand caressing her fragile cheeks, ears, hair, and tender neck. Lady Ni's hands were grabbing his collar tightly, trembling and panting, her pretty eyes closed, the intention to struggle being overwhelmed slowly by the long kiss. Xiang Shaolong's hands became knotty and slipped into her collar, and when it came to her smooth and voluptuous bosom, Lady Anai gasped and her hands held his disobedient hands tightly in a death grip from outside her clothes. Xiang Shaolong knows that she is not really unwilling, but it's just a natural reaction of a woman trying to preserve their chastity, so he was not disheartened. He caressed her full bosom with determined strength and moved his attack down inch by inch, and at the same time increased his attack on her mouth. Lady Anai gasped and trembled, finally losing the defense of her chest, her bosom being taken over completely by Xiang Shaolong. The strong feeling of excitement and happiness made her hands surrender, unable to make any moves to defend at all. She lowered her hands and grabbed Xiang Shaolong's strong waist. Xiang Shaolong let his hands travel around her jade-white chest, then stayed there motionless, slowly leaving her burning lips, and lowered his head to study her pretty face. Lady Ni's mouth was open due to her heavy breathing, and she slowly raised her lids, and it seems that she was looking at him angrily for a moment before closing her eyes again in embarrassment. This look is even more effective than any flirtations. Xiang Shaolong removed his hands from her clothes and touched her taut and long legs. Lady Ni gasped in surprise and caught hold of his hand, her eyes begging him. Xiang Shaolong caressed her legs, slowly moving up while his lips came towards her mouth again. Right at this intense moment, the sounds of maids calling could be heard. The both of them were startled and separated. Lady Ni panted, "Please, stop her, don't let her see me like this." Xiang Shaolong pinched her thigh hard before walking out of the woods and stopped the pretty maid who was running towards him and asked, "What's the matter?" The pretty maid blushed and curtsied before saying, "Master Tao from the Wu residence is looking for Mr. Sister Xiaoxiao from Lady Ye's residence has accompanied him here." Xiang Shaolong replied, "Well sister, please ask him to wait a moment, I'll be right there." The pretty maid said, "Mister, just call me Inger." And after giving him a sweet smile, left. Xiang Shaolong was in high spirits, and when he returned to the pavilion, Zhao and I had already slipped away. He gave a bitter smile and returned to the hall to meet Tao Fong. Tao Fong looked well traveled, and when he saw him, he said in a low voice, "We just received secret news. This trip you're making to send third princess to Wei's capital Daliang is not without danger. Not only are the horse thieves eyeing you, it seems that the state of Qi wants to spoil this marriage arrangement between Wei and Zhao, and they're getting someone to spoil Zhao Qian's chastity. Shaolong must be very careful." Xiang Shaolong exclaimed in surprise, "This should be a highly secretive affair, how did the news leak out?" Tao Fong sighed, "Naturally someone leaked the news deliberately. From what I see, this traitor would either be Zhao Mu or Prince Xiao Yuan." And Xiang Shaolong was stunned. What good will this do them? Prince Xiao Yuan will be in the same boat as me. If we're attacked, he'll be in danger as well. Tao Fong replied, "It may be a complicated affair. I've come specially to remind you, the journey will begin tomorrow." Xiang Shaolong remembered the Juzi token, and after telling him to send someone to give it to him, sent him off after chatting for a while longer. He was just contemplating whether to return when Lady Ni's maid Inger came to inform him that she'd like to see him. Xiang Shaolong was a little surprised and followed her into the house. In the study he saw Lady Ni, who was now back to her respectable self. After Inger closed the door and left, Xiang Shaolong walked forward cautiously and asked gently, "Is Lady Is upset with me for being rude?" Lady Ni stared at him lovingly, lowered her head and said, "You've been rude for a long time, so how can I blame Mr. Xiang Shaolong felt a rush of desire and grabbed her soft hands, saying with a smile, "I'm pleasantly surprised by Lady's admiration." Lady Ni's pretty face blushed again, and allowed him to toy with her slender hands and complained, "Mr. will be going on a mission to Wei tomorrow." "Hi! How do you expect me to spend this time?" Xiang Shaolong was ecstatic. On hearing such heartfelt words, he pulled her into his arms, his mouth moving over her face as he said, "Time is short, will Lady blame me for being too fast?" Lady Ni's dainty body softened and she shook her head, lowering it. Xiang Shaolong felt his desire burning, and as he kissed her, he loosened her clothes. Lady Ni let go of all restrictions and allowed him to do as he wants, even encouraging him with her tongue's fiery reaction, totally enrapturing Xiang Shaolong. Chaste women like this who have restrained themselves for so long, once they release their feelings, are frequently more vigorous than lascivious women. Lady Ni is like that, her long suppressed feelings erupted like water busting out from the mountains. The two of them were entwined for more than 2 hours before they stopped for lunch. Master Pan came back excitedly and announced, "I defeated another 2 people, they all want you to become their teacher." He then looked perplexedly at his mother, who now has a glow that is not usually seen. Lady Ni is really lousy, and she blushed in front of her son. She couldn't bear to leave Xiang Shaolong either, and she looked thoroughly enticing. Master Pan looked at Xiang Shaolong and asked happily, "Teacher and mother." Lady Ni was embarrassed and overjoyed at the same time and reprimanded, "I won't allow Xiao Pan to speak further." Master Pan stuck his tongue out and giggled, but he stopped talking and started eating energetically instead. Xiang Shaolong felt a rush of desire again and touched her thighs under the table, a feeling of bravery welling up in him. If he cannot protect the women he loves, how can he be considered a hero? Su Nu and Shure are dead, he will not allow another tragedy to fall on any of his women. Once he thought of this, he's filled with valor, and resurrected again. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 2 Chapter 10. Book 2 Chapter 10, The night is painfully short. He went back to Lady Ya's place. Ting Fangzhi, Chunying and the other 3 maids were waiting in the hall. With the looming parting, they all have endless sweet nothings to say. Xiang Shaolong may be flirtatious, but he's never had this experience of being surrounded by beauties, gentleness and warmth. Although he was thoroughly enjoying himself, but all these attentions proved too much and he can only suffer in silence. After having a tired nap, it was already dark when he woke up. He moved a little and immediately Ting Fengshe and Wu Tingfang who were entwined around him woke up immediately. Wu Tingfang pouted, Fenger doesn't care. I want to go with you to Wei. Xiang Shaolong was startled and was thoroughly awakened, secretly thinking to himself that it's already a huge headache looking after Lady Ye and Zhao Qian, so how can he add Wu Tingfang into this? If the king of Zhao thought that he plans to slip away with his beauty, that'd be even worse, so he hurriedly consoled her and using all his tactics managed to convince Wu Tingfang to abandon the idea. By now the four maids have entered to help them wash up and change. Xiang Shaolong speedily dressed himself and went out of the room. Before he reached the hall, he could hear Lady Ni and Lady Ye talking and was greatly surprised and went in. Lady Ni saw him coming and her head lowered. Xiang Shaolong felt a loving pity well up in his heart, knowing that she is throwing aside her reputation to grab a chance to spend time with him before he leaves for Wei. He sat down between the two ladies and boldly hugged their waists. Lady Ye was astonished and asked unbelievably, You have already? Lady Ni nodded her head shyly and said, Sister Ye, please do not laugh at Zhao and I. Lady Ye exclaimed, And you were pretending to be proper in front of me earlier. Xiang Shaolong pinched Zhao Ye's waist and reproached her, Yer. Lady Ye totally obeys him, so on hearing that, she stopped talking but just smiled. Lady Ni whispered in his ear, Will Xiang Lang blame Zhao and I for being wanton? Xiang Shaolong chortled, Why would I? The more wanton you are, the happier I am. Lady Ni did not expect him to answer her so loudly and she was so embarrassed she tried to hide herself in his arms, but her body was heating up. Lady Ye smiled, It seems that Yer will have to give way tonight, but let me discuss some business with Xiang Lang first. She blinked at Xiang Shaolong and added, Where would you like Lady Ni to await your attentions? Lady Ni was thoroughly embarrassed and can only listen on shyly, not objecting at all. Xiang Shaolong might as well be thoroughly outrageous and he said with a laugh, Lady Ni shall wait for me at the pool, I'll come and frolic with you in the water later. Lady Ni stood up weakly, and left obediently like a little lamb. The two of them watched as her beautiful silhouette disappeared behind the door, exchanged a glance and smiled, their hands clasped tightly together. Lady Ye said seriously, I went to see Imperial Brother, but he's unable to give us more men, how worrying. She sighed and said, The journey from here to Dalian will take at least 3 months, and we'll need to cross a huge river and countless deserted mountains and trails. After we enter Wei, we still need to visit the 4 cities Dongaying, Chaobe, Guiling and Huangqi, each step of the way could be a danger. Xiang Shaolong was silent for a moment before he asked, Did Lady Ye and that Prince Xiaoyuan ever had an affair? Lady Ye nodded her head guiltily. Xiang Shaolong was extremely unhappy and did not say anything. Lady Ye exclaimed in fear, Shaolong. Please don't be like that, Yer has changed for the better now. Xiang Shaolong is after all a magnanimous person, so he sighed, I'm already on bad terms with Prince Xiaoyuan, and now with your old relation with him, things will become even more complicated. Lady Ye said apologetically, Yer knows she's wrong. She tried to change the subject, Prince Xiaoyuan will bring with him his 2 most beloved concubines and 200 warriors with him, I'm afraid he'll try to go against you at every opportunity. Xiang Shaolong said somberly, I'm not afraid of him trying to be difficult with me, but I'm most afraid that he'll gang up with outsiders to deal with us. If he's intent on not returning from this trip, he'll have the guts to do anything. Lady Ye replied, I have chosen 4 people from my own residence. These 4 people are not only brave and highly skilled, there's no doubt about their loyalty as well. I've also arranged for Chang Su to be your assistant. This person is indebted to me because I helped him when he faced the punishment of clan extermination, so he'll certainly work hard for us honestly. Xiang Shaolong was a little assured and said, I heard that the state of Qi is planning to spoil this marriage union, who are the formidable people that they have. Lady Ye sucked in a deep breath and said slowly, the state of Qi has a mysterious person, called Xiao Weimo. This person thinks that beasts are most favored by heaven and earth, so if men wants to return to nature and be one with heaven and earth, we must follow out desires, and the strong will devour the weak without any need for hesitation. And to become the strong, we must learn from tigers and lions and sharpen the claws and teeth. Therefore he and his disciples are all terrible warriors who rape, pillage and murder. They usually live deep in the mountains, forcing the men and women they kidnap to produce offspring for them and be part of their indecent play, but Xiang Shaolong asked in surprise, how can the king of Qi tolerate such fiends committing evil in Qi? Lady Ye replied, among the 6 states, Qi's neighbor Fuyuan was second to the state of Chu. After the Battle of Meiling, they replaced Wei and became leader of the various states in the east, and they were even put on the same standing as Qin and they were called Emperor of West and Emperor of East. They were expanding but in the end the united forces of Qin, Chu and us attacked their capital Linzi. In the end Yan's Yue took over about 70 cities, but there was a Tiandan from Qi and the newly crowned king of Yan fell into Tiandan's trap and changed the commander at the last minute. Therefore Tiandan was able to sweep the Yans out of Qi but their resources were greatly depleted as well. Xiang Shaolong nodded his head, I understand, it's because the king of Qi has limited resources, that's why he has to rely on and tolerate such vicious men to work for him. Lady Yi said, the person relying on them is Tian Dan. We've always suspected that Tian Dan and Xiao Weimo are from the same clan, although they have different family names. This Xiao Weimo is highly skilled and can fight a lion with his bare hands, kill tigers and leopards, and his sexual appetite is higher than normal. Each night he must have at least 10 women before he can have a good night's sleep, and he only helps Tian Dan assassinate his political enemies or travel to other states to engage in secret missions. If this person is to come personally, we'll be in even more danger. Yura would rather kill herself than end up in his hands. Xiang Shaolong was alarmed at hearing all these, and after consoling her for a while, Wu Tingfang and Ting Fengshe came in. Lady Yi knew his intentions, so she helped him hide from the two ladies so that he can go to the pool. The maids were just adding hot water into the pool. Xiang Shaolong dismissed all the maids and went to Lady Yi and carried her up and into the warm pool fully clothed. Lady Yi has always been prim and proper all her life, and did not expect that she'd ever meet with such an unconventional and unrestrained flirt. As she gasped in surprise, she immediately became a wet lady, showing off the beautiful outline of her body. Once he thought of his journey tomorrow and the uncertain future, he immediately became uninhibited and launched an all-out attack on this beauty. Lady Yi was thinking of the same thing and received his favors with all her heated feelings. As they entangled with each other, Lady Yi begged with tears falling down her face, "Xiang Lang, you must take care of yourself and come back safe to see Zhao and Xiao Pan." Xiang Shaolong asked, "If I were to leave the state of Zhao, are you willing to follow me?" Lady Yi was startled. "Are you thinking of betraying imperial bother?" Xiang Shaolong sighed, "I'm just planning for the worst. Zhao Mu will certainly not tolerate me, and I am not someone who will just stay and be slaughtered." Lady Yi nodded her head. Imperial brother is really useless to put so much trust on such a conniving man. Zhao Mu has designs on me as well, and tried many times to summon me to his place, but I rejected him. Xiang Shaolong thought that Zhao Mu may be one of the men that Master Pan fears will one day get his mother inside secretly. Now that Lady Yi has given in to him, all the more Zhao Mu will not let him off. Lady Yi said determinedly, "My heart now belongs to you. No matter where Xiang Lang goes, Zhao and I is willing to stay by your side forever, even if I have to work hard." Xiang Shaolong felt intoxicated and kissed her hard. At the same time he made this promise in his heart: no matter how difficult the future will be, I must strive to survive in this turbulent warring states for the ones that I love and carve out an outstanding career. Xiang Shaolong will never be blindly loyal to anyone, but only loyal to my own ideals. Before dawn the next day, Xiang Shaolong left, accompanied by the tears of Wu Tingfang, Zhao and and the rest. End of Book 2. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.